mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now what you beg for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and tame it. But I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. But now I'm just sitting here without you. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
Hello, everyone. How is everyone's Friday night doing? What is going on? Take your time? Somebody telling me to take my time instead of telling me, hurry the fuck up. Why are you setting a timer if you can't stick to the timer? Why aren't you on screen already? But thanks for your patience. Okay. So we have another episode of Just Press Play planned. Which episode? I'm sure I don't know. But I'm going to be joining Ogre Boy right now. And we're going to be going over, I think first I want to go over Kyle Kalinske fucking promoting Professor Jiang. I don't know what it is about this guy. There were people in my, what is it? Like my comment section saying like, oh, why are you being so hard on him? And it's because even if his arguments are good, the fact that somebody would misrepresent their credentials or misrepresent authority or suggest authority where they have none is already very, very suspect to me. Even if everything they go on to say like is correct or I agree with them. Because at that point, it's like, why do you need to lean on the title of professor and what like academic authority that typically conjures up in people's imagination or suggests like is conferred to you by saying that? Because he doesn't just say that and then he like, you know, talks or whatever. He presents it like he's in a lecture hall, but he's not in a lecture hall with any students. He's just like in a room. He's just like on his own, chilling and giving his little speech, which is fine. But then like, why not just operate under your like first and last name? I don't get it. Okay. Shoot. Let me switch over to the Pond live channel. Also excited to see, even though I do appreciate some of Michael Tracey's takes with respect to debunking the kind of excesses of people's beliefs in like Epstein, there are like a lot of things that he says that are basically misrepresenting shit. Like he says things in such a way that he is being dishonest. Guy got famous out of nowhere. I don't even know how that one video of his went viral, but it did.
Oh.
You're in.
Oh. Hello.
Okay. You want to turn on
I
your
feel
cam?
just a tiny bit underdressed. Like just disgust.
I'm the one who is consistently overdressed to stream.
I mean, there's that. Oh, fuck. Oh my God. Hold on. There's the button. Wait, shit. I was not prepared.
So close.
Nope, that's not the button. That's the button. Nope, that's the wrong button. Okay, no, I'm good. Okay.
There we go. Somebody asked, is that Canadian chud? How do you respond to this accusation?
Canadian chud, no. So the problem was, so my arch nemesis doesn't stream on Twitter anymore. So for lack of entertainment in the at the place I work, I've found a suitable substitution. I just put on Beavis and Butthead now. Like that's just what I've fallen back to. So like something to have on where I work. So it's like background noise. But the unfortunate side effect now is like anytime somebody answers the phone, I have this overwhelming urge in my mind to just be like, hello, can I help you? Like, it's just, I can't fucking turn it off now once you start doing it. It's actually really annoying, not just for me, but for like everybody else as well. So anyway.
I'm fucking around with OBS stuff. Keep yapping. Entertain the masses.
Hello. How are you all doing today? It's a pleasure to be here.
What were you covering before I dragged you in here?
We were looking at, I had a BBC basically piece about the attack that happened in Lebanon, or it was giving like a history of the conflict between Israel and Lebanon. And then before that, much to the chagrin of at least one of the people in my audience, I've been watching a lot of Kyle lately.
Dude, that's what we're gonna watch. Did you already watch him like praising Professor Jiang?
No.
Okay, good. That's what I want to cover.
He's got one from today that was like a back, like one, you know, when he does his like backyard shit.
Yeah. His little like,
yeah, with it like the cheesy, like he's got the fuckboy glasses and then like the weird, you know, just everything about his presentation is so low budget, it's insane. But at the same time, he's just rapid fire with so much of the articles and stuff that he's gathered that he's talking about that he keeps things moving forward pretty quickly and pretty well. That it's like a good jumping off point basically.
Do you remember what Jiang got caught on a hot mic saying that he looked like?
No.
He said like gay Eminem. After he died. This is after he dyed his hair blonde, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. I'm shame on. Okay. Never mind. I was about to go. Yeah, I can see it, but that's the wrong answer. Shame on Jane. No, that's it. That's inappropriate. Thank you. That is wrong, and he shouldn't be doing that.
I thought it was funny. I thought comedy was legal.
No, we're not. Like woke is back, so therefore all comedy.
Yeah,
is
but
still
it's woke
not
0.0 is dark woke.
Oh, woke 2.0.
Yeah. Did I say
yeah.
0.0?
I mean,
woke 2.0 is what I mean.
Woke is timeless, really. Like how can you apply evolutions or DLCs to woke? That's just not fair.
True.
Woke is woke, baby. Do you want to do the combined chat shenanigans? Like,
yeah, I'm gonna make you collab once I figure out how the fuck to. Sorry, I thought I had everything all beautiful on OBS, and then I realized that I didn't actually move the window to like where I needed it to be, and so as soon as I did, like, it immediately fucked everything up.
There you go.
Professional streamer.
Yep. Don't mind me. That's the sound of opening up a can of rocket fuel. I don't want to come across sleepy like the last time I talked to Pisco. No,
you're good. Were you sleepy when that? You were eepy when that
happened? I was coming off of a fucking graveyard shift, and then I came home. I caught like a 2-hour nap, and then I was getting pinged that like he was calling me out on his stream. So I'm like, oh, fuck it. Yeah, it's a good idea. I'll talk to him, and fucking stumbled in and just looked like a jackass the whole time. It was the beginning of like Hassan talking about voting third party.
Oh my God.
And then it bled into ideologically committed Gaza voters wanting the credit for causing Kamala to lose, but at the same time not wanting the scorn from liberals, and then arguing about what the polls meant. And
I'm guessing this must have been before the Axios article dropped, even though if anybody actually had been paying attention, that Axios article wasn't saying anything people shouldn't have already known.
Yeah.
And it's like the headline is like worded in such a way that like I've seen people coping over it being like, well, it just says votes were lost. It doesn't tell you how many votes. And it's like, dude, do you think that the like Axios is printing that scoop because like they're trying to suggest a non-zero amount of votes were lost because of her choice on that? Or do we think it's maybe a little bit more significant than that?
No, it's worse than that. When you read the language of how they presented the article, they were trying to say that, well, really, it's all Biden's fault, and that like
he never dropped out or what?
Kamala just a baby.
Oh,
Kamala
yeah,
just
yeah.
a little
The VP
baby,
can't do anything.
and she just didn't have no choice in nothing. It's like, come on, she was the idea that everything gets easier after you get into the White House. Like once you're sitting in the POTUS chair, it's like it's all downhill slalom
it's
from
smooth
there.
Sailing.
Oh yeah, of course. So anyway.
Okay. Now I'm going to share the screen.
Sounds good.
Kyle, my boy. Let's see where this is.
Yeah, we just watched the pink sunglasses fucking second most recent
breaking
one.
ground troops
Yeah.
deploying. Yeah, my newsman.
But then the other fun part is the time of day that he decides to do this shit, it turns into like you can literally watch the sun going down in the background, and then it's just his poorly lit face like hovering in front of his fucking laptop.
So this video.
Okay, so this. Professor Jiang issues dire warning on Iran. You have to see to believe. The Kyle Kalinske Show. This was 2 days ago. It has 684,000 views. And this guy has already been brought on breaking points, as we know, because of you. Like, I didn't realize he had been. Their interview got like 5 million views. So, like, Kyle's not stupid, I guess, to use him as like clickbait, but I have a feeling that he's going to just like maybe uncritically agree. And did you see the end of that breaking points interview? What he says?
Yes. So here, I've already watched the full. Okay, I'm trying to phrase this very carefully because on paper, on face value, it is very easy to dismiss this dude as a kook. 100%. This Professor Jiang guy.
Mm-hmm.
I understand it. I get why people are pointing at him as such. I'm with you.
I'm waiting for the biggest but.
So he goes into talking about the idea of like the eschatology, end times prophecy shit that at this point, I think it's kind of obvious that Trump and Hegseth and a lot of those people have already talked about in some capacity. I know Trump was mentioning it when he went on Rogan. He's talking about that. And then in turn, he goes, listen, there's a core group of people that control everything. And I think he was trying to allude to like the Epstein billionaire class. But he's not from around these parts. He's using different language. So he basically goes, you can call them the Illuminati if you want to.
Wait, why do you mean he's not from around these parts?
He's like from like Beijing,
because he's like Chinese or whatever. Yeah, but he's been in America for like fucking decades is what it seems.
Fair enough. But still,
sorry, Woke 2.0 is back. And in the business, we call that a microaggression. So I'm just going to need you to be a little bit more careful next time.
But he goes on to talk about, I don't even know the other two groups, but he's like, there's these three groups, the Freemasons, and then he says some other shit. And right at the end, after he's like really hit home some pretty good information talking about the cost of drones and the THAAD interceptors and all this different shit, right at the fucking end, he takes it off the rails and he's like, the Freemasons control the military and that's why they're trying to do end times prophecy. Yeah. And you're sitting there going, you were so close to getting this, and then right at the end, you failed to fucking take it home.
No, I mean, that's where it's been leading to the entire time.
Yeah.
Probably. I don't think that's like, oh, you lost people. Like, why'd you take it in that direction? It's like, that's what he's been trying to like mic drop the whole time. Oh, wait, really quick. LMC Fig, thank you so much for subscribing with your Prime sub. You've been subscribed for 8 months. You're on an 8-month streak. That fucking rules. And thank you for the bits. Somebody Salty Squid Stream, thank you for the 60 bits. Why are you attacking my bleach blonde? But I can't read this out loud. I can't do these alliterations. But thank you. I'm not attacking Kyle. I love Kyle. But I don't like when Kyle promotes like quacks like this, but I'm not surprised that he does. Okay, I also invited you to like collab. Did you get the link?
I'm playing with the I'm playing with the buttons.
Okay.
So is it already turned? Oh my god, I hate this so much because I never language.
I've done this one other time. I'm the one who initiated it, and that seems to be like the easier way. I would know what I had to do if I had to like.
I feel like I'm putting my foot in my mouth. Yeah, I feel like I'm putting my foot in my mouth repeatedly because I'm wanting to talk about how I don't have a lot of experience playing with buttons, and that just it feels wrong to say things like that out loud. But is the shared chat already turned on?
Oh, I mean, you can enable it, but you don't. I don't think you have to. Okay.
Oh, fair enough.
But let's get into this. Let's see.
Video right here is fascinating and crazy. Shout out to this guy, Professor Jiang. Now, by the way, he was just on Breaking Points the other day, and
yeah.
I think it might be their biggest video ever. This interview blew the fuck up.
Basically, he describes for what it's worth. I think it's currently hovering at like 5 or 6 million views for their channel. Yeah. It's the biggest thing that they've ever had.
Interview how the U.S. is going to lose the war in Iran.
It has to be right-wing people watching that guy, though. I feel like it's if he's Illuminati posting in like one of the first kind of like mainstream interviews that he's doing, then that tells me if I go through his channel, if I sort by oldest, he's got some shit up his sleeve. Like he's been cooking on this for like a while since he like slotted that in right at the end.
I mean, we lost the war in Iraq.
So I did go look, and I've watched the 45-minute video. I have a lot of thoughts on his first installment. It is incredibly entertaining for what it's worth. It just at face value, if you're looking for like some LOLs, it's not a terrible watch. But we can get into that later. If you go back in his channel, he's got shit on like dating and like it's game theory, but it's talking about what motivates people to hook up and why they seek out a mate. And then if you fast forward through the video, at one point he's got like incel in big letters on one side, and then he's got like a bunch of Madden Telestrator shit with like stick figure couples that are hooking up. It's nuttiness. It's just complete nuttiness throughout the rest of his channel for sure.
So just like totally incomprehensible is what it sounds like. All of this
he's all over the place.
Just by framing something as like, oh, I'm doing game theory analysis is a way to do this like broad narrative that you never really have to like it's like a just so story. Somebody said like to me when I said the other night reacting to the Breaking Points interview, like that's what it seems like that kind of analysis enables you to do, is to give this sort of just so story, and then anytime like anyone wants to bring in like specifics about like, oh, doesn't this kind of undermine that? It's like, but you have to always remember that broadly speaking, actors that I'm analyzing are going to blah, blah, blah. They're going to try to maximize this or they're going to try to do that. And it'll like still fit in the framework. Like there's nothing that can be done to kind of like undo the story that they've presented to you. Or it's like, it would have to be this massive variable change. And then they'll say that that's like unlikely to happen.
He has some, I'll let this cook for a bit, but the areas of the video that I thought were like fucking crazy is when he's attributing qualities to Islamic faith that he actually if you look at how he's presenting it, it's like he's presenting it as like a faction buff. Like it really is like he's doing game theory, but he's like
faction buff?
It's like, yeah, it's if you're picking a character in a game and you have different races that you can pick from. Like if you pick like a gnome, they're good with like tinkering or whatever the fuck. And if you pick like an ogre, no pun intended, they're really good warriors, but they don't think so good, right? So it's when you're making the character, you kind of have to pick which pluses and minuses you want to go with. So he goes over and over again, and it's the funniest part of the whole fucking video is he goes, so these Muslims are Shia, okay? And they have something that they call jihad, and he puts like the hardest G into jihad that you go like this and you go, what the fuck? And he uses that as like, it's almost like a stat buff that gives them plus to intentionality and motivation on the battlefield. So it is like he's treating it like a fucking video game 100% as he's talking about it. It's funny as shit, but it's also like, they talk about like philo-Semitism as opposed to anti-Semitism, how some other ethnicities and races look at Jewish people as if they have like superpowers that are enviable. So it's almost like he's treating jihad like it's like a turbo buff that anyone would envy on the battlefield because it makes their soldiers stronger. And when he gets into that shit, it's like, bro, you lost me there. All the other shit about drones and battlefield conditions and water, I'm with you 100%. It makes a lot of sense. But this was where it's like he just goes off the fucking rails immediately.
I'm sure that there's somebody in my audience that's going to know what I'm talking about. I don't know if it's like American Dad or Family Guy or like the Simpsons reference, but there's an episode where it's that type of kind of like the philo-Semitism thing, but like anti-Semitism, and it's like someone's like talking to somebody and they're like, well, the Jews run this or whatever, and he's like, well, the Jews run banking, but we want them to be running banking because they're really smart. That's what you want them to be doing. It's like that. I'm guessing it's like that shit then.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Let's see what parts of him Kyle likes.
So we're going to lose war in Iran too. And he describes why that is in that video. So definitely go check it out. I think it's over like 3 million views already. It's insane how much that thing is popping off.
Well, if it's got views, it's news. It's correct.
But this guy, a lot more people are listening to what this guy has to say now. Let me start with this here. He does this thing, predictive history. And he talks...
It's South Park owns Hollywood. Kyle owns Hollywood. It's something like that. Okay.
Talks about how the U.S. has already colossally fucked up in a way that nobody is talking about.
The Iranians see this as a religious war. And so the Iranians have announced total war. Okay? And so what this means is that right now command and control in Iran is decentralized. There's no one person telling everyone what to do. Every region has its own orders, has its own strategy. And so if you knock out Tehran, everyone else keeps on going. So if you take off the head, it doesn't change anything. Okay? But unfortunately, the Israelis and Americans use this as a military doctrine. Military doctrine just means how to design your military for what purpose. And so
like that, there's like small giveaways that it's like, dude, do you really know what you're talking about? Military doctrine, a thing that is almost self-explanatory, and you think to the extent that he's going to offer any sort of additional expansion on the term, it's going to be like a highly technical or robust definition. But no, it's just saying it's just basically how you design your military, and he keeps going as if it's like, dude, that's like you're upping the word count. Do you know what I mean?
To an extent, I do agree. He does talk about like shock and awe, and then like he turns this into a conversation about like what the decapitation strikes and shit like that are intended to do. But that's why he's balancing against like the decentralization, which is okay. You've taken out their big leader, but why didn't that stop them from fighting? They're continuing the fight. So that's like that main goal of getting rid of leadership ended up not really doing shit.
Right.
Even though the Americans seem like an invincible army,
but that was never.
They are not
that's like not really a unique thing to Iran or like this particular conflict. Like, one, it's not regime change to just kill the top guy. You've assassinated like their leader, but that's never going to bring about like a new regime. And so you can't really usher that in just using air support. You're going to have to put boots on the ground. Yeah. You're going to have to like hold the territory and actually engage in like nation building, democracy promotion, all the things that they're not going to do, or at least there's no plans to do. I don't think they're going to do any of those things, but except like they're urging the people of Iran to do it themselves. Whereas I need that meme of like the stick figure, like with his own stick being like, come on, do something. It's like, come on, to people of Iran, like, come on, like, do the regime change for us, because we don't want to have to like.
Well, but also at the same time, this is like the second time where Trump has basically stolen Christopher Nolan Batman lines. Yeah. Like while he was doing all that, he was like, "This is the moment of your liberation.
Oh yeah,
Iran is yours. Do with it as you please." And it's like, there was also another story where they got caught dead to rights, like 2016, 2017, where he was lifting. I went and found it a couple nights ago. They were lifting almost that exact same rhetoric, bar for bar, from Bane from The Dark Knight, or the Dark Knight, whatever the fucking third one, whatever the third one was.
The Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah. Sure, we'll go with that for now. But 100%, like the whole notion of pushing people when there's no real plan B or there's no intent to actually help them pick their own leadership. Trump came out in the last 24 or 36 hours. He was being interviewed and he's like, yeah, I don't really care if they democratically elect anybody, or the idea of them having a democracy. I don't really care about that. The people, he doesn't. I would have to believe that he doesn't want them having someone that they pick, because whoever they put in charge is going to be someone that's going to reflect, at least in theory, the will of the people, versus they want like a puppet that's going to turn around and basically say, yeah, we'll only sell oil to you. We'll give you the resource extraction deals you're looking for.
You would want is the Iranian people picking their own leader, because the only type of person that's going to fill that vacuum is going to be, one, a total psychopath, two, probably highly religious, whether they want them to be or not, and three, somebody who's going to obviously be popular because they're going to say, what? I'm going to make sure we get a fucking nuke. That's going to be the way that they get credibility. So that's not what they want. And I saw Trump today said that like the U.S. ought to have a hand in picking whoever we back. So, but at the same time, like, wait, let me see. I'm sure you can see this, right?
They do have more like secular population centers and shit like that. But at the same time, that's who they're bombing when they bomb Tehran. Like they're bombing the fact that they're secular, cities.
It totally doesn't matter, because think about Trump. Think about like who Trump's like Trump is a strongman. Trump is a fanatical. And his bread and butter base of support is those damn evangelicals, even though they're a religious minority in this country. And we only move further and further towards an increasingly secular or like embrace of like religious pluralism. Oh my God, I can't speak. Can you say it for me? Can you say the word pluralism?
Pluralism?
I hate it. I hate that word. Obviously, because I can't fucking say it. We're only that, like, I don't see that trend reversing. And yet, nonetheless, Trump, who pretends to be a Christian and pretends to be like, I would assume outwardly, people globally assume that Trump is like a diehard Christian. Just because if they're only going off of like what he says, which is largely like they're not consuming US media or media in English, they're going to be hearing him talk about it at different points. The fact that like, yeah, my favorite book is like the Bible, and also like God bless America.
That's not how they look at it. God sent his most imperfect vessel to do his most important work.
No.
Like they come up with some kind of fucking spin on it. No, they understand that he's a flawed vessel. He's not perfect, but
I'm talking about internationally, not the evangelical base. The evangelical base does view it that way. They know that he's Jesus' strongest soldier, but like he has a sordid past. Okay, he's a troubled youth of his own. A rabble rouser, but they forgive him for this because spiritually he's pushing in the right direction, which is to say that he gives them everything they fucking want. But that's why I think that Iranians being secular or like having secular areas of the populace like is going to be like really irrelevant as far as like who they will go forward with. And I mean, similarly, think about like who's Tallarico's like strongest soldiers right now. It's probably a bunch of atheists online, to be honest.
I mean, probably, yeah.
Like, I'm not convinced as of yet that like Texans are really going to be inspired by like, it's because of Jesus that I'm a Democrat or whatever. Like, I mean, I'd love to see it. I'd love to see Ken Paxton get BTFO'd or Cornyn or whoever it is. I'd love to see him sail to the Senate and there be like one blue senator and then fucking Ted Cruz to get rid of next. But I don't know. So I don't know that like a candidate's religiosity or the population's like being secular is not necessarily like going to determine who they're likely to throw their weight behind. So this was reported from the New York Times. Trump said Trump says he should have role in choosing Iran's next leader. This was yesterday.
Which is insane. Like that just the headline alone is right off the rip is like that's
honest.
Crazy.
It's honest.
Well, it's honest, but that's where we're at as a society right now. Is like you can put that on there, and a lot of people you can hear the cowbell in their head when they shake their head and go, "Yeah, he should be able to do that." That makes a lot of sense. I don't know why I went that heavy with the accent, but still.
That is also how I picture the average Trump supporter sounding. Like, you've seen this, The Necessary Conversation, people?
No.
This is the MAGA guy Hassan talked to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
Their father basically sounds like what you just did. So, not too far off. President Trump said...
Donald Trump... Oh,
yeah,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You have to do it now. You have to commit.
Donald Trump has been put here by Jesus himself in order to make all of our lives better. So, I don't want no sass from you on this particular topic.
Literally.
Okay, that's all I got.
What's his name? Yeah. He's so powerful. I wish I could think of his name. I'll have to show you some clip from some highlight reels from him because he's a fucking card, man. Bob and Mary Lou, these like Midwestern like diehard like MAGA people and their kids that are like, libs or whatever. Well, they say that they're leftists, but the aesthetic that they give off is like kind of resistance libs. President Trump said on Thursday that he should have a role in choosing Iran's new leader, and that Khomeini, a son of the former leader Ayatollah Ali Khomeini, who appeared to be the leading candidate to succeed his father, was an unacceptable choice. Mr. Trump's comments in interviews with Reuters and Axios were the most specific he has been about his vision of a U.S. role in creating a new government in Tehran. They made clear that Mr. Trump's model for Iran, as he told The Times in an interview on Sunday, was to replicate the installation of a new president in Venezuela after a Delta team seized Nicolas Maduro and sent him to a federal prison in Brooklyn, where he's awaiting trial. Oh, okay. So it's just pure hubris. And it's also, like, again, so that wasn't regime change, what we did there. We deposed what we understand to be the illegitimate leader of Venezuela, Maduro, and then who is slotted in? His VP. So it's the same regime. It's just not him, but a guy who was willing to be his VP. So someone who is probably equally as corrupt.
Because we got rid of the brutal, illegitimate dictator, that's regime change as far as like the CNN, MSNBC, like Fox News crowd are concerned.
The paper of record, apparently.
Yeah.
Even though, like, again, if they were actually reporting this properly, it would be like, to be clear, that is not actually what any academic or like even just a military general would say constitutes a regime change. That is just you're deposing a leader or like engaging in like assassinations. Mr. Trump's insistence that he needed to have a role in the selection of Iran's future leadership added to the confusion over the question of what his ultimate goals are in military action against the country. His top aides, including Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, have insisted that regime change is not on the list of U.S. objectives. Interesting. They have spoken about ending the nuclear program, I thought that was already completely obliterated, and destroying Iran's arsenal of missiles that can reach Israel, the Arab states of the Middle East, and parts of Europe. So, like,
well, the shitter on that. The real shitter on that is that the Oman negotiator was interviewed on Meet the Press, I think, over the weekend, and basically said that the deal that they had on the table was them agreeing not just to they would never again stockpile any enriched uranium. Like, it would purely be something that for as far as this deal would stretch out, it would be something that they're only meeting their requirements for like national
domestic
energy
purposes,
domestic purposes.
So literally, but then after they cannot get a nuclear weapon because it's the stockpiling that makes it possible, not the enrichment. It's not just that. And they were willing to they were literally like, it was about to be a deal that extracted even more insane terms from them than the JCPOA was able to, because they're that desperate to just be done with it. And they blew it up. Literally, the Americans, by like doing this. I don't know, and like, it's again not clear to me what the goal is, but the people who, when you ask for specifics, and not that I personally asked anybody, but I go on Twitter to see like, how do they justify it, or like, why are they comfortable with like no details or plans talked about? It's all like, oh, are they just supposed to give away the details and the strategy? No, you're just supposed to like trust the plan. That's it. That's how they're completely fine with not knowing or understanding how any of this works. And it all gets written off as like, oh, well, it's like national security. They'd love to tell us, but they can't.
Well, that's the other issue, is they won't even have like a closed door session of Congress like they did when they assassinated Soleimani. Like they still went through the motions of having a representative go down to try to answer Congress's questions. I think it was like a joint session. I remember it vividly because Mike Lee and Rand Paul both came out of that closed door session pissed the fuck off because they wouldn't answer any of their questions, and they were filled with like Republican nerd rage, talking about they didn't have any justification whatsoever. It was so devastating that like Fox News cut away from them mid rant. You would have to jump over to like C-SPAN or something like that to get the rest of how the interview ended up playing out. This time around, they're not even doing that. They don't care. They're just moving forward with the shit as is. Yeah.
And as is like, so no plan at all. Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 200 bits. Best Bob clip. Oh my God, what is this going to be?
I don't have a Bible. I'm a Catholic.
Yes, you do. You still have a Bible.
No, we do not. You are wrong. You are wrong. I believe in Catholicism, not the Bible.
You have this weird thing that you came up with last week that Catholics, the Bible has no bearing on Catholic faith, which is like...
Okay, smart. I've been a Catholic my entire life. I went to private Catholic school. We never saw a Bible.
He went
So
to
there.
I was raised Catholic, okay, and he ain't wrong. You don't. There's not really that much emphasis on the Bible. There's emphasis on the Catechism, because the Pope is the one who interprets the Word of the Lord, and they've consolidated it into this nice manual called the Catechism, and you rely on that for biblical interpretation. It used to be outlawed in the Catholic Church that parishioners were not supposed to read the Bible because it was heretical. Because if you leave it to the masses to interpret, who are not theologians, who are not scholars, who are not going to understand like apostolic tradition, you're going to get a bunch of people interpreting it differently, which is what you see with Protestantism, where they have a million sects because everybody interprets it differently. That's why you have like new ones just popping out. That's why you have the Westboro Baptist Church. That's why you have then like Protestants. That's why you have Mormons. Like they're all looking at this stuff differently. So it wasn't until like way later that Catholics were like, okay, you can read it. It's not heretical. And then it was finally encouraged at one point. So he's like out of lockstep a little bit because like, no, for him to say like it's not based on the Bible or it's like unrelated to it. It's like, no, it's not that it's unrelated to it. It's that you never really will like study any individual scripture yourself. It will be studying the Catechism.
I hear you, and that sounds great, but have you considered that Bob put his kids through college and they didn't pay him back? And this is also the problem with the American family, is that the patriarch of the household doesn't get any respect anymore. Also, he just mogged the shit out of his own son. Bob is right. His son is wrong. That's it. There you go. Mic drop.
But it is funny, but he doesn't need to go so far as to say, I don't believe in the Bible, I believe in Catholicism, because it still is based on the Bible. But, like, he probably sounds, to anybody who's not Catholic, delusional. They probably think, like, oh, you're, like, you know, any other Christian that's, like, intensely studying the Word of God, and you never do it.
Catechism
Stick
classes.
that one up.
He went to
So you're not a Christian.
Yeah, I don't know why he says no Bible.
Bible has nothing to do with our Catholicism.
Dad, when you would go to Mass, Catholic Mass, did the priest leading it ever read from the Bible?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, he did not.
Yes, they do. They do. They will read like a reading from the book of John, chapter whatever, verse whatever. They read it, and then they're reading the Catechism and explain, and they give their sermon, and it's informed by the Catechism, which is the interpretation.
Never.
We have our own Bible.
Okay.
Or not Bible. We have our own book that
That
has Gospels in it. But they're not from the Bible. They're from the Catholicism book.
and everybody thinks he actually, this is not his worst clip, actually, surprisingly, because I know what he's talking about. He's just not describing it properly.
I mean, I want
looks
more
like
of the
a
Book
fool.
of Bob. Okay.
I am more about that life personally. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like King. So back to this. Mr. Hegseth said on Wednesday that the United States was using twice the air power of shock and awe of Iraq in 2003, but insisted the admin would not engage in the kind of nation-building efforts that President George W. Bush did. So we're going to do Iraq, but not like that. So like a worse version. He specifically mentioned the work of Paul Bremer, the head of the Coalition Provisional Authority in Iraq, who was deeply involved in helping set up the Iraqi government. But Mr. Trump has repeatedly returned to the topic of selecting new leadership in Iran, even if he has not explained how, and has avoided the term nation building. He is determined to make sure American troops are not deployed inside Iran, though that will sharply diminish his ability to influence events.
There's already Washington. I think it was Washington Post. They've already got a story basically that there's a paratrooper unit that was supposed to participate in some exercise that they've been told, like, hold off. Why don't you just hang around the barracks this weekend? Maybe keep your phone on you. I read the article earlier. Everybody's interpreting it as that's a clear-cut sign that they'll be the first people that'll be sent over to be like actual boots on the ground. So that's there's if that is correct, then they're already basically starting like the selection process.
Right. Legan1212, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Shout out the homeschool recovery subreddit. Also, how many white boy types is there on Gang? Thank you so much for the $5. I've never heard of the homeschool recovery subreddit. My personal opinion is that homeschooling should basically be banned. Do you share this opinion, Ogre Boy? I basically think it should be illegal unless like there are extraordinary circumstances because of like a disability or something.
I would like to see like private schools and charter schools get the fucking axe before homeschooling.
That's
gets
the
done away with,
priority, but I could actually see it being, since there's way less money, I think, in homeschooling, it would probably be easier to get rid of it entirely. Thankfully. What you just said reminded
there's a
me.
point to that, sure.
What do you mean? To homeschooling?
I said, well, no, there's like, well, no, the idea that there's probably less like financial backing or financial interest in preserving the aspect of it is probably means it would be easier to take out before charter schools and private schooling.
Okay, that makes me think. Now I don't know. Now I'm skeptical. Now I'm doubting. I just think when you look at who ends up being using homeschooling, it's like a bunch of evangelical freaks that are like teaching their kids that the earth is like 300 years old and that Satan put dinosaur bones in the ground. You know what I mean?
And that eating raw eggs and whole milk is
really good for you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks to the recently sainted RFK Jr. This is reminding me. So do you know how many soldiers died so far since this? It's like their own Benghazi, basically,
6?
except nobody really cares. 6? Okay. Like a couple of them died by friendly fire. Is it just like...
Wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, but explain, maybe you know something. Is there a way that that's not just like a total L? If more people knew that?
Well, I mean,
so like they didn't
that's
even...
obviously...
No, but I can imagine a circumstance where like more Batman references, okay? There's a scene in one of the Batman movies where they literally take human shields as hostages and they're holding them, and I could see this sort of like scuffle happening where as you're like trying to break somebody away, you end up killing like the hostage instead of the person that's holding them hostage. And so unless some situation like that existed in the air, because this is an air campaign, I'm like, how do you accidentally shoot another American like fighter jet or plane? Because I imagine that's how it happened.
Well, no, I kept hearing that it was the three individual jets that were all down from friendly fire. None of the reporting said that anyone had passed away due to those oopsies. The deaths that I had heard had happened so far were because of like an exploded drone or like shrapnel or things of that nature.
Okay, I might have got my wires crossed then. That it's like these people died. Some of them were doing this, and that was like some of them friendly fire, but I didn't actually read the fine print of like, okay, whose death was whose, and like what were they doing? But either way, already bad to me. Already bad. How did we end up killing our own?
We're not off to a great start.
Like again, out of that 6, it's like two, maybe 3 of them. It's from another American doing it.
Yeah.
Okay. Asked about Mr. Trump's goals, Caroline Leavitt, the president's press secretary, repeated what Mr. Trump told Axios. The president stated, "We want to be involved in the process of choosing the person who's going to lead Iran into the future, so we don't have to go back every 5 years and do this again and again." Holy shit. This is an even more insane statement. It would be really exhausting if we had to keep doing this, guys. We should probably just pick a stooge right now that's just going to, not force our hand.
Well,
and
that's also
like,
I mean,
this makes it sound like, there's just not going to be anything but Republican reign, obviously, till the end of time.
Well, I mean, but that's also like if you're like a Twitch viewer and you keep having to see ads every hour, like what's about to happen in about 2 minutes, it's exhausting. So it's probably better if you just subscribe now. Then you get like an ad-free viewing experience and cute emotes and things of that nature, so that you avoid the one that's about to happen in 2 minutes on your channel.
Just 2 minutes,
Why don't you tell them more?
No, you already shoulder me. I mean, the same goes for Ogre Boy. Like his ads are probably going to start. You probably have to subscribe to him to get rid of it. And I don't know how it works.
That's why I put this here. I don't like talking about it, so I just put this here so that if you want to find me somewhere, it's easy to do.
Shameless. She did not add to the president's comments. Oh, wait, she didn't? Okay, so I guess he really did say that we don't have to do this again and again. That was like a verbatim quote. Mr. Trump keeps returning to the Venezuela example as a model for what should be accomplished in Iran, even though many analysts have noted huge differences between Iran, a country of 92 million people run by a complex mix of clerics, and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, and Venezuela. Despite the shortcomings in the analogy, in conversations with world leaders and members of Congress, he has cited the outcome in Venezuela repeatedly. Not just that, but like the geographical difference alone, Iran is like big. It's way bigger than people think. Like we struggle to do this shit in Iraq and Afghanistan, and it's bigger than that, like 4 times bigger, something like that. But on the question,
plus he's already saying that Cuba's next. Like he's been quoted several times over this last weekend in interviews and shit. I'm getting vibes of like the Roman Empire getting spread a little too thin and fighting everywhere, and then being like one of the crucial steps in like the actual final downfall. Not great vibes, not great to be on the home team when you're seeing this shit play out. So
he said something that was actually, I'm surprised isn't getting more coverage. They were like, this is increasing tensions and making things risky. Like, how many more soldiers are going to die? Like, do Americans need to be worried? And he was like, well, yeah, people die in war. Like, more is going to happen. And also, like, suggesting, like, yeah, Americans need to start fearing for their safety here. And I mean that's
people,
like that. I
people
know
die
that
in war.
People die, right? But people die all the time.
Yeah.
So that was his line in COVID. Like, people die all the time. But this is actually crazy to think that like Bush is like starts off by saying the American way of life is not on the table. Like, he makes that explicitly clear. Okay, we will have an open air prison, like with a cheesecake factory and like a Texas, like it's gonna all be there. Even in the event that like we start kind of backsliding in different ways, like the American life is not going to be fucked with, is like the promise that he's trying to make. Clearly they're avoiding getting into specifics, because as soon as you start to give those specifics, it's a race to the bottom, because everybody's going to start to hold you to that, because this article will be filled with, he said he was going to do this, he said he was going to do that, there's no plan to do it. So by keeping it vague, it's actually smart for them, because nobody can ever pin them down on like, well, you said you were going to do this and by this date or whatever. It's probably the biggest mistake that he made with respect to like the Ukraine, Russia. I'm going to end it on the first day, because that kept like coming back to like bite him in the ass. Like, you said it was going to be done. You said it was going to be done. This, when you have no goals, when you have no objectives, when you accept, we just want to make it great, like make Iran great again. Well, how does anybody hold you accountable for anything? Because you didn't really explain ever. And just, they're like trying to get answers just so they can, and they can't even do that, even though there's already ways to hold him accountable for the shit that he said. But that sentence, I don't think Americans are really ready to be, one of the billions of people in this world that, like, they have already accepted that, like, one day they could just wake up and someone could be bombing their country. Somebody could be trying to kill them. That if they speak out, they're going to lose a hand. Like, they already understand that reality. Like, are Americans ready for anything approximating that? Don't think so. This country went nuts after 9/11. And that affected, like, 3,000 people in one city.
Yeah.
And, like, a couple of buildings. So I can't even imagine what the reaction would be with this admin in place if something comes here.
I also can't help but think you're maybe prescribing too much like a galaxy brain tactician strats about intentionally staying vague, because I think it's also somewhat plausible that he's just adopting like a strongman. Yeah, fuck it. Let's run the board. Let's keep doing these things. Nothing stopped us so far. Like the idea that they're going to be pinned down to like an exit strategy or something like that, or like what is they don't need one. Who's going to tell them that they have to leave? Like, it's not, the Democrats aren't voting in enough numbers to enforce any war powers resolutions. There are already Dems that are coming forward that last week were saying that the war was illegal and stupid. This week they're like, well, but we do have a duty to the American people to protect them. So
Jared
we probably
Moskowitz
will,
or whatever. Fuck
yeah,
him,
we will,
and everybody who's in that Florida's 23rd district should be going out to vote for Oliver Larkin, who's gonna primary his ass and hopefully fucking win. Because
not only that, but Gallego turned around. He was the loudest soldier a week ago to say that like Trump's 7 kinds of fucked up and this is an illegal war. This week he's like, well, but we do have a duty to vote. So I'm not saying no to the $50 billion emergency funding that they're asking to keep this conflict going. There's no backbone there. They're all willing to fucking vote for this shit in some capacity, enough as a party to where they just end up facilitating what it is Trump wants to do.
Yeah, well, he didn't realize that he was going to have to be the rotating villain this time. Neither did Moskowitz either, because he was signaling that he was not going to vote that. In fact, he flipped on it. And then his answer was like nonsensical, because it's like, you're mad that Trump didn't consult Congress. This is your ability to rein that in, but you're going to greenlight it retroactively, even though he doesn't have, because to the extent that the president does have the constitutional authority to take military actions, it has to be imminent. And Marco Rubio is like, we're talking. They're saying it in this article. We're trying to
said
prevent
a year
things
and a half from
like
now.
a year and a half from now. They're like nothing.
Uh-huh.
So, and I have to assume the way, like, what is it? Even though when you poll Democrats, 80% are against this war. That 20%, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, if they're like recent Democratic voters or whatever, but like overwhelmingly, because you're not going to have polling data from like his district specifically. But apparently, it's got a lot of like people in the Jewish diaspora, and I'm sure that that's the cover. I'm sure that that's the cover saying, no, the Jewish people in my district want this because, you know, all Jews have a hive mind. And so, you know, why would I ask my constituents when I could just make the safe assumption that AIPAC speaks for all of them? And AIPAC definitely loves this. So I can probably vote for it and they're not going to punish me for it. I'm positive that is like the line of thinking.
Anytime the AIPAC argument comes up and people aren't stressing the fact that AIPAC is one of the biggest amounts of money that they channel into like Democrat primary races is fucking Republican money. Yeah. Like I understand if you're very pro like First Amendment and you don't see a problem with it in and of itself, I want to pose to most of the people that would still defend AIPAC that consider themselves like good God-fearing vote blue no matter who liberals, pro DNC liberals, that they're turning around and like, well, do you think it's cool that Republicans are helping pick who comes out of a Democratic primary? Like, are you okay with that? And at least hear what the answer is going to be. I mean,
this is like not to derail into Newsom or whatever, but like him having to say like, you know, maybe it is an apartheid state. That's so good to me because I'm like, okay, that means that they're all going to have to take that, at least that posture at the very least. And it's going to be, that's like the starting point. Right. And like, it's untenable to say basically anything else at this point. It's not like enough, but if even Newsom is like, and like what is getting spit out of his fucking cynical pandering is that's one of the talking points. I'm like, okay, more like the further left candidates then they can be as outspoken as they need to be.
Yeah.
Wait, I saw this comment that I wanted to read out about what like guaranteed 90% of Trump's intel is misinformation for all the other interests surrounding him. This is like, nothing has been more obvious that like Trump is like clearly just getting led around by the people that were installed as his loyalists, that they're just like agenda setting. They're just playing Risk and they're using him because he doesn't know anything about this. He doesn't even go out there and pretend to know about this. Like he'll do that with like other subjects or whatever. And he actually like did it with the Iraq war, but like he can't possibly be able to at any great detail talk about anything about Iran. If even Ted Cruz gets embarrassed on, and like Ted Cruz is evil, but he's nobody's fool, on Tucker Carlson gets embarrassed and like doesn't know basic facts about Iran, even though he was like, I fully support this shit back when he sat down for that interview. What do you think Trump knows? Trump knows next to nothing about it then.
Well, and then I can't think right now in the moment, but I know there's at least a couple of times in like the last year where somebody hit him with some related question, but then simultaneously either like Netanyahu was definitely doing the thing that Trump said he wasn't going to do in the West Bank at the same time, or they had just recently put out at like a press conference, something was going to like continue that he wasn't there for. And then, but then when the reporter ends up asking him, he's like, oh no, we're definitely not doing that. Even though the two data points came out within like a couple hours of one another and he had no idea. So that is like something that has happened several times for him in the last like year at least.
Okay. So then they give the little history lesson here. Pretty bleak. On Saturday, as the attacks began, he called on the Iranian people to rise up and overthrow the existing government. On Sunday, he told the New York Times that he had 3 candidates for supreme leader in mind, though he later told ABC News that he believed all 3 had been killed in days of U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. Oh, whoops, all dead. His comments to Axios and then to Reuters are bound to remind Iranians of a period of their history taught in the country's schools. The coup in '53, run by the CIA, that overthrew Iran's democratically elected prime minister, Mohammad Mossadegh. How do you say it? Mossadegh?
That was close enough, yeah.
To ensure that Britain had access to Iranian oil. That coup ultimately led to the installation of the Shah of Iran. He was overthrown in the '79 Iranian Revolution that ushered in half a century of theocratic rule. President Barack Obama acknowledged the CIA's role in the Iranian coup in a 2009 speech in Cairo, saying that the U.S. played a significant role in the overthrow of a democratically elected Iranian government. He was criticized by Republicans at the time for seeming to apologize for America's... Oh, this was like the apology tour shit? If I had to guess, This was like literally what like Romney ran on, for seeming to apologize for America's past interventions in Iranian politics. Notably, he never said I'm sorry once to any of these people. Iran complained that like he's just stating facts. These are just like things that occurred. Iran complained that while Mr. Obama acknowledged the coup plot, he did not apologize for it. They know the thing that Republicans were saying that he did, like notably everybody who was on the receiving ends of these speeches were like, no, they're not saying sorry for this. They're kind of just at least acknowledging that it happened. The United States has since declassified some of the docs about the operation, which was run on the ground in Iran by Kermit Roosevelt Jr., a storied intelligence officer and grandson of President Theodore Roosevelt. He was secretly awarded a medal for his work in Iran by President Dwight D. Eisenhower. Mission accomplished. Oh yeah, all of that started because we were like watching Kyle react to our boy.
Fight the 21st century war against drones, against destabilization, against religious fanatics.
So understand what he's saying there. Yes, we have the most money. Yes, we have the biggest guns. Yes, we have the best interceptors. Yes, we, spend a tremendous amount of money on the military-industrial complex and developing the new technologies of the day, but we are not equipped for modern warfare. We're not equipped. And he explains why further. Also, the decentralization point is fascinating. That, like, when the Grand Ayatollah got killed, they, changed the structure where it's like, each commander controls their own unit and they're dispersed throughout the country. So you can't like make a deal to stop the fighting because you make a deal with who? There is nobody at the top that like they say something and it goes all the way down.
Hold on. Now, again, right? I'm just a dipshit at the end of the day. But also the inherent flaw with this, if this is exactly as he's presenting it, the inherent flaw with this would be also that you have no means of communication between each other. There would be no way to like amass forces in a location where it's needed for like a crucial choke point or whatever the fuck, right? If you have a bunch of disparate groupings, in turn, you would want to be able to amass them quickly. The idea that there's no way to negotiate because someone else will just keep fighting, that implies that they're absolutely like completely cut off from one another, which just doesn't make sense and almost certainly isn't true. The other aspect of this is that in the last day, I think it was first thing this morning, Dropsite was reporting that Iran's basically saying that they have no desire to do any negotiations with Trump or America until they pick a supreme leader. That by itself is kind of, I don't want to necessarily say shocking, but that's kind of a sign of that they're not really they're trying to at least project the aesthetic that they're not getting their ass kicked as much as America's trying to say that they are, because they're like, we're going to hold off until we pick a new top guy, which also implies that the decentralization shit isn't as prominent as either Kyle or Professor Jiang or whatever is trying to present.
And so the U.S. and Israel fucked up. The axis of Epstein fucked up, right? Like they thought
he rules.
Trump said, "Oh, if I hit him, then I think they'll come back to the table and we'll get a better deal." And it's like, what? Well, how'd that work out for you? Now, he's running around like a chicken with his head cut off. He's panicking. The U.S. was asking for a seat.
What is the election process for a supreme leader? Apparently, Donald Trump puts his eyes over his hands, and then there's a list of names that Pete Hegseth has put on in front of him, the people that they want, and he picks one, and then they go from there.
Ceasefire after they got the Ayatollah, because we are running out of interceptors. And they were basically like, no. And like Professor Jiang says here, even if one of them said yes, it doesn't matter. That it's decentralized now.
But unfortunately, because of military doctrine, they're going to keep on attacking Tehran. Now, the great irony of all this is that the Iranians who will be most supportive of regime change, are actually in the cities, because they are educated, they're progressive. The people who are most fundamentally against you, will fight you to the death, are religious fanatics, the Shia militants living in the rural.
That is bizarre to say that the people most likely to support the U.S.'s actions in this are the people that are the most educated? Like, where's he getting that?
Saying the reverse. No, he's literally saying that like the country bumpkins are going to be the most religiously fanatical. They're the ones not getting hit in the center of Tehran. He's saying that like the more secular or dare I say like borderline progressives are the ones that are living like in the heart of the city.
Yeah, but he's saying
that are
you're
most
killing them
likely-
first, but they're the most likely to support you.
Oh, well, because, okay, never mind. I got it backwards. The ones that are there are the ones that aren't going to like the formality police and the religious zealotry and shit like that of the existing regime. They're the most likely to want to be the ones like the civilian populace that rose up during the revolts and shit over like the December December January timeframe, right?
Right.
They're the ones that are most likely to revolt. But they're the ones that you're bombing. Meanwhile, it's the ones that are most likely to fight against the American forces are the ones out in the boonies and the sticks that aren't getting hit in the center of Tehran. Like it kind of makes sense, but you're also
But I don't think that-
it's prescribing a level of fanaticism across the board.
I think that what he's saying is that because you're more likely to be intelligent or like educated, therefore intelligent, therefore like blah blah blah, like secular, that you're more likely to have contempt for the regime. That part's probably true. What doesn't follow
Yes.
from there is that you're going to be more amenable or open to like whoever they install. But maybe he doesn't even start from the premise that Trump is going to be able to install anyone. He's just saying that like they'd support an alternative who's like secular, because you could find people that here that are equally like, you know, they hate Trump. They would maybe find a teeny bit of joy if he were cooed and overthrown, but like the threat of, or like the fact that somebody would be cooing Donald Trump would be so destabilizing, so dangerous to them, and like so offensive that they would never go along with whoever they want to install in Trump's place, even if you could like be happy at the fact that Trump is gone. And so this idea that like again, imagine Trump gets cooed here, you'll find educated people who will celebrate, but will they take the next step of celebrating the person that they try to install? I don't think so.
At a bare minimum, he's draining nuance out of it to suggest that purely based off like their zip code, then all the people in this one particular zip code are going to lean in this one way because they're more like modern and metrosexual and they like nicer clothes and shit like that. And then the people that are in the boonies are going to be the religious fanatics that are going to be ride or die for like the IRGC and the Ayatollah and shit like that. Like that's basically what he's looking at. And you can't really count on those elements to work out that way. I don't feel like. So it's still a stretch. I agree.
Areas, okay?
Sorry.
So this is a really silly thing where you are actually destroying those who will most likely support you, and you're leaving alone those who are most likely to commit jihad against you.
That's devastating. He's saying we're carpet bombing and destroying Tehran and killing all the people who theoretically more support the regime being changed. But all the people outside of Tehran who you're not bombing and not touching are more fundamentalist Shia militants who will fight you to the death and who are probably engaged in that fight. And this is what I told you. They were bombing specific areas of Tehran where you had the most opposition leaders. And that gets to the broader point too, by the way, which is that might be on purpose. It might be on purpose because Israel wants Iran to be a failed state. They don't want it to be, they don't actually want regime change. They want no government whatsoever. They want balkanization. They want civil war. They want to take them off the map as a regional player so they can dominate the region and do their greater Israel plan. Okay? But we're still not done here.
That by itself is, I think, is almost undeniable by virtue of the fact that up until this point, they were encouraging them to just take to the streets and continue the protests and continue the push against their government, which is great. But there was no backup coming. Like there's still arguably no backup coming. It's just like air campaigns and like bombing from the coast and things of that nature. It's just encouraging. It's making the IRGC basically have to fight a war on like several fronts, and one of them against their own people if they can keep the people juiced up and continuing to peck away at them. But I don't think they give a flying. Like I think it's obvious. Anybody that's basically encouraging that in the absence of some sort of pledge of actual support for the civilian populace themselves and actively talking about that, they don't give a flying fuck about any of the civilians. I think that's it. So this part of it, I do buy into.
got more to say. Here he's talking about the difference in weapons between the U.S. and Iran and how even in that realm they have a bit of an advantage over us.
Those nations that are poor actually have more energy, they're more open, and they're more cohesive. Right, so let me give you an example. This is what we call the Shahad drones. Shahad drones. Each of these drones costs $50,000 at most, okay? At most. It can go as cheap as $35,000 US. But one of them is $50,000. As you can see, you can fit a lot of these drones to a truck that can go anywhere in Iran, and they can hide anywhere. All right? So the thing to understand is, first of all, these drones are cheap. They're easy to make. They make about 500 a day. Okay? And estimates are about there's 80,000 right now that the Iranians have. So they can go on for a long, long time. Okay? And one of these drones, again, can knock out a desalination plant. It can knock out an oil field. It can knock out a hotel. It can do a lot of damage. Okay? And it's easily transportable. You can hide it anywhere. You can use it from anywhere. Okay? And that's what the Iranians are using as an offensive weapon. And how do the Americans defend against this? They use something called a THAAD. Right? Right, guys. This is what they use. THAAD. THAAD stands for Thermal High Altitude Air Defense. And they also have like Patriot systems. There's a lot, okay? The thing that you need to know about the system is it's really expensive. This missile guy,
it can't be ignored that if you wanted to know about any of this, why do you have to go to this like this is like Miss Rachel for adults as far as I'm concerned. Like they cannot sit through an actual, boring lecture on how this would be, or even just like an interview with like a military guy or somebody who's a historian of the region talking at length about what the Iranian people are prepared to do or like the structure. Not like you have to have this guy. He was like, as he was scrolling with his pictures, I could see it was like picture 50 of like 127. This is probably just a fucking PowerPoint of a bunch images.
This is 100% death by PowerPoint. Like, I'm not denying that at all.
Cost $1 million.
Yeah, so the trucks go boom, boom.
$1 million. So there's this $50,000 drone coming your way, and you throw a $1 million missile at it, okay? And often these missiles miss, so you have to throw 2 or 3 missiles at it, okay? So you're spending $2 to $3 million on each $50,000 that they're going to spend. That's kind of silly. Second thing you'll notice is that...
is that what's happening?
So here's the interesting part. In the time frame since he came out with this video, this is how I know he's absolutely right, is about a day later, Hegseth started talking about how they were going after the trucks. So yes, I do think that's what's happening, but they've talked about how they're going after the launching mechanisms and the trucks that support all this. So essentially, this guy, whether you like it or not, he's helping out the Trump regime and Pete Hegseth by giving away all these very good and well-founded tips. And that's how the tide is changing over there, actually, because he gamed this out. I'm full of shit, by the way.
Well, the
first part of that
fit right in.
The first part of that is actually 100% true, though. It took about a day, and then they're like, "Well, we're not going after we're not trying to just shoot the drones down anymore because of the cost differential. We're going after the launchers so they can't launch the drones anymore."
I guess, I'll just take this at face value because I know that they're I heard conflicting things. So there was a Wall Street Journal article that was we're low on munitions and we're running through them trying to accomplish this, but it's the United States, and the fact that the War Powers Resolution thing didn't end up passing, so he's not going to be reined in on this. We have an endless supply of money to pump into this. Is it smart that we're spending so much money to get this done? No, but it's not actually it almost suggests oh no, the United States could run through our arsenal. We're not going to run through that's not an issue. It just doesn't why else wouldn't we use when we were acquiring all the shiny toys, why wouldn't you use the best ones? And the best ones are going to cost millions of dollars. I'm sure there exists some sort of defensive missile system that doesn't have to be quite this expensive to use, but who is in charge here? Who is doing this? Literal toddlers are the ones that are in charge of this. There's not going to be that sort of discretion. I'm not even saying I want that discretion.
Yeah. Oh, I feel like it's safe to say that for the most part, we've probably been gearing up for massive advanced military versus massive advanced military, or what we picture as like what the Russians are at any given point. And the drone aspect is probably nothing that we've ever like taken too seriously until just recently. But when you do like no bid contracts and you let people kind of run amok with lobbying and things of that nature, that doesn't create the best outcomes. It just creates like the loudest voice that's going to tell you the thing you really need, as opposed to probably listening to someone that's more of like a subject matter expert per se.
Dude, the subject
probably
matter
how I
experts,
think we got to
they're
this point.
psychos. They're actual psychos, but I have no idea how much like their psycho postures have to do with them being able to like. It's almost like the Emperor's New Clothes. Like there are certain truisms that if you're like a military guy, it seems like there's like lines you don't cross, because even if you do, even if that gets you like credibility with an audience, or like this person knows what they're talking about, that instantly precludes you from ever being selected or whose opinion like listened to by people that actually are in charge of this shit. Like immediate disqualifications. Because I was watching like this guy who was on Charlie Rose, and some of the things that he was praising Trump for, or making it sound like it was an accident, I'm like, this screams of somebody who like wants to influence this because he can see that it's going poorly. But he has to do it in such a way that he has to do all this throat clearing, which is hilarious to watch like a military, like a former head of the CIA have to go. And Trump's a very smart special boy. And of course they're trying to do this. And here's where I come in. And this is where I do that. But what he was ultimately outlining is a little bit of disagreement, but just some of the stuff that like, again, like the truisms of like the Iranians have this, like overstating the extent to which, and like this guy is doing this as well, the extent to which like they have the military capacity to like resist the United States. Wait, really quick, somebody put Miss Rachel for adults as in child watching Miss Rachel is like an adult watching this. What did Miss Rachel do to catch that straight? Look, I should have, she was like the first entertainer. I should have said this is more like Coco Melon for adults, okay? Not Miss Rachel, because yeah, we love we stand Miss Rachel here, okay? I'm not trying to insult her. It's like it's supposed to be a dig at anybody who would like be convinced by this guy just by like presentation or the fact that he's put professor in front of his name alone. Let me see if I can't find that like Charlie Rose thing so I can like show you what I'm talking about with like the kind of dumb shit that they have to say to be taken seriously.
Well, they know they're playing to like some TV wall that's in the Situation Room or whatever.
And this is America's Most Famous General on the Strikes, a conversation with David Petraeus. That's who it was. This was 3 days ago.
The Iranian response.
The bottom line is that was a stupid decision, because what it has done is it has the opposite, I think, of what they hoped they would do, which was that they would put pressure on us and the Israelis to bring this war to a close. Instead of that, they are responding by being part of the defensive effort. And I suspect,
like, even like the opening state, we're 22 seconds into this, and he's like, yeah, terrible move from the Iranians. And I'm like, what? Like, you were gonna like this guy has the capacity to praise Iran publicly in any way, shape, or form. He doesn't, for one, or without being immediately discredited by all of the people who buy his books and listen to his lectures and pay him to go do like, you know, speaking fees and like give him speaking fees or whatever. So he can't say anything but that. But the Iranians were trying to diplomacy, and look what that gets you. That gets you your fucking Ayatollah killed. So what do you mean they're doing the wrong thing? It's like totally uncharted territory. And I don't know that they can really even do the wrong thing, because the only thing that you can expect from this admin is incoherence. There's nothing that you could try to do to work with them or whatever that wouldn't end up leading to this if they want to do it.
Well, they were also in the midst of negotiations at the start of the
literally,
12-day
it was
war.
like that last time. They were in the middle of the fucking meetings.
Fell for it again award. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't even think it's fell for it again award. It's like you don't really have much of a choice. You need to keep ironically, they're doing the thing that like we suggest that we would be doing. The notion of like your public servants, your good stewards of the country, always trying to pursue a diplomatic solution until there's no choice anymore because of an imminent threat. That's what they were doing, and ultimately it didn't go well for them.
They've been doing. The fact that they're even sitting down with us with the same admin that tore up the JCPOA is extraordinary. I mean, Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. Professor John giving Charlie Day and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia conspiracy whiteboard vibes. No, it's different because you see he has a PowerPoint presentation with actual pictures, and he doesn't have red yarn. He has like a fancy little pen that like writes on a digital whiteboard.
some of
Petraeus is pretty dumb. He is a shill for the military-industrial complex. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, these people are considered like the smartest people as far as like commentators that could be weighing in on this with any sort of subject area expertise or relevance. This is the stuff that they have to say to maintain credibility with anyone in the United States that has any semblance of power, that's like a huge, and like, that's an indictment not only of this guy, but the entire like U.S. military industrial complex, that like you have to say stuff like this. You cannot challenge these things, which like gives you the inability to actually construct any sort of doctrine or resilient strategy, because it's not based on truth. It's based off of truisms.
them may become part of the offensive effort, because the best way to prevent further such attacks is to go after the remaining missile and drone stocks in Iran.
Yeah, just keep going, he says.
General David Petraeus is a well-known soldier scholar with many credits.
And we're not going to watch this whole thing. I just want to show you like 5 minutes, like the most pressing things to bring up, right?
A four-star Army general, battlefield commander, West Point graduate, PhD from Princeton, author of books on warfare, and the creator of counterinsurgency strategies and The Surge. He was widely recognized for his tactic of building relationships with local populations. After serving in Iraq and Afghanistan.
Like, how's that being applied here? Trump doing really great relationship building by going on TV, that wasn't even live. It was a pre-recorded statement from Mar-a-Lago in his stupid little hat where he's telling the people of Iran to rise up, doing a pseudo-Bain speech.
Petraeus became director of the CIA and is now an executive at the financial firm KKR. In 2023, Petraeus...
Charlie Rose is still alive. I know, shocking. Even though he got like ousted because he was Me Too'd or whatever, he's like moved to YouTube and pretends like he sells a real show.
Co-authored with historian Andrew Roberts, Conflict, the Evolution of Warfare from 1945 to Gaza. It is a timely moment to engage...
I bet that book has some like sick fucking shit in it.
General Petraeus, as the United States and Israel are at war with Iran. We will discuss many issues, including the attack by American and Israeli forces, the Iranian response, the consequences of the attack for the Iranian government and its people, and the possibility of a wider Middle East war. We will ask how the war ends. I'm pleased to welcome David.
Spoiler, what do you think he's going to say? Well, it doesn't until the Irans are ready to stop being such an evil, destructive, theocratic regime.
Petraeus.
The Iranians need to realize they need to be de-radicalized. And until they're de-radicalized, this is going to have to continue.
Thank you for joining me.
Great to be back with you, Charlie, always.
Evaluate.
And this entire thing, like, you've seen that Twitter post that's like, this is really bad for your cause. Like, guy who doesn't care about you or your cause or whatever. Like if you had to just summarize this entire interview, what do you want to bet? It's just that tweet.
For my audience, the success.
By saying to Iran, you really don't want to be doing this, sweaty. You really are making stupid moves here by, retaliating against U.S. bases and disrupting the economy and gas or whatever.
Of epic fury?
Well, I think by most of the objectives, if you look at them, there has been enormous achievement.
Again, Operation Epic Fury, one of the first things that happened is that a girls' school was bombed and we killed like a bunch of elementary school kids. He just said, mission accomplished, basically.
Yeah, why bother
start.
updating 10-year-old? Why bother updating 10-year-old intelligence? Just if it was a military building 10 years ago, clearly that's what it still is today. Just bomb the shit out of it.
Killing of the supreme leader is obviously of historical importance. The killing of the Minister of Defense, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff equivalent, many of the other senior leaders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps and other security force elements. Further damage to the missile stocks, launchers, and even manufacturing facilities, although I'm sure there's probably some more work to be done there. Going after the drone capabilities, sinking 9 or so.
You mean like all the shit that wasn't in use until we decided to fucking strike their country? All of the stuff that they're only using now because of that action?
Of the Iranian ships, and also apparently beginning to reattack some of the nuclear sites that were so badly damaged, in many cases destroyed, but to ensure that anything that might be underneath them, and the IAEA recently noted that there may be a stockpile of 60% enriched uranium in tunnels under the Esfahan site.
Tunnels. They're in the tunnels, you guys. This is why we have to use bunker busters, and when we have to bomb elementary schools. Where have I heard this from?
Back and hitting those as well. The objective that is more elusive, because of course it's very difficult to carry out regime change from the air, is just that. And that will depend on much more than what the U.S.
Very difficult. Can you name me a single time where there was ever regime change from the air only? Ever. Just one. Just one in the history of this universe where that actually lasted.
And Israel together.
I got nothing.
Maybe it's just a gap in my knowledge that I can't think of a single time that ever happened and worked, but maybe I just don't know.
Through the air campaign, and inevitably it's going to.
It's never happened. I know. Very difficulties. This is going to be kind of hard, you guys.
All around whether or not there can be sufficient.
But again, the fact that he's not saying it's impossible. He just has to frame it like, oh, the Trump admin is doing this on hard mode is crazy. Like, that can't be challenged. You can't even suggest that what he's trying to do is literally not possible.
Forces that break away from the regime, rise up, come in, and have the kind of really hard-edged military capability and charismatic leadership, one would think as well, that could challenge the regime forces, noting that they number somewhere around a million or so. I actually totaled up the other day the estimates.
He did not.
The Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps, they're the protector of the regime, if you will, separate from the Army, Navy, Air Force. And
he just admitted that he barely looked into this shit a week ago.
I was trying to brush up just before the show, and it turns out there's a million of them, and it's kind of crazy.
Reminds me of a Tumblr post I remember going viral when I would still blog in middle school that said, all it said was, I just watched my doctor close the Wikipedia page for bones when I came in.
Marines, but similar. They're over 150,000. The besieged militia, that's a bunch of pipe swingers that are actually armed and will shoot and kill the people, together with the national police. Besiege over 200,000, the national police over 250,000, and they were all on the streets. We saw them against the demonstrators a couple of months ago. Probably killed tens of thousands of them.
Oh my God! He at least knows enough to not repeat the 30,000 number. But by even doing the probably killed tens of thousands, he's trying to signal that in a different way, because again, yet another thing you can't not say. You have to suggest that they killed 30,000 people, even though they didn't. They did make orders to kill those protesters, to be clear. It just wasn't on that scale. So why you have to exaggerate it makes no sense to me.
Well, but even if that were the case, the best way to avenge those 30,000 people is to just bomb the ever-loving shit out of their cities. And their schools. That's how you bring about justice. Yeah.
Tens of thousands more. And then you have the Artesh, the actual regular military, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, over 400,000, and even the Ministry of Intelligence has 25,000. That is a very formidable force. And even with their leaders killed, their headquarters bombed, their various stockpiles and bases damaged and destroyed, there still will be a very substantial number. And generally, they have been quite loyal to the regime, particularly the Revolutionary Guard.
The way that they frame it, as if they're not just doing what any other, member of any military of any state would just do in this circumstance. It's framed as this sort of pathological fanaticism that has been imbued on part of all of these individual men within the ranks of this military, and not just a standard part of having a country that's populated by people that given even with all of your disagreements or misgivings or whatever, to the extent that you're willing to go along with what the admin or regime that's in charge is, it's because you love your country and you protect people, supposedly, right? But of course, again, that's framed as these people, they just can you believe that they didn't just bow down and surrender immediately? There's actually people there willing to be aligned with this regime and fight on its behalf.
Well, there was a conversation at the time. There was a conversation at the time after they killed Soleimani that was basically a lot of the groups that, small in number, but they were still pushing for civil rights and equality and shit like that. The SJW core of like the Iranian civilianry, they get silenced when something like this occurs because there's a rally around the flag effect, and everybody's going to try to want to see the invader get pushed out. Granted, you did just have the sort of like the uprising over the last couple of months, but that's still, there's 92 million fucking people. There's still going to be big repercussions right now. Ones that we obviously wouldn't want to see anyway, but there's going to be repercussions right now if you're still going against the regime, as invading planes and boats and things of that nature, or just bombing the shit out of your entire country. You're going to see people wanting to push. They'll want to go back to pushing that out, and then turn around and go back to wanting to see something be done with their own government. Like there's an order of priority there that we've kind of fucked the balance up on, basically.
Besiege and the national police, because if they are toppled, they lose everything. So it's going to take a very substantial force to take advantage of the conditions that we will set to try to topple this regime and bring Iran off this ruinous course that has been since the revolution. An economist the other day estimated, Charlie, that
why'd that revolution happen, buddy? You want to get into the history there just a little bit more? Or are we just going to say they just did a revolution out of nowhere?
the rial, their currency, is down by 99% since 1979. This is a country that has the second largest natural gas reserves in the world, the third largest oil reserves, and an educated population. It should be an energy superpower and a great economy in other ways as well.
But again, like, I guess you're supposed to assume that this is all the fault of like the damn Ayatollah, why they don't have it. They don't have a thriving economy and they're isolated diplomatically.
Instead, the regime has brought them poverty at home and isolation abroad. Yet that regime remains very substantial. And despite all the damage and destruction, it will take quite a force to overthrow it.
Would love to ask this guy, like, how do you think that the Saudis, who have like a slightly different but equally as despotic regime that engages frequently in like human rights abuses, manages to be like a thriving economic hub in some ways, despite like, again, having like a backwards ideology, like dictating and governing the upper echelons of their society, and see like what answer these people have for that?
We are hearing reports that actually there are some Kurds who may have been armed and may enter from the northwest of the country. There are also, of course, Azeris, there are Turkmen, there are Sunni. But whether all that can come together and, again, strip away some of the regime and then galvanize the popular uprising, that remains to be seen.
The president has not ruled out boots on the ground. Would you recommend to him that he not use American troops on the ground?
Well, keep in mind that what military leaders and also CIA directors do, they're the only two people at the Situation Room table that have capabilities that are so-called kinetic. What they do is...
Like what Situation Room? Trump was either asleep or they were doing, like, they found a conference room at Mar-a-Lago where he, like, got into a Zoom call with these people to discuss this highly sensitive shit.
Listen to the objective that's laid out by the president and then provide options for achieving those objectives, pointing out the challenges. And apparently, for example, General Dan Kane, for him, I have a lot of respect. I knew him when he was the 3-star at the CIA. He reportedly said, well, one of the concerns is the number of missile interceptors we have and the number of missiles that they have, this kind of thing. And there's an opportunity cost.
Wow, making Dr. Jiang's point, huh?
We have to take them from somewhere else in the world to here, depending on the duration of the war. So again, what I would have done is say, there are some real challenges.
So the thing I was reading a little while ago before I joined your stream, they're talking about the funding bill, and what they're going to do is they're going to toss on top like funding for farmers. They're doing like, there's a suggestion about doing more Ukraine funding. The idea of turning it into, as opposed to like this principled stance against a quote unquote illegal war, and the Democrats standing on business, they're going to start doing like pork barrel shit on top so that they could go, look, I don't really want to do anything about this, to participate in this illegal war. But at the same time, I have a lot of farmers in my district. I have a lot of farmers in my state, and that farm money was really important. So I had to make a very like unsavory decision, and I had to think about the people in my state. And that's going to be the way that like a lot of Dems do cover for themselves and still end up voting to supply the armaments necessary to just bomb the shit out of another country illegally, basically.
we'll have to get to that next. Like this particular article, like going through the explanations for like the stated rationales for why these Democrats like flipped.
Is associated with going in on the ground in a country that is 4 times the size of Iraq back when we invaded that. And of course, I was a 2-star commander of the 101st Airborne Division at that time. The terrain is very, very substantial. It's a much bigger country. And of course, the regime forces are nowhere near as brittle as were those in the Iraqi army and even their special forces there as well.
Okay, so like even this psycho, like, okay, so you're telling me that like even like if Bush tried to pull off the same shit, but in this country instead of Iraq and Afghanistan, it would still be like incredibly difficult. And that's what the president that's like committed to actually trying to do, like engage in a like an actual war. Like, and they couldn't even do it in those countries. And you had behind like a guy with like 90% approval from America, like total unanimous consensus between both parties that it had to happen. Total, like any voice that was dissenting or critical of these wars, like not, you were not on any sort of mainstream media. Like there was a blackout of any voices like that. Even with all of that behind you, like all that popular will, all that money, all that supposed strategy, and it was still what 20 years later, how much, like 300 million per day, so to get rid of the Taliban, only for the Taliban to still be in charge by the end of it.
Well, I mean, we've basically told that conflict to hold our beer, because the projection now is that it's $1 billion per day. And this is just doing the air campaigns. We haven't even started transporting any troops over or anything like that. So just right now, before it starts to spike upward, $1 billion a day, just up in smoke.
Yeah. But we don't have the money for Medicare for all, folks.
Fuck no.
So this would be a very tall order. And I think the president is keenly aware of that. Although it's wise never to rule something out. I felt that his predecessor often prematurely.
Just got two chats. One, the U.S. would be capable of taking down Iran, but it would be a conventional war with high casualties. This is my thinking, right? And then Twitch chatter, we're being raped. I also hold this thought at the same time.
Ruled out something that we might do, and therefore released some of the pressure.
Oh, wait.
It's wise.
This really quick. This was literally a point that Justelk and I made the other night.
Never to rule something out. I felt that his predecessor often prematurely ruled out something that we might do.
That like there's so much cover that goes into the fact that they're like nothing's off the table, or like the fact that like Vance at one point flirted with putting like troops on the ground. Like he said with respect to Ukraine, Russia, he was like troops on the ground like aren't ruled out. And I was saying, but that just comes off as like posturing to me, because you always want to be like kind of, it's like this haha JK unless type statement that they're doing, where it's always like, even though I don't think that they had any plans of like mobilizing troops to that area or whatever, like some of the party doesn't even want to send the weapons. They never want to say or like rule it out because they think it looks weak.
And therefore released some.
Like Biden had one, like I don't want to necessarily phrase it this way because I'm sure somebody's going to get fucking pissy because I say it like this, but like Biden has this singular moment of like moral clarity and actually standing on the right side of history when he looks out at the American people over the podium and says, we're not going to use like our troops to fight somebody else's war anymore. He had some part of his speech announcing the withdrawal from Afghanistan with like that rhetoric. You could say that essentially like that means we're not going to be involved moving forward. Realistically, it just ended up being like, we're going to save the money from this conflict in Afghanistan and channel it over to a proxy war in the Ukraine, like, which is what we ended up doing. But at the same time, if you're signaling that like you're not going to get involved in shit like that, that is kind of saying, like in a roundabout way, that you're going to be opposed to that sort of interventionism moving forward.
Right.
But it is kind of stupid to be like, by virtue of having a moral principle or a correct like sort of approach to geopolitics, that means basically you're just a colossal pussy. So you have to always have like like you said, like
it's
unless
like trivially
when you talk about everything,
that if somebody changes their mind and wants to commit troops to that area, in this country, that will happen. There's no need to engage in that sort of shit.
Some of the pressure that might have been associated with that if you at least keep it ostensibly in your quiver of arrows or your arsenal.
Do you think
Like
that
he makes it sound like it's like law that if a president says like we will not be mobilizing troops on the ground, could never be like a lie, or you couldn't change your mind on that? Like if you said that or whatever, as if you couldn't just say, oh, well, when I said that at the time, circumstances were different. Now they've changed and that's why I changed my mind. Boom. Then you have your justification to put troops on the ground.
he is operating on new theories based on the success of the Venezuelan experience?
Well, I think the administration
The success of the Venezuelan experience.
has experienced some very impressive military operations. And in some cases, it doesn't take just
Also,
extraordinary.
this is like, do I even need to point out that this will all age horribly? Like, there will be some blowback. Like, these people think that because there's not been blowback from that, it's been like 2 seconds. You think it happens overnight? It doesn't. It takes years for it to be like, oh, that's how we fucked that up.
Well, not only that, if you're trying to pitch this as like, well, Venezuela was such a smash success, what should have happened then, obviously, is we should have gone in the middle of the night and just kidnapped Khamenei.
Yeah.
Like, we should have done just an overnight snatch and grab, get the supreme leader, put him in the headset with
they
the
got him in
fucking...
his home. Apparently, we had his coordinates. Tell me why that couldn't have been done.
Exactly. And then
You think that there are turncoats in Iran?
yeah.
If they're there in Venezuela, they definitely exist in Iran. Like people that would be willing to, like, have you ever heard any single Iranian expat? You think that some of those fucking psychos aren't just still in that country who largely think the same way as the ones that get pushed to the front to be on American media to say how much like they're happy that like their grandpa was killed by a US fucking missile or whatever because that's how evil the Ayatollah is? Like, of course, like there's all of those people that exist and are willing to work with this country to overthrow the Ayatollah. So that definitely could have been why it had to be this way. And not that I would approve of that, but like why it had to be this way, also not clear to me.
As we saw in that operation against Maduro, but a degree of luck as well. That was a much dicier operation than I think most people realize. And
It wasn't luck. We were working with people on the ground in Venezuela. It's so clear there would be no one would ever greenlight the fucking like Navy SEALs to go in and do an operation like that at night without there being a ton of like cover in place or like, yeah, we're definitely, if we lose people, it's going to be like very, very few people.
Well, the implication also is that we just haven't been that lucky with Iran so
Yeah,
far.
we got
that was
lucky.
very lucky in Venezuela. We
Heads
just
or
haven't found
tail,
that luck streak
it could have
yet.
gone either
Yeah.
way. We got heads with Venezuela, tails with Iran. Shucks, right?
because no one was killed on our side. I think that it was dismissed a little bit in that regard. But as we have learned, in fact, the Medal of Honor recipient, the pilot of a large Chinook Special Operations aircraft, got hit in the leg 3 times while he was landing. The helicopter got pasted, and yet he stuck the landing. Yeah, he has a co-pilot too, but they stuck the landing. All the special operators got off, and they managed
Like it's a gymnast doing like a fucking vault or something like that. He stuck the landing.
to recover the aircraft. They killed over 30 Cuban Special Forces members who were augmenting the substantial Secret Service of Maduro. There's some serious gunfights in that. And yes, we shut off the lights, turned off the internet, dealt with all of the air and missile defenses and all the quick reaction forces. But at the end of the day, again, that's a lot of trigger pulling. And even with the night vision goggles we have, the optics, the skill, and all the rest of that, there's still...
It almost sounds like it wasn't luck. It's almost like they had a plan and they worked with intelligence and it was all mapped out from start to finish to yield that very outcome, dude.
Degree of luck that no one was killed
Degree
in
of
that
luck.
operation. In fact, the administration really has been quite fortunate until now. It's had no...
And like, I'm not trying to suggest that just because you have the blueprints for something like this, that something can't go horribly wrong, that there couldn't have been blind spots or gaps in your intelligence. But it's just not clear to me that unless they knew for sure that they could have done it, that they would have done it.
Mogadishu.
Even with as incompetent as this admin is, I really don't think that like they would have gotten the okay if they're like, no, we're gonna look like total fucking pussies, because there's like, even if there's like a 30% chance that this goes wrong, we're gonna look moronic. We're gonna look like we lost to like Venezuela, like to Maduro.
Moment, no Black Hawk Down, no barracks, Marine barracks blown up, no Desert One, a number of these others that have been fairly catastrophic moments. I don't think that's going to happen here. We have lost 6 soldiers. You can feel again the emotions about that in the country. And by the way, we should talk about that. I think they were largely the result of drone strikes, actually, not the missile strikes.
So talk about that.
Talk about that at a time. Well, I think that, Charlie, we've seen in Ukraine and with Russia the war there, and I was just there for the 9th time about 3 or 4 weeks ago. In fact, I went out on a drone intercept mission. This is a drone team that in the middle of the night, they go out and they intercept Russian drones, by the way, improved versions of the Iranian Shahed drone that was provided to them, which they now make. They run into it. It's basically, air-to-air combat, and the skill is extraordinary. The individual who was the lead in that mission had knocked down over 100 Russian drones. So
I feel like part of this is obviously like it's hyping up like the capabilities or these other programs or things like that. So it's like this conversation obviously leads to at some point to hyping up shit to other people to just invest more money. Like that's the degree that he's talking about the ride along shit and everything else.
It's just doublespeak though, because if you overstate the extent to which that, like, if you talk about just the fact that they are constrained by virtue of not having a very, very robust military, by being diplomatically like, if you talk about any of those things and the fact that it's like, again, they're investing in what, $50,000 drones, you think that they like their GDP ain't worth shit, like that, where do they have the money for this stuff? Okay, they still have stuff, but it's primarily through proxies that they get everything done. Like their own military or whatever has some might, but not much. But if you go too far and you make them sound too weak and then we lose to them, it's like, well, you made it sound like it was going to be very easy, so why did we lose to them? Or like, why did we struggle to accomplish our objectives, even if we didn't really have that many casualties? But like, it all leads back to like, why are we doing this again? There's just like no reason to do it. Okay, back to Kyle. I can't do more of this.
But I mean, the other thing to bear in mind is like, especially when you're fighting proxy wars, is like you can still lose a proxy war. Like if you're fighting, for example, like a proxy war for people's attention against something on par with like an ad break, for example, that is coming up in approximately 4 minutes, you want to make sure that people are well prepared and that they subscribe on Twitch for $5.99 or Twitch Prime and able to avoid that ad break and get like cute emotes and ad-free viewing experience and, help to support the streamer.
Good one.
Like that.
Like that.
This thing is really big and really
all right, back to Coco Melon.
slow. And therefore, you can't...
Like, back to the, like, the funny thing is that Petraeus gives an analysis that I put as much weight into as this guy, but unfortunately, he is invited onto programs like Charlie Rose and gets 183,000 views and is respected, versus this guy who gets millions of views and is also respected, but by, people that don't matter, aka the working class, so...
really move it around. Therefore, it's pretty easy for the Iranians to spot where this is and attack it. And then when these things blow up, that's a lot of money, guys. Okay? Then you're like...
So I couldn't verify the price. I couldn't verify the price per missile, but the one thing is that when you do look up, just like a simple Google, if you look up the launcher apparatus, you are looking at like $12 million. Like right off the rip, versus and it's a $35,000 drone that can fucking eliminate that thing. Yeah. So the fundamentals of like their price output and their cost output versus ours to try to fight these two different tool sets, night and day different. Just so by that, yeah, I'd say that like he's right here. He goes off on a lot of weird fucking tangents later on, but like this shit I think is pretty fair.
Sense. The Iranians have drones. They've had drones for like 10 years. You've also seen drones used in the Russia-Ukraine war to devastating effect. Why don't the Americans know this?
Basically, what he's describing is like, in the same way, if you read the history of the war in Vietnam and how we weren't really prepared for guerrilla warfare, right? It's a similar thing going on now where this version of modern warfare, we're really not equipped for it. And we throw all of our money at the military-industrial complex, and it's an endless money pit, and there's a lot of grift going on there, and we can't account for 63% of the Pentagon budget. They failed 8 audits in a row. Like, where's all that money going towards? Even when they do build the shit they're supposed to build, it's way too expensive, right? And they created an efficient machine where just one of those drones just hit the CIA headquarters in Saudi Arabia the other day. He said it could take out a desalination plant. It could take out oil fields. Qatar shut down all their liquid and natural gas production. You have hotels being hit. You have, U.S. military bases burnt to a motherfucking crisp all around the Middle East. So like they're being very efficient, and they can create those by the day, and they have 80,000 of them, and just a couple of them can do a tremendous amount of damage. And like, we're running out of our interceptors, and they cost a shitload of money to build, and it's big and slow, and you need a couple of them or maybe 3 of them in order to take down one of these drones. Like, we drastically, the Trump regime and the Israelis drastically underestimated what the Iranians were capable of. And right now, they're panicking, and they're trying...
I don't think that that's a true statement, Kyle. I think what they're constantly doing is overstating the extent to which this country is capable of, like, anything other than, like, again, funding proxies and, like, terror cells. And they have overstated, but, like, what they have not really ever, like, part of their propaganda has not really ever included talking about, like, what military might Iran has outside of the nuclear program.
Trying their best
they're purely from like a personnel level, they have more troops than when we did the war in Iraq. Like, they have more military capability, and the Iraq war just didn't work. Like, it wasn't a success by any stretch of the imagination. And what I love is, like, we've learned nothing. And if you bring up the Iraq War to cite any skepticism about modern day engagements, you're labeled like an insane conspiracy theorist, brain broken lefty, as opposed to just someone that can remember shit that happened, just a little over 20 years ago. It's I don't know how you fix that over time. I don't even know if that's something that can be fixed.
It could be fixed, but it won't be fixed.
Explain the extent of the damage. They're trying to censor, and we'll do a story on this tomorrow, but the Israelis are like trying to censor any information that's coming out about the damage being done to Tel Aviv and being done to Israel more broadly. And it's like, because they don't want the Iranians to know, yeah, this is actually like fucking working. You're actually really delivering on a lot. And so, absolutely crazy stuff. Go check out that interview that Professor Jiang did with Breaking Points, because it's a great interview. But there's so many elements of this that I guarantee you the fucking idiots in the Trump regime, the axis of Epstein, did not consider all of this shit for the Jeffrey Epstein war. They just didn't. And so here they are, and they're caught like a bunch of fucking morons, and like they're scrambling and desperately trying to keep this thing together. It in many ways reminds me of the Iraq war, but I got to be honest, for the Iraq war, there was some semblance of a plan.
I think like the better thing for them to bring up is like is Libya, killing of Gaddafi, not the Iraq war. Like, it could easily turn into that, but like from the beginning, it was clear that those wars were going to involve the mobilization of troops. It's not clear that that's going to happen here as of yet. They like won't rule it out. But it's, to me, like celebrating the killing of Gaddafi and then everything that comes after.
Well, I think
here it's just total.
The ramifications of the Iraq war was definitely more mainstream. I think like the engagements and shit in Libya and everything that did come of that, I don't think that had the same, like, because like we were going after like the Dixie Chicks because they were, and it turned into something that we were all kind of collectively discussing, versus I think for a lot of people in that time frame, in that era, we just really didn't know what the fuck was going on over there until like way afterwards in Libya.
But this is probably going to look closer to that, because I don't think this. I don't think they don't want to put troops on the ground. And like now, look at Libya now, and it's one of those things that it's like, I think people don't want to hear, like, the people that support this. You think they don't know about the Iraq War? You think that they don't have like a million stupid talking points to explain to you why it's different than that, and it's not going to be a repeat, and it's not going to be like what Bush did. It's going to be better, for less money and cheaper and easier. Like neocons hate this one trick. MAGA's able to do this and like, get everything they want and more, even though they're not willing to commit any of the stuff that you need to even attempt to yield some sort of outcome that is considered a fucking win or productive, or not a colossal waste of time and money and blood and sweat and tears. But like, I think reminding them that like, no, you cannot just kill a leader, even if they're terrible, and expect that it's not going to, like, Libya descends into like a slave state or whatever not long after. And nobody even thinks about it anymore, because it's just another country that people can't even see on pick out on a map. They'll think, oh well, because we killed him, it's fine. No,
I'm agreeing with you, but I thought I thought the point was more along the lines of like, we should be using Libya as the example when you're trying to warn people vice Iraq, but I think he's sticking to Iraq purely because it's more in people's psyche as far as like something we had a better like understanding of, or a better collective memory about that era, and now more of us can look back and realize that like, yeah, we fucked up.
Yeah, but this is, if you want to have, I think, a broader, not just sort of like a, you don't want to support this because it's bad for Americans type approach. And it's like, if you have any sort of internationalist perspective, if you have any concern for the people of Iran, and they're not just a talking point that you use or mobilize to be like, see, all of this is fine. It's definitely cool and epic and based, and they fucking love it that we did this. If you have any sort of like humanitarian concern or whatever, like point out how disturbing it is that you can get Americans whipped up into a frenzy. And even the ones skeptical of it, you can get like a lot of the Democratic establishment and the people that represent those constituents saying, you know, well, Trump should have consulted Congress, but he was pretty evil. We all have to admit it, guys, right? He was pretty bad, though. So silver lining is that he's dead. That you probably shouldn't even be doing that because you have no idea what untold horrors these people are going to face that they haven't already in light of this. And how it's like, it's not even thought of. It's literally not something. When was the last time you heard anybody bring up Libya? Any serious like politician or have to talk about it or reckon with its legacy or what happened there? No one's made to held to account for that. Nothing. And like that's how easily it can just be like, okay, on to the next chapter. We just casually destabilize an entire nation filled with all of these fucking impoverished poor people, and subject them to this, and then we move on.
Well, I mean, plus I've been saying for a while now, and I will give credit to a certain Turkish himbo because he said it too. If you have to give like a 20-minute dissertation about why the people that we're doing the illegal thing to is those people are really bad and brutal and illegitimate, but we shouldn't be doing it anyway. Like that's all the people are going to hear is the first part, and you might as well be saying that Trump is right and I'm a pussy. Because that's the point. No one's going to care about the process after you go ahead and do the disclaimer that the person is the subject, be it Maduro or the IRGC or whatever the fuck. If you have to give the disclaimer about how those are the most evil people on the face of the planet, well, then the process doesn't matter. People aren't going to be invested in that anymore.
It's like, well, it sounds like this is a really bad guy.
You're heading down an illiberal path. Yeah, you're heading down an illiberal path for sure. If you can't stand on business about preserving the norms and the rules and the laws and not give people ground to say, but it's okay because we don't like them and they're bad and they're mean.
Well,
like,
see, you think that but point. I recently talked to somebody who swore up and down they're principally against this and that there's a way you can still praise what happened though and still be principally against it. And this was not satire.
No, I'm aware of who you're talking about. He who shall not be named.
Totally haphazard, totally low IQ, incompetent nonsense. And so, I mean, what do you do with that? What you do with that is motherfucking impeach or hit him with the 25th Amendment.
A failed state like Libya is the goal here. Yeah, of course, to the psychos like up at the top, but the people down at the bottom that are the ones rah-rahing and cheering this shit on, they, even though they sound like psychopaths, aren't actually completely dyed-in-the-wool psychopaths. And if you could give them a kind of basic overview of what Libya is like today, and you could get them to accept that that is entirely connected to the killing of Gaddafi and destabilizing that area, they will actually have a little bit of pause. As low as my opinion is of the type of people to, again, like knee-jerk rah-rah this shit, they don't want to come out and say, well, that would be just fucking fine and dandy. People actually do conceive of themselves as supporting this for some sort of like, you know, humanitarian reason.
And get them out of there because
some people, then there's also people that straight up like, it's just like Asmongold type brain where it's like, yeah, like why shouldn't we just like kill everybody who we can get away with killing?
Never should have happened ever in a million years.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe.
Hey, y'all. Okay. Let's pull up this, okay, this thing you linked me.
He's catching like Hassan, not quite Hassan level heat yet, but he's been getting shit on by Michael Tracey and who's that other, I keep calling him Tim Dillon, but it's not Tim Dillon. That's the comedian.
Hanania?
Tim Miller.
Oh, Bulwark.
So they're both pissed at, so here's the fun part. they're both pissed at Kyle because Kyle has been calling it like Operation like Epic Epstein or Epstein distraction or whatever.
Okay.
And he's got a clip. He's got a clip where he's going hard in the paint, basically saying that like Trump, like that the Mossad has a bunch of video of Trump fucking kids, and that's why we're doing this shit in Iran because Israel is blackmailing him into doing it. Now, there's a couple things about this, right? I don't think he thinks that. I think he's trying to do like a rhetorical device to basically say, if you're going to talk bad about this, you go run with this football and try to get people's attention this way.
He would be like, look, they got to have something, right? And it must be as bad as that if they're able to push Trump to make decisions like this that are just objectively insane. Because why else would he do it? But they don't even like that he's like saber rattling like that, or what?
Yeah. I think it's, and I also think it's partially though, like if you're saying we shouldn't be doing a little war by itself doesn't do shit anymore, unfortunately. Like nobody can stand on that by itself. Like we already talked about, they have to turn around and talk about like brutal, illegitimate dictator, ... But we shouldn't be doing it anyway.
Yeah.
We're milking that to death. I think he's partially doing it to try to like overly, like hyperbolically get people to associate Epstein files, all of the obvious bad things about that with this conflict, just to give people talking points to try to like raise awareness or whatever the fuck. But I don't necessarily think he wholeheartedly believes that. But you have Tim Miller and fucking Tracey turning around and like, this guy is fucked up. He's blue anon. He's spreading disinformation about Trump. And it's like, I thought at a minimum you guys were like never Trumpers, but you're picking this route of how dare he imply that the president is being blackmailed, even though it's Mango Mussolini and we're all supposed to be a part of like the resistance or whatever.
Oh,
I think at a
okay,
certain
so that's
point,
your
it's
mistake.
like,
Here's what Tracey is. Tracey's not principally anything other than a contrarian. Some people might call him iconoclast, to be more kind. I'm not so kind. He is just a contrarian at heart. He's been chasing that high ever since he was proven right or vindicated on like Russiagate or something. I don't know. He's done that. He will always take some sort of position like that. Like I'm not even saying like it's like conscious or whatever, but like that just kind of is his ethos. And he also hates women. So when you just start from those principles, you will end up at the positions that Tracey has very, very easily. Or at the very least, he is terrified of women if he doesn't hate them. I've usually found that goes hand in hand. If you just think of it like that, everything that Tracey does and says makes sense. He's not really interested in like being principled on anything else other than those 2 points, because all of his politics just flow from there. Tim Miller is like anti-Trump Republican psycho, who I always find to be like, you're listening to them like shit on Trump. You love to hear it. You love to see it. And then there's like a record scratch moment where they just casually say something like insane. And you're like, oh yeah, what do you have when you have like an anti-Trump Republican, but there's no more Trump, or they stop talking about Trump, you have a Republican. And then from there, you remember, maybe I should, be a little bit more discerning with like how much I say that this person is somebody that ought to be listened to or is like a necessary voice in this time. Maybe I should just probably stick to people that have been saying this their entire fucking life and didn't just learn this in 2020 that this guy's a psycho, or in 2016. Like they always recognize that conservatism is a threat to humanity everywhere, and I can just stick there. And those other people can be useful idiots, but I don't need to go around saying that like, they're one of the good ones. You can just like not do any of that. We're in it. Democrats won't rule out giving Trump more money for Middle East war. What does Ken Klippenstein call her? Like the senator from like Afghanistan or whatever, because she's like former CIA and she always brings it up or something like that. That's Slotkin. So this was published on March 4th. Some Democrats aren't ruling out voting for a multi-billion-dollar military infusion, setting up a potential internal clash in the weeks ahead for a party whose political base is aghast at President Donald Trump's aggression against Iran. Again, aggression. Like, you're just manufacturing consent for this shit. Normalizing the idea that, can we stop with this, semantic, gymnastics? Aggression against Iran. What do you think it would be called if Iran did this to any head of state of an ally, let alone the United States? We think we'd just be saying
terroristic
this is aggression.
endeavor. Yeah.
It's like newspeak, man. The Trump admin's top defense and intelligence officials told lawmakers this week that the Pentagon could soon send an emergency supplemental funding request to Capitol Hill. They didn't offer a timeline or dollar value, but the White House is reportedly mulling a $50 billion ask, which, if again, this will last us approximately like a month if we continue on the path that we're going. That's a massive sum on top of the more than $990 billion Congress has shelled out for defense capabilities in recent months between the GOP's Big Beautiful Bill and the latest government funding package. To pass any new military funding measure through the Senate, the support of at least 7 Dems will be needed to overcome the filibuster. It's far from certain the votes are there. Good luck. What Democrat is going to vote to fund an illegal war? Oh, Senator Chris Murphy, that is probably... If you knew how stupid that was, you wouldn't have said it. But he does know how stupid that is, so why are you saying it? Said Wednesday, I don't think, with the exception of one Democrat, Fetterman, again, very cute to think only one Democrat would be willing to go along with this. Please. Like, the first ones that come to mind, any of the ones that caved on the shutdown. There's your Democrats right there. Easily. Most vulnerable ones, they'll easily flip for this. There will be any votes for it. Wish casting. He appeared to be referring to Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman, who was the only Democrat to oppose a separate Iran war powers resolution and is routinely broke with his colleagues on government funding votes. Probably would be nice to include that, he's like literally a stroke victim. Democrats also want to stay disciplined around their campaign message.
Wait, hold on. Okay, I think I know why you probably said that, but why would you say that it would be willing to point that out? I just want to hear that was like a very wild aside. I'm not trying to pull like a woke 2.0, but that's just a crazy thing to toss on top.
Because it's fucking true. And somebody suffering from that sort of injury should not be in office. Anyone, period, for one. For two, it's not...
Hold on. So he appeared to be referring to a stroke victim Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman is how they should have written that line.
Well, obviously. But I'm saying that the reason why it's crazy to not is why is he the only Democrat to oppose a separate Iran war? Why is he the one that we all know who he's talking about? It's the one who's literally brain damaged and became more conservative. Oh, that guy. Yeah, that's why we all know.
The giant... First of all, I hate anytime somebody calls him an ogre because then people ping me in Discord to make fun of me. But he's the only one that was rushing the guardrail at the State of the Union to be the first one to get to the aisle, he was shaking Stone Cold Steve Austin's hand or something as Donald Trump was walking by. And it's what the fuck are you doing, brother? What's happening? But he's yeah, I shook his hand. He's great. It's awesome.
I mean, if it were any other Democrat, for which their fecklessness and being pathetic could just be explained by the fact that they're a Democrat or whatever, and just that Democrat. No, in this case, we know exactly why. He didn't just kind of do some mealy mouth bullshit or kind of be like Moskowitz, where all of his rhetoric suggests he's going to vote one way and then he does another thing or whatever that's completely contradictory. No, he's actually insane and fanatical and openly being yeah or whatever. That is obviously a function of him being a stroke. And it would be tastefully included.
Tastefully, yeah.
Yeah, Fetterman in recent months or whatever, many have speculated that this is the product of his stroke injury.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm all for it. I just thought it was funny as shit that you said it, and so I wanted to poke for a second. But by all means, continue.
If you're gonna talk about Fetterman this much, you have to play his song. What song is that?
Oh, she doesn't know.
The Israel's national anthem, or what's the joke?
No. Open up a YouTube tab.
Okay.
It's a minute, and you don't even have to play the whole thing. Go to YouTube.
Okay.
And start typing in John Fetterman, but type in John Fetty Wap.
Let's see how this goes. Okay, you'll have to link it to me because it's not clear that I'm finding the right thing.
Okay, hold on. It should go quicker for me because I've definitely never played this on stream before, ever. So it's going to take me a second to find. Oh, wait, there it is. Hold on, share. And you're welcome.
was never going to find this from what you told me to search, by the way, but
It's literally, if you type in John Fetty Wap, it's the first thing that comes up.
not for me. I got just actual songs from Fetty Wap.
Got a boy head, John Fetty. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat park. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican park. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl on Molly. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead.
No more of this. I had not seen that, but good one. Democrats also want to stay disciplined around their campaign message heading into the midterms, arguing that Trump has abandoned his central campaign promises to keep the country out of prolonged wars and bring down costs for Americans. I mean, you lied to, like, I don't even like this narrative, honestly. Like, Trump has always been interventionist. Like, don't legitimize him or make it out like, hey, he promised he would be a dove, and it's like, no, that was also a lie. You can't say he didn't hold to the promise that you were calling out rightfully as a lie in the last election cycle. Now that was real. I mean, it might just be that, like, they're thinking there's like, oh, you have to remember, like, they're dum-dums, so we can just say that and it's not going to be an issue. But don't help legitimize that narrative. Gator Highlights 4, thank you so much for the $9.99. John Fetterman rules, and by rules, I mean the exact opposite of rules. Thank you for the $9.99.
There's a feature. Well, I mean, I'm entirely too much on Twitter, but there's a feature on Twitter where you can look at the articles that people are passing around. There was one today that it's not actually in the article, but when you look at it under what people are talking about and what they're sharing, there was a thing about the chief of staff is like, it said something to the effect of like, the White House is turning over every rock, trying to find ways to bring the costs down for the American taxpayer and shit. And it's like a group of them sitting around the table is the main photo of the article. Like they're like hard at work with their pens and their pads and all this bullshit. And it's like, they're not doing fucking anything. They're not doing anything. But it was just such an obvious like fluff piece.
Yeah, of course. Wait, apparently we listened to it at 2x speed. I don't think I did. How much slower is it? Or is it this is like 2x
That wasn't
speed?
2x. That was the right speed. Not
now
that I'm a connoisseur
now I have
of.
to hear. You guys,
You just got one guide so hard.
because they gave me this exact thing to search.
Yeah.
It's not. It wasn't. Maybe it was at 1.25.
No. You had it right.
Got a boy head, John Fetty. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat
This
park.
was
Get a
not
bitch
sped up, you
pregnant at a
guys.
Republican park. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl.
I wasn't just one guy. I was gaslit. That was like the same speed. I mean, you lie to us, don't consult us, and then expect us to send more taxpayer money to a war that we shouldn't have started with no plan and no answers, said Representative Pat Ryan, a Democrat from New York, a combat veteran of the Iraq War, in an interview. He called reports of the $50 billion request outrageous. But this is not the universal position inside the party. Several Dems on the Senate Armed Services Committee aren't ruling out supporting more Pentagon funding. That includes the panel's top Democrat, Senator Jack Reed of Rhode Island, as well as Senators Gary Peters of Michigan, Tim Kaine of Virginia, and Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. I know Tim Kaine flipped on the fucking shutdown. What do we want to fucking bet? Gary Peters also did the same. I can't think of the fucking 7 that did, but I know that Tim Kaine was there.
I don't remember if Slotkin was one. Yeah.
I don't know. A White House emergency funding request could force Democrats to choose between rebuffing the president and turning their backs on legislation the admin deems necessary for, again, the admin deems for their unnecessary war that we don't have to fund. Like, turn their backs, again, on who? The admin. It's not even, like, on troops or whatever. It's, like, the admin. Yeah, you should be jumping up and down to turn your back on the admin. Necessary for replenishing key defensive munition stocks designed to keep U.S. troops and civilians safe. They should be going out saying, we're not going to fund this. So if they...
get the fuck out of Iran, basically.
Yeah, get the fuck out or they're going to die. And that's going to be on you because we told you right now, you can't say you didn't know. You can't say you expected us. And you also are not going to hold them hostage and we're not going to be used like that.
Well, that's also why the whole process argument is so fucking stupid, because they're not going to have that conversation. Even if it did happen, they're not going to have that conversation live on C-SPAN. It's going to be in a closed door thing. They're going to come in and it's still going to be something that's like completely unacceptable to almost for sure the American public. But they're going to walk out and they're going to be like, well, they said some very interesting things and it really opened our eyes. And no, we're voting for it. And that's going to be the open and shut of like how this plays out. I don't have any faith in any of this shit.
Like what they should be doing is going out in front of the media every single day and acting like every single U.S. military personnel that's there now is like a POW and like bring them home now. They need to be like wearing their own little like yellow ribbon and make them sound like fucking hostages, not to Iran but to the Trump admin, forcing them to go die for fucking Israel.
That's okay. So we're in an era now where if you go back to like force the vote, like AOC first getting in. All of this conversation about what the politicians should and shouldn't be doing. That was, even though it wasn't that long ago, that was an era where I felt like you're expecting politicians to be like civil rights leaders and shit. And by and large, I think that's unfair. Even though for as much as I love the shit out of Bernie, I think that at the time, I felt like that wasn't fair at all. We're in a totally different ballgame at this point. And the idea that like, even for what was happening in Minnesota and with ICE and everything else, the fact that you didn't have senators traveling there, like, I know Schumer's never going to do it in a million fucking years because he wants the consultancy firms and shit that are telling them to reform ICE, not abolish ICE, shit like that. He wants to keep those people happy. But we're in an era where they need to start putting their own fucking asses on the line to a larger extent, as opposed to this very passive and very, I just melded two words, passive and very flaccid language of like, well, we're sitting here waiting for them to come back so that we can do deals, and we're waiting to do legislation.
Terrible,
and it's
stupid.
like, you can't, that's not enough. That's not fucking enough
but
anymore.
He knows that because he wants it. If you're talking about Schumer. Schumer wants this. Schumer is totally fine with it. All of these AIPAC recipients they're totally fine with it. They don't even really attempt to hide it. But like, they can't understand that as the minority party, or they refuse to, they play dumb, you are just not going to get as much press as the sitting party. So the things that you have to do need to be land with that much more of a fucking splash and more velocity to be able to even make it into the fucking headlines. You can't just give the strongly worded statement on Twitter. They only will shine a spotlight on it unless if you're AOC, part of the squad, or you're probably going to run like Harris or Newsom or Khanna or something like that.
Some very intelligent, well-intending centrist groups have done metadata analysis of language from social media posts, and all of the data indicates that the party is much further left than it was 20 years ago, and you don't have an answer for that. So, sucks to suck.
There's awareness among many Democrats that Trump has thrust the country into a conflict, and now Congress has no choice but to help keep things on track. Like, they state this as fact. There's like Democrats are aware of the factual reality that they have to fund his war, that they have to cut him a check, they have to cut Donnie the $50 billion check. And
so
really,
I don't have the article. I don't have the article anymore, but before Schumer came out in favor of the War Powers Resolution, there was an article about Schumer and Jeffries both were trying to stall and delay it for as long as they could.
Yeah.
They wanted the conflict to start. And then once it starts, you literally have like that statement right there, that sentence. I have no idea why I'm pointing with my hand because you can't fucking see it anyway. That statement right there is the entire reason. It's like, well, are we supposed to
abandon our troops? Well, we have to. We can't not give them the money.
Did you know we're in it?
Yeah.
We're in it. So we're in it. There you go. We have to go ahead and pony this shit up, even though everything that we were putting out as statements by most of the party a week ago.
Of running the government poorly and then pointing to the government being run poorly and being like, see, this is why you can't trust the government to do anything after you ran it poorly and made the public lose faith in it to be able to fucking execute or do anything for them. It's the Democrat version of that. Don't forcefully oppose a thing that you could be outspoken against, throwing a fucking temper tantrum and have voters on your side. Just pay lip service to being very, very angry, and you're really upset, and you really don't like this, and this is just unacceptable from this admin, and we are going to be putting forth a resolution to blah blah blah. And once he gets Donnie's done for. He doesn't know how bad he looks. You don't even try to oppose it. You barely pretend to, and then it happens, and it's like, well, I guess we have to go along with it. I need to know the goals and the plans. I don't rule anything out, says Slotkin. I mean, we're in it. See, this is why you don't put feds in office, or former feds, because they act like this. Lawmakers in both. Did you know that she has like an abstract painting of a hot dog in her office that there's no picture of?
Not only do I know that, it's information I'll never get out of my fucking brain. So.
I think I might have told you this last time. Okay. Every time
she
she's
said it
I always have to bring it up.
She said it on the opening of Colbert when she went on Stephen Colbert's fucking show, as opposed to being there for a fucking vote so that she could be on the record against offensive weapons for Gaza. Like, it was more important to talk about your fucking hot dog legacy passed down to you from the generations.
How can you not
like,
talk
get
about
the
how
fuck out of
your
here.
grandfather was really into wieners? It's your family legacy. Lawmakers in both parties are also concerned the bombing. I hate this weaselly shit. Name names. And both parties are also concerned that the bombing campaign and effort to defend U.S. personnel in the Middle East could quickly deplete stockpiles of precision-guided missiles. Dude, they want that. They love it. They want this to fucking happen, because then you have a better reason to be voting to cut this fucking genocidal admin $50 million checks. We had to protect the troops. Huh?
Billion.
I said billion, yeah.
Billion. I thought you said million. I was like, no. 50
billion.
Billion.
It's always better to go low than too high or whatever, because imagine if I was like 50 trillion that are critical for national security priorities elsewhere around the globe. What are those again?
Regime change, diminishing the amount of ballistic missiles, getting rid of their navy, getting rid of their nuclear capabilities, except for the fact that most of that shit either isn't going to happen or it was already rendered moot before they ever started down this road in the first place. So there's that.
Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Schumer and Jeffries are awesome, and by that I mean, and there's like a string of asterisks. ...
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the $9.99. The Pentagon and defense industry have struggled to speed up production of the expensive munitions. God, I was really worried about them for a minute there. It seemed like they weren't going to be able to make a ton of money off of this, but they'll be pulling overtime at the factory and get it done somehow, I'm sure, which are in high demand in the Middle East, Ukraine, and in the Pacific. We have to look to what they need, said Reid, the ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Some of it might be to fill in critical issues in other theaters of war they've taken things from. There's a possibility a spending package for the Iran conflict could be tied to other priorities, which could make it more palatable to some Democrats. Lawmakers were talking Wednesday about attaching Ukraine aid. Others are eyeing relief for farmers, a key priority for Republicans in agriculture-heavy states, as well as wildfire disaster aid Democrats have long sought. Jesus Christ.
So
like,
again,
the trade-offs being made here for this.
Yeah. Like, I don't want to participate. Like, if I'm Senator Ogreboy from the state of like Illinois, and I turn around and basically say, like, I hate this illegal. I just want to tell my constituents, I hate this illegal war. I am up at night, troubled by what we're doing over there. But my state has a lot of farmers, and this is very crucial, very vital farm aid that I needed to see get to my constituents. So I had no choice. Like, that's how they're going to fucking mask this shit.
Like, and like, I don't know how many Iranians have to die so that wildfire disaster aid and relief for farmers has to occur. Like, you can easily make that pitch to American constituents because they're getting their fucking treats, right? Imagine if you had to actually say that to an Iranian.
Well, you got to tie in the California voters, right? The West Coast libs that are like, I don't like illegal wars, but hold on, you're saying this is going to fund the restoral of my Malibu like estate? Like, fuck yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm in.
Some of you may die, but that's a risk that Trump and Israel are willing to make. I think it comes down to you're going to have to have a number of things in there to get a critical mass, said Senator John Hoeven. Senator Ho from North Dakota, if I had to guess, said Wednesday. That doesn't mean all Dems are prepared to give Trump a blank check for yes, the fuck it does. In Iran, many who you think that these people wouldn't. After you make, I love how they're like, just the things that they'll say out loud. Even just saying like, we're in it. What are we? You're already being like, you're already just taking a megaphone and going, we will give it to you for free. Many who you could at least, there could be just like a little bit of respect put on these fucking psychos' name. Just, it would still be abjectly evil, but just a little bit. If it was like, they made it clear that a quid pro quo needs to happen and then they'll fund it, right? But they're not even doing that. It's so obvious that they're like, we have no choice but to do this thing that we have a choice to do. Mm-hmm. Many who left the door open to voting for a supplemental funding package.
Well, but I mean, really quick though, just to add on to that, the idea should be that you start off. It's one thing if you're having a conversation with somebody, or like if you're debating or whatever the fuck, and you're always trying to go to the maximalist position for like in search of like a dunk to basically say like, you're saying that we're gonna have to give away free TVs or what, like the dumbest thing imaginable. But when you're trying to actually negotiate, as these people in theory are supposed to be, you should start off from the position of like, you don't even mention Iran as a unified party. You turn around and go, we're not funding an illegal war. Kiss my ass. We're not even doing it. Gallego likes to use the F-bomb. Be like, fuck that. This is an illegal war. We're not going to participate.
Yeah.
Then you go into closed door negotiations. Then you get your your side treats and your side deals
I've
and
got
shit.
50,
So then when you walk out,
people in my state that need this and they've needed that, and I can guarantee I'm voting for you if you fucking tickle Johnson's balls and get him to hold a vote on this, blah blah blah. And that totally.
But we don't have an actual opposition party. We have people that ultimately just want to smooth out the rough edges for what the psychotic Republican Party are wanting to do on a regular basis.
And to the extent that you do have the opposition party, any of them who have a background as a fucking Fed, you just don't. Because there is bipartisan, unanimous ideological consensus for anybody who has that background going into this position. It doesn't matter what fucking, if they have an R next to their name or a D next to their name, you know exactly how they're going to govern and what their first principles are. Gator Highlights 4, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. I love John Fetterman's stroke. Thank you for the $9.99. I'm going to pull up the article right now and we're going to read a little bit of it. Okay. The New Yorker one talking about that fucking stroke. I never read it on stream, but it's insane.
I wish I could pretend that I had stronger morals just for the comedic bit of like sitting here and as you start to read that, just start to fucking like push myself out of frame. But let's be honest, I'm not that guy. So I will probably sit here and laugh along with it.
There is information in that you can, that you will just never forget. I will hear you bring up lines and bangers from this article in future debates that you will have. Pointing this out, but you do have to be careful with that because all the centrist libs will be like, see, this is why we could have had Connor Lamb. I never supported that guy or whatever. But the fact that he's like not forced out of the fucking party or something, or like, there hasn't been some.
You want to hear a fun tidbit?
Yeah.
The day he had the stroke, I was at a Majority Report live show, and I was able to I'm that big of a politics nerd. No, I'm that much of a politics nerd that during the intermissions and shit, I'm like power scrolling through Twitter, and I see the thing from Ryan Grimm that's like John Fetterman has just had a stroke, like the thing of it,
and
I'm able to like flag. No, I'm like Sam. Like everyone else is like getting drinks or going to the bathroom, and I'm like, I need to go ahead and check on.
Oh no,
political journalist. So and then the look on his face at the time, like his whole face sunk because the race was so close, and we were like, that's gonna be the guy. We were so fucking wrong, by the way, but we were like, that's gonna be the guy, and it was like nope. But I just remember telling him and just watching his whole world like kind of like shrink because we were all collectively thinking like, oh, he's fucked.
Yeah.
Well, he was fucked, but not in like the end of life type fucked. It was, the DLC update
Yeah.
to republicanism.
What is it? Let's see. They've all been saying this. Many who left the door open to voting for a supplemental funding package said the admin would first have to provide Congress more information about the offensive. They're like begging, they're like, please give us just like, the only thing they want in return for a vote is like, give me like a talking point to fucking say to my constituents on CNN. That includes the rationale for striking Iran, a commitment to avoid putting boots on the ground, and a plan for ending the conflict. Clearly, there's going to be a cost to this war that we haven't budgeted for. So there's going to be a need for funding, and we need some answers before we can provide it, said Senator Jiang of New Hampshire, the top Democrat on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, said in an interview. Senator Chris Coons, the top Democrat on the Appropriations panel oversighting Pentagon spending, is also keeping open the option of supporting an emergency military funding package. This is not a fucking emergency, but said like Shaheen that...
Here's the fun part. I didn't want to because I've obviously already read this. I didn't want to ruin the surprise, because if you go back to the beginning of the article, it's like, well, there's only the Chris, what's his fuck? The other Chris, the not completely evil Chris Murphy. Yeah. He's like, there's only one other Democratic senator, if we're being honest, that's going to vote for this shit. And then you get to the bottom half of the article. Yeah, you get to the bottom half of the article and they're like, well, here's a fuck ton of senators actually that are like, I'm not closing the door on this.
Like, I don't know what he thought he was doing with that other than embarrassing himself. Like, were you thinking that maybe if I just say that, they will feel pressured by me? They're not going to.
Not even a little bit.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no shot.
But said like Shaheen, the admin officials need to testify publicly about the failures in planning in the conflict so far. Oh yeah, that'll be a really appropriate punishment for these people. Yeah, let's get them in front of let's give them a mic and let them lie and never admit to this and actually talk about how brave and amazing and how the Dow is at 50,000. Yeah, that's definitely going to hold them to account.
Well, it's not only that, right? The other thing that comes with that is I think the best case scenario that you would probably be able to weasel out of the current administration is a closed door session, right? Because, and I don't even think there would be that much fight over it, because they're going to be like, well, in order for us to tell you why it's necessary, we're going to have to do like we're going to have to divulge like secret squirrel shit. So you're immediately going to something that's not going to be in front of the public. That's one. Yeah. But two, the other part of this is like, so far, they've at every turn just turned around and said, no. Oh, we need you to come down and talk about this publicly. No, fuck you. No, we're not doing that. And then ultimately, even when it comes to something related to like a shutdown, you wait 40 days. We've already set the tone. You wait just a little while, and then you'll get enough people that'll walk across the aisle and come up with some fucking sob story and vote with the Republicans to open shit back up. Like, there's no opposition there. There's no backbone.
But this admin is so completely inept that they would show up and be belligerent about their mistakes, and then Dems would fund them regardless. Yep. Pretty much. Republican Senator Lisa Murkowski of Alaska cautioned Wednesday that Democrats could decide to take a stand on funding, a vote where they have real leverage. That is in contrast to the doomed efforts on the Hill this week to put guardrails on the president's ability to take unilateral military action, which Trump would certainly veto in any case. There's a lot of people who have said, well, again, if he's going to veto it, then why do you have to go along with it? There's a lot of people who have said, well, if you want to express your position on the war, the way to do it is ... through appropriations. She said in an interview, we get that. So the admin should not be taking anything for granted. Across the Capitol, California Representative Pete Aguilar, the number 3 Democrat in the House and a member of the Defense Appropriations Funding Panel, told reporters Wednesday that he's incredibly skeptical of any emergency military funding requests from Trump, but also that he has a duty and a responsibility to help protect this country. At the same time, he said, it's going to be pretty hard to move me off of a no. But please try anyway.
Not impossible. Yeah, please try anyway. Nothing does better to protect the country than supporting an illegal war.
Nothing does better than saying out loud, at least take me out to dinner before you fuck me in the ass with no lube. Please. To just literally say that in a fucking interview with Politico. Okay, I'm going to pull up my article where we get into the dirty dozen. And by dirty dozen, I mean like 4 people. 4 Dems, I think, that voted against War Powers resolution.
One of them I know very well because I remember when Ezra Klein came out with the we support conservative Democrats, that whole era.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Of discourse. One of them, Jared Golden, I think, is one of the four for sure. That is a guy that your favorite liberal streamer has talked up huge and was actually like really remorse over the fact that this guy says he's not going to run again after his current term is over. He's like, man, we really could use more guys like him. So far, he's openly come out. Yeah, he's openly come out for funding for Trump's wall.
Awesome.
And then I'm pretty sure there was at least 1 or 2 votes related to like shit related to immigration where he's like the maximalist position in the wrong direction. And now he's like keeping the president in check over an illegal war. Fuck no, we're not doing that. We need the president to be able to make these calls on a moment's notice and then never be held accountable. So good call, Hutch. Good fucking shit. That's a real winner you picked. I mean, I don't know who Hutch is. That was just a name I picked at random.
The 4 House Democrats who voted against the War Powers Resolution to rein in Trump on Iran. So this was reported yesterday in Time. 4 Democrats split from the rest of the party to vote down the War Powers Resolution, which would have halted President Donald Trump from continuing strikes against Iran without first gaining congressional approval. Much like it was in the Senate the day before, the measure was defeated in the Republican-led House of Representatives Thursday evening with a 212 to 219 vote. With voting largely representing party lines, all but 2 GOP lawmakers moved against the measure. Representatives Thomas Massie of Kentucky, a lead sponsor of the resolution, and Warren Davidson of Ohio. Really quick, before we continue any further, can I ask you, do you know the name of the senator that is credited with saving, quote-unquote, the Obamacare?
Fuck. You would think I would, but no.
He only ran for president with a very embarrassing woman from Alaska.
Oh, McCain, yeah. That his famous like, yeah, okay, yeah. No, I was thinking of something else, but yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
He saved it, right? Even though it was actually Democrats, when you look at how everyone voted, it was actually Democrats because he provided a decisive vote, but everybody else in his party voted against it, and Democrats all voted to save it, and he was the one who held the line, so therefore he saved it. However, the same people that will praise him for that will not let you say that these Democrats enabled Trump, even though they were the ones that crossed party lines to be able to enable him to do this shit. It works both ways. If the person who is breaking the tie votes or crossing party lines and being the last one to fucking get the yes in or the no in that ultimately decides it, in John McCain's case, is saving Obamacare, and you're not holding true to like reminding people, oh yeah, it's actually Democrats that saved that. And thank God John McCain had a fucking brain tumor and was more concerned with his fucking legacy than he was about, like in any other circumstance, he would have been voting to defund it. But they'll turn around and not let you say it's these Democrats that are responsible for this shit.
Anti-imperial titan John McCain, who brought down at least 4 or 5 planes during his career. I don't know why anyone would slander and not give him credit for saving Obamacare.
If there's anyone I respect, it's somebody who volunteered for Vietnam.
Yeah. Really quick before you continue, I just sent you it's a really short, very small tweet that was just, I thought it was funny that I had retweeted today from Barbarism Critic. I sent it to you in the DMs.
Yeah. Okay, so they're quote tweeting this. The House rejects Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie's War Powers Resolution on Iran, 212 to 219. 4 Democrats joined Republicans and voted against it. So they put, wow. And they put, I sure hope Dems don't provide Republicans with the exact number of votes they need, and that the Dems who aren't all in safe seats. That would be crazy if that happened.
And then lo and behold, yeah, so she's taking a victory lap for sure. Then my response.
Can I even show this image on Twitch?
I mean, it's just an emoji. It's just a silly little emoji. But
I know, but it's not even
not
even the green one. That it's the green gun, water gun. It's the old school.
Oh yeah. I mean, if nothing else, we both go down together. So there's that. But anyway,
comforting. The Constitution is clear. Our Constitution provides Congress initiatory powers of war, said Massey during a rousing debate on the House floor. But it was not a rousing debate. Massey has broken ranks from President Donald Trump and strayed from party lines on other key topics, such as the row over Greenland, often earning him the wrath of the commander-in-chief. However, it's arguably the Democrat votes that have garnered the most discussion. Again, because they're the ones that are enabling this. Some Democratic members of the House who had previously stated an intention to vote against the War Power Resolution, which was first introduced by Massey and Democrat Ro Khanna of California in June last year, reversed course. The impact of Trump joining forces with Israel last weekend to launch surprise strikes on Iran and the widening war that has since emerged prompted some to change their position. When it appeared we might preemptively vote on the War Powers Resolution while the U.S. and Iran were in the middle of negotiations, I said I would be a no vote because I believed that calling up the resolution at that time could undermine negotiations and telegraph to the Ayatollah that we weren't applying maximum pressure and that he could delay a deal. Representative Jared Moss.
Fuck off. That's such like the idea instead that we're not going to adhere to our own constitution, our own rule set, the notion that we're actually going to
maximum leverage though.
Yeah. You have to know that at any moment we might just arbitrarily decide to bomb the shit out of you, and therefore you need to be scared and agree to any and all of our demands about what you're allowed to do with your own army, what you're allowed to do to power your own country, et cetera, et cetera. Like that's freakish.
Like the other thing is like the Ayatollah, and my understanding is like these fucking 12er Shia Muslims or whatever they are, they're like PhDs, they're like educated people. I think they have access to Google, and I'm pretty sure they have the ability to learn that Congress in this country has not officially declared war since like World War II. And so that whatever you're like raising your hand to do or not do doesn't mean fucking shit when it comes to warfare. So no, actually, wouldn't be giving up any leverage at all whatsoever. It literally exists just so you could hold somebody to account when they inevitably break this. That's the only thing that you're attempting to do. It's not actually diminishing anything. And if you really felt this way, why aren't you going or like scolding Democrats for doing this? Like your entire party. A lot, like what you're casually saying is that Democrats are like weak pussies, the party that you're in. A lot has changed in a week. While Moskowitz argued no one will miss Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei, who was killed in early strikes, and implored that Iran must be prohibited from ever having a nuclear weapon, he pointed to mounting concern over the lack of congressional oversight. Over the last
so basically that paragraph once again is Trump is right and we're a bunch of pussies. That's all that is. But using more words and not crude.
Over the last year, we've seen a ludicrous increase in the speed of Congress's abdication of authority to the executive branch. We argued, like, dude, all you did, like, have you been asleep? Did you, like, miss the whole first admin? Have you missed, like, this entire, like, what are you talking about? Like, over the last year, it's like, this has been, like, a decades-long process, for one. Unitary executive theory did not only pop up under the Trump admin over the last year, and you're talking about like the fucking immunity ruling did not happen in the last year. That is actually when the shit started to get out of hand. He argued, we must begin to claw back that prerogative. We must reestablish our Article 1 authority, which grants Congress all legislative powers. Representative Josh Gottheimer also changed course by voting to pass the resolution, voicing concern over what he described as the lack of a coherent explanation of what precipitated this war. What I have heard publicly and in classified briefings are shifting justifications and objectives from admin officials and the president, he said, adding that he hopes his questions will be answered in the coming weeks ahead of the next vote during the week of March 23rd. But 4 Democratic lawmakers did vote against the War Powers Resolution on Thursday, defying party leadership. Here's who they are and the reasons they offered for their votes. So this is Representative Jared Golden of Maine, the Golden Boy himself. Representative Jared Golden, who serves on the House Armed Services Committee, the Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee, and the Intelligence and Special Ops Subcommittee, has voted in favor of the Trump admin's position in a few recent votes. In February, he voted against a proposal from his party colleague to block Trump's tariffs on Canada, the only Democrat to do so. He also voted last November against the majority of his party to end the record-long government shutdown. Golden once again went against...
There is no such thing as a overall person that will only be really right-wing on one topic and one topic singularly, but then in turn won't stand in the way of like most of what would or should be a popular Democratic agenda.
Yeah.
Like if you find these people and you're trying to sell it, and I'm not naming names, but if you're trying to sell this fucking bullshit, as in this is how we stop Republicans from gaining power or being in power by taking seats from them, and we put in their place dinos, Democrats in name only, that essentially vote with Republicans or act as spoilers over and fucking over again. You are creating obstacles much in the same way that we have now lifelong, long-term obstacles in the SCOTUS. Except now there are people that with the help of the party, once they're incumbents, they're entrenched and they're not fucking going anywhere unless obviously this prick ended up getting some kind of probably like sweet lobbying gig or some shit like that.
Yeah.
And he's heading for like greener pastures. But for the most part, unless these people get fucking harassed and via like, and I don't mean like, I want to be very careful about my wording because I'm not by myself on my own stream. When I say harassed, I mean like town halls with an open mic, like shit like that. These people need to be called out.
Being vocal about your opposition to their fucking voting record and how they're representing your fucking district and your state.
There was an amazing video that Guzenkamp Perez lady, she got absolutely she got absolutely just obliterated in a town hall where there were even like Republicans were lining up to yell at her. Like the line was around the block. It was fucking glorious. That's what I'm talking about. There are people that would like to see these fucking ghouls not get any harassment, any hold their feet to the fire. They don't want them pushed out of the party because once they're a Dem, they're just on the team. It doesn't matter how they vote because it's always the most pragmatic choice, the most pragmatic reason, all that fucking dumb shit. These are just people designed to stop the party from doing anything for like working class citizens or anything of the sort.
And they take the fall.
Yeah.
Because again, they're in safe
not that this shit gets me pissed off or anything. Yeah.
Somebody asked me to pull up how much AIPAC money that they've taken. To be clear, AIPAC Tracker doesn't only track AIPAC. It also does the work of including J Street and other like mega donors within those orgs or who donate to those orgs to then like get their money redistributed in more efficient ways. Like that's how much money they collect.
Pro-Israel lobby and their mega donors. Yeah.
Yeah. Jared Golden, representative with a D next to his name, almost $3.5 million. Henry Cuellar, who I worked my ass off trying to canvass to get Jessica Cisneros to get this motherfucker out of Congress. She came this fucking close. You want to know what fucking pushed him over the edge to stay?
What?
Pelosi endorsement. Even though she said she would, like Pelosi endorsement came in. $3.2 million, a guy who has literally voted with Republicans more than some Republicans when you look at his record. Greg Landsman, representative from Ohio, $1.7 million. So cheap bitch. And Juan Vargas, even cheaper, representative from California, Democrat next to his name, $949,000. So Golden once again went against party lines. Where's your editor? Once again went against. That is like the clunkiest sentence I've read today. Jesus Christ. Party lines on Thursday, instead sponsoring an alternative resolution alongside Representative Gottheimer that would give Trump a 30-day window instead of the current 60 days he has to make his case for ongoing operations to end military action. The president has not provided sufficient clarity for why this action was necessary at this exact moment. No, but Marco Rubio has already made it abundantly clear that it wasn't. But service members are actively engaged in hostilities, our allies are under attack, and the Iranian regime is more desperate than ever to reassert its power, said Golden in a statement released after the vote. While I do not believe that an abrupt about-face is a good course of action given the reality on the ground, that should not be construed as my approval. While conflict requires that we remain flexible to shifting circumstances, at this time I would not support congressional authorization or funding for sustained combat operations. It's so insane.
But all these motherfuckers are willing to flip. Like, that's the point. It's crazy to me.
The perfect case for why they shouldn't vote the way that they did and then vote the way that they did.
Yeah.
Like, you would think that these are statements from people that actually didn't vote this way. They sound like they're actually opposed to it.
For anybody that's not aware, what she's talking about with that previous paragraph, Rubio came out and said, the whole idea, the whole point is supposed to be, and I'll give the dumb guy perspective. The whole idea is supposed to be that you can do these sorts of attacks in the event that there is an imminent threat, that there is some element of imminent danger that is going to affect us or in some cases our allies. There wasn't any.
Yeah.
And in turn, Rubio came out and made the statement that, hey, if we didn't do something about this right now, a year and a half from now, Iran was going to be like a lot of trouble. They were going to be almost untouchable because they would have like a fuck ton of the most wicked RC drones you've ever seen in your life and a bunch of long range ballistic missiles. So we had to do something now because a year and a fucking half from now, they would be a huge issue. Which means there was all the time in the fucking world to do this the appropriate way and go before Congress and actually present data and present information and shit like that. Now that it's already started, you get all these spineless motherfuckers that are like, well, as long as he just comes down and tells us why, we'll still basically okay this shit, even though we now know, and we've had enough people from the administration come forward and be like, yeah, there was no fucking reason. They're still sticking to this, even though he said this shit.
They're begging them.
It's
they're
fucking
begging,
so frustrating.
Colin Powell to be reanimated and go back to the UN, and instead of towards the UN, towards Trump's like board of peace or whatever, say that Iran has weapons of mass destructions or they're 2 weeks away from getting it again. That's what they're actually asking for, because they've already said statements that they're not going to retract.
Since 1992, we've been saying, or at least there's a highlight reel that I hope everyone has seen by this point. Since 1992, Netanyahu's been going out in front of any fucking camera that he can get his face in front of with the lamest fucking Kinko's like picture of a bomb on a billboard that you've ever seen in your entire life, a poster board. And he's like, they're 3 months away. They're 3 weeks away. They're going to have it tomorrow if we don't do something right now.
We're
and he's been doing that for 30 fucking years. Yeah.
Well, I do not believe that an abrupt about it's just what
I'm just saying it's so fucking frustrating.
It's like all they're doing, they're just begging them to do the stupid dog. Like this is they're like, please at least try to propagandize this country. This like maybe like the first. What's being said here?
Nothing, fucking nothing. I'm just thanking somebody just gave me a whopping amount of bits, and I'm just being very grateful. That's all.
I will pull up your stream and I will go back and see what you put. I will bring it up right now.
I'm sure one of these assholes will end up clipping it, and I was trying to just be very nice, but we're doing serious politics here. I think we need to move on.
Where are we? Well, I do not believe that an abrupt about face is a good course of action. Who's the guy just regurgitating everything you're saying? Well, you see chatter. It says Ogre Boy 6 right underneath his face. So right there. And in fact,
even
every
jiggles
time
when I talk, it even jiggles.
Yeah.
By design.
That should not be construed as my approval. While conflict. Oh wait, I read this. Golden argued that Trump has so far acted within the authorities given to him by Congress through the War Powers Act of 1973, but warned that could change. This is not an illegal war, but it could become one, he said. But thankfully it won't because of the way you voted, right? Like you literally had the power to help make it illegal or rein it in at the very least, but no. Representative Greg
If you never hold the criminal accountable, then it's never illegal.
Convenient.
It's that simple.
I know. Or if you refuse to say it's a crime.
Yeah.
Because that would at least be like, and what you just outlined, there's at least recognition that like something illegal occurred, but they don't face any sort of like punishment, or there's not necessarily like any sort of remedy for it, right? But this, he refuses to say it's a criminal act.
Well, but I'm sure I'm speaking to the choir, but like, that's the other thing. When you don't see Congress really go after Trump because of January 6th, that turns into like what must not have been a big deal. Or if they make the attempt and the attempt fails to hold him to account, then a lot of people are going to look at that like this is not a big deal.
Yeah.
So now you have this, and you have Democrats that are basically voting to make sure that the president doesn't have the ability, like can't be reined in for doing this action in a way that is not in line with our laws of this fucking nation and the Constitution, which we're all supposed to be like bricked up over and loyal defenders of. And because they're voting the way they are, there's a bunch of people that are going to turn around and be like, yeah, it's not a big deal. It's fine. Everything they're doing is fine.
Yep.
We're just getting dumber. I'm getting like surly. I'm getting infinitely more surly the longer this fucking article goes on.
Representative Greg Landsman of Ohio. He co-sponsored the alternative measure put forward by his colleagues, but voted against the War Powers Resolution. He was critical of the Trump admin's attack on Iran alongside Israel, but argued that the current operation still needs to be concluded. So then he wasn't critical. So then he paid lip service. So then he lied It's not really being critical if when it comes time for you to exert authority and power that you have vested in you by voters, you don't actually fucking take it. How upset could you be? I think it's important
hold on. Do you not see with this marker, the Democrats have written so many curtly worded fucking letters and sent it to Trump's desk. So I don't think you understand how serious they're taking this shit. Like fucking, it's such okay. Continue by all means.
I think it's important to say, look, this is not a good policy. What's better policy is to allow the military and our allies to finish this particular operation, which is targeted. Just this, you're literally doing MAGA's dirty work for them by going this far and saying things that are just not true. They're not even saying. It's targeted. It's disciplined. There's forethought here. It's strategic. Like, you don't even need to say this. Just the missiles and the launchers and the ships. That's it. And then be done. He told C-SPAN.
Have you considered... hold on.
Where's your boy Jared Moskowitz to fucking spank you, Representative Greg Landsman, Greggy boy? You're giving up leverage by saying it's only this.
Like, first of all, you're not being very pragmatic. You're not considering the fact that if the Democrats don't give them extra money to pay for the precise munitions, the Republicans will turn around and use dumb weapons, which will cause more loss of life. Why, straight array, do you want to see more Iranian civilians die because you don't want to see them have the weapons necessary to only take out the bad guys?
And more
I can't
dead
believe I said that
American
without
troops.
Fucking laughing, but
and
yeah.
more dead American
I can't believe I said that
troops.
without laughing. The reason I can say that so fucking straight faced is this is the thing that I've heard from fucking dipshits for 2 years when it came to the shit that we were sending over to Israel so that they can in turn dump it on the people in Gaza. And now Democrats are using that same fucking language for this shit. Not that it makes me mad or anything.
Representative Henry Cuellar of Texas. Representative Henry, in a statement shared with Time, said he voted no on the resolution because he believes, quote, Congress must exercise oversight responsibly while ensuring our military can protect American lives and interests. I'm supporting a more responsible approach that provides clear oversight and stability. That's why I helped introduce legislation that directs the president to end military action within 30 days unless Congress provides authorization, he added, highlighting his support of the alternative resolution. He emphasized he does not support a quote-unquote endless war and said Congress has a responsibility to, quote, ensure that the use of military force is carefully reviewed, limited in scope, and guided by clear war objectives. Wow, if only there was a resolution that you could have voted for that would give you the
literally
tools
forced this.
to be able to do all of those things that you were not willing to vote for. It isn't the first time Cuellar has moved against the majority of his party, as he previously voted alongside many Republicans to end the government shutdown in November. This is just straight up a lie. He is literally... Hold on. Like, I hate this son of a bitch. He's also the one that Trump pardoned, by the way, and then he refused to switch parties. Even I wish he would have fucking switched parties. I think he's like Trump's favorite Dem or something. Maybe if I just put Vice.
Well, you also put TRT Trump. Like, you're like, he's on testosterone replacement therapy Trump.
He is. I think they, they show at the beginning of this his voting record. This is from 6 years ago. This 26-year-old running for Congress wants to be the AOC of Texas.
Congressman Henry Cuellar represented Texas's 28th district for 15 years. He's a Democrat who's pro-gun.
He's, as somebody who's from this area, he is the pastiest Mexican I've ever seen. It's crazy.
Anti-abortion and a supporter of the recent border deal that split Democrats.
I voted for the emergency supplemental. There are some people that said that, well, we didn't want to do that because it gave President Trump a blank check. Without due respect to those individuals, they're wrong.
He also votes with President Trump more than almost any other Democrat. It's an unorthodox record for a Dem in a solidly blue district, but one he's quick to defend.
My job as a congressman, as opposed to some people, is not to go to Washington and make political statements. I want to be productive. I want to make sure that I can produce for my district. You work hard and you're going to create real results for the district. I'm a Democrat, but I'm not going to...
And he sounds like a fucking moron on top of it. Everyone from where I'm from like has this regional accent or whatever, and it doesn't help that when you're saying stupid shit, it becomes immediately obvious. Like you also just sound like that much dumber to anybody who's like not from here.
Put party before.
But why are you a Democrat?
Education, healthcare, the philosophy of the Democratic Party is what fits me.
This year, he's up against something that's becoming increasingly normal for him.
Votes with Republicans 70% of the time.
70%
You would
of the
never
time.
fucking know that from this because it's like, it's not the first time he's done this. Dude, it isn't. No, you're right. It's like the millionth time that he's done it because he's just a fucking dino.
Or Democrats.
How are you doing?
A challenge from the left.
Mi nombre es Jessica Cisneros, estaba hablando con las niñas, les dejé una información con ustedes, estoy corriendo para el Congreso y pues
She says, we'd love to have your support of running for Congress.
Jessica Cisneros is a 26-year-old immigration lawyer from Laredo.
¿Sabe quién es Henry Cuellar?
Do you know who Henry Cuellar is? We're running against him.
De veras pienso que pues
I do believe it's time for new representation.
She's primarying Cuellar, and just 5 years ago, she was his intern.
I chose Congressman Cuellar's office because I wanted to have a direct impact to the people in my community. But once I got there, I noticed the silence on so many issues.
They called you Congresswoman Jess, right?
Yes, they did. That was a staffer that actually happened one time in front of the congressman. I don't remember exactly what he said, but it was something along the lines of like, start in the Texas House of Representatives, like start lower, like don't aim that high.
She's backed by Justice Democrats, which fueled Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's upset over Joe Crowley. Cuellar is their top 2020 target. Texas 28 stretches from San Antonio to the border in Laredo and McAllen. About 80% of the district is Latino. Cisneros' policy positions, Medicare for all, a $15 minimum wage, and a Green New Deal, are a departure.
That is the roughest 26-year-old. Fuck you. That 26-year-old is smarter than you will ever be in your entire life, even if you tried to catch up to the accomplishments that she fucking has. She's bilingual and she's an immigration lawyer, you dumbass.
From Cuellar's.
That was your YouTube chat, wasn't it?
Yeah, of course it was, yeah.
Up to this point, every single door that we've talked to...
Also, you would be too if you were if you did free work for Henry Cuellar. Fuck off.
Has agreed with what this campaign has to offer. Porque queremos que la gente se sienta de que ellos tienen...
Because we want people to feel like they have a voice in this election.
Una voz en esta elección, especialmente porque eso es de lo que se trata esta campaña, right? To bring in, especially those people that feel left out, that have felt ignored for the past 14 years since Henry Cuellar has been congressman.
Is that where the district is or where you want to see it go?
That is where the district is, and that is where we want to go. I think there's this myth that South Texas is very conservative, and that is a myth that people like Cuellar are benefiting from. He's benefiting from it because, I mean, it's been working for the past 12 years. He hasn't had a primary challenger because, again, there's this myth that, you know, South Texas doesn't want those things, and we enjoy the way things are right now.
It's also just like you're discouraged from running because this guy's like, it just becomes self-fulfilling because they're the incumbent and nobody wants to challenge the incumbent and they've been around for so long and they have all these inroads with all of these, like, you know, the fucking local chamber of commerce and they have all their donors and like the people are familiar with them, devil you do versus the devil you don't. Like it just becomes impossible to unseat these people. And then that's not even getting into the money that you have to spend to win in the general, even if it's a solid blue area. Like you still will have to put some money towards advertising that people get out and vote for you when it comes time, when it come November. So an expensive primary challenge and then an even more expensive general, or I should say an even more expensive primary and then still an expensive general.
I think you're probably putting too much emphasis on the money and not really connecting with why progressives just don't win. Like, I think progressives need to have a round turn, kind of an internal discussion about why they can't win. I'm one too, by the way, but I in this instance, I'm talking about how they're flawed and they can't win. Because if you talk about money, that's a cop-out, right? Oh, the donors. Oh, you're going to blame the donors.
And it's like, no, I'll just blame Pelosi because she lost by like 60 votes or something abysmal, like so close.
If you were to ask a neighbor from, you know, around here, like, are you happy that you are struggling to get by? No, of course not. Are you happy that you don't have access to healthcare? No, of course not.
What do you say to someone who says, you seem like a great candidate, why use this enthusiasm, this momentum to run against another Democrat when you could be running against a Republican and switching a seat from red to blue?
I was born
It's a red seat. And it's also an insane, I feel like nobody would even say that because it's like saying, why even ever primary somebody?
raised here, and these are the people that I want to help. And I'm saying that our concerns aren't being addressed by the current representative, that Henry Cuellar isn't representing everyday South Texans.
Cisneros has been called the next Ocasio-Cortez, but Cuellar isn't exactly the next Crowley. AOC took her opponent by surprise and taught establishment Democrats like Cuellar that they need to pay attention.
Like, this is before the fraud scandal even came out.
He has more than $3 million to spend. Cisneros' long shot campaign currently has less than $150,000. But she thinks she's already
also
making an impact.
Those numbers, that's chump change compared to now.
Yeah.
Like I don't have any of the actual shit in front of me right now, but there was a Breaking Points thing the other day where they were talking to David Dayen, David Hogg, and Ryan Grimm, and they're discussing like it's millions of dollars now that are getting pumped into district races. It's obscene. Like, it's unfathomable amount of money to be able to control
And
these
it's from
seats.
out of state.
And the people, yeah, it's almost always from out of state. Sometimes it's Republican money. It's all based on, are you going to keep guardrails off of like the financial group that is lobbying you and filling your campaign coffers? Right now it's APAC and like AI infrastructure related shit, data centers and stuff like that, which is going to accelerate the obliteration of like service jobs in our country. So you're fucked either way. And it's circumstances now where you have to come up with a fucking ridiculous amount of money to even have somebody like her or anybody else that's like a small bean progressive grassroots candidate. That's what has to happen now, is you have to find other backers to get you on that stage, because you literally just can't fucking afford it. You've been priced out.
You've been priced out. And the thing is like, for her to also get the backing of the Justice Dems and AOC and even get the small dollar donations of like the $100K that she was able to secure, she can't take the money that he does, because she'll instantly she'll just be a slightly less horrible version of him. But even a slightly less horrible version is at least a Democrat, because he's not even a fucking Democrat. Truly, he's not.
He recently voted with the Democrats on the $15 livable wage. Henry Cuellar was not doing that before he was primaried. And yesterday he did. And I think that's just an example of us putting the pressure on him and finally making him realize, wow, I need to do.
It's very bleak, but those sorts of things are very, very revealing, that like he was only able to get away with, or he's able to get away with this because there's nobody poking it. Like, it's not even like from the left, just like holding him accountable to his own fucking party platform.
Do something because I'm being primaried.
Cuellar dismisses that claim.
She took credit for the fact that you had voted for that minimum wage hike, the fact that she's in the race.
Oh, well, she, if it rains, I hope she gets credit for that too.
And it's not the only part of her story he refutes.
Fuck that.
That's
there's another element. There's another like horrific element of this that I think is just completely fucked. The mainstream candidate gets all the support, gets all the like a tsunami of institutional backing, and they're able to get really far off of that, much farther than like the grassroots candidate. But also the grassroots candidate in turn gets blamed for even running in the first place, when the reality is like, because what she's saying is true, and it's also something that like Bernie did time and time again. Staying in the race for as long as you can, trying to be as loud a voice as possible, even when you can't necessarily win, is something where you can get concessions out of the person that you're running against in the primary.
Yeah.
Bernie did that a lot. She's clearly somebody that fucking did that. And it's obvious just by how much of a fucking putz he looks like when he's like, oh, that's silly. It's true. And you get vilified for it on the back end by trying to at least claw something out of these fucking corporate ghouls that are willing to trade out. Like, I'm so mad.
I mean, because
they're willing to fucking basically.
It's not just
Go
one
ahead.
person. Like, behind when that pressure is able to be exerted, because he's actually feeling the fucking weight of democracy for once, because it's like not just her. The fact that she was gaining momentum with the like paltry amount of money that she had for her campaign, and just grassroots door knocking, bread and butter retail politician strategies to claw away support for him. It's like that's like thousands of people behind her that may as well be going up to him and saying, "Hey, if you don't do this, I'm not going to vote for you." It's the clearest signal. And if you don't like when progressives do it, then Hillary Clinton stayed in 2008, which she didn't have a fucking chance, like a snowball's chance in hell of getting it once it was clear that Barack Obama had cleared a path to victory. Because what if he gets shot?
Puma.
That was literally what she said. I've talked about the fucking Pumas. Goes in one ear, out the other. They don't want to hear it.
Yes, yeah.
She tells a story about how she was called Congresswoman Jess while she was interning in the office, and that one day you heard her called.
And before you even finish that is not true. Okay. I mean, that is absolutely not true. And I'm
so you had a liar interning for you, huh?
Just very surprised that she would make those type of attacks. I'm not going to say anything negative. All I want to do is say this is my record. And we'll talk about
Let's talk about that record.
Her platform, because she doesn't have a record. Her platform completely is against the district, and we will highlight that.
Whether or not that's true is hard to know. The district is notoriously difficult to poll, so Cisneros has until the March primary to prove him wrong.
Are you taking her challenge?
Their actual questions are hard to pull in English, but whatever.
Seriously.
I got a Republican candidate, and there's other candidates I've run in the past. She's just another candidate that I'm running against.
But this race, you win or lose in the primary.
With all due respect, thank you for emphasizing her, but she's another candidate, and I take every candidate. She's not the first candidate. I've defeated other candidates in the past. We take every candidate seriously.
He is just so clearly a crook. Literally nobody should be surprised he had to be pardoned by Trump. And then at the very least, his rat fucking streak didn't end just because Trump gave him that fucking favor. He immediately turned around and was like, I'm not flipping parties, dude. And because he knows it would be the end of his political career if he did. But Trump tweeted out hey, what did you think that I did that for? But you've already used it. You already gave it away, so you can't force it. Do you remember this?
It's the Manchin thing, because if you're the super conservative holdout vote Democrat, you get brought on shows. You get brought on Meet the Press and fucking 60 Minutes and all the weekend related shit. If you just flip and become another Republican, no one gives a fuck about you anymore. You might have a decent place in the party. You might eventually be somebody that gets a little bit of power or something like that. But you're not going to get any of the attention from being the stern, pragmatic, conservative Dem that holds the lefties in line. Yeah, you're just another Republican.
Trump calls Democratic Representative Cuellar disloyal for not switching parties after pardon. Donald Trump is angry that Representative Henry is running again as a Democrat rather than switch parties after the president pardoned the Texas congressman and his wife in a federal bribery and conspiracy case. Trump blasted Henry Cuellar for such a lack of loyalty, suggesting the Republican president might have expected the clemency to bolster the GOP's narrow House majority heading into the 2026 midterm elections. He's a moron for getting tripped up over the fucking letter next to his name when he's already voting exactly how you want.
Well, and then it's Dutch door action, because when you have Dems that vote that often with Republicans, it just makes the whole party. I think the language is something along the lines of they're judged by their weakest link.
Yeah.
So when you have one or two holdouts, people over time start to realize that they're not meeting their agenda items, because even though it's one or two people, they start to go, the whole party's fucked. So he's doing more benefits towards Trump and more harm to the Dems by staying a fucking Democrat.
I know. And he doesn't see that. Cuellar, in an interview Sunday after Trump's social media post, said he was a conservative Democrat willing to work with the admin to see where they can find common ground. The congressman said he had prayed for the president and the presidency at church that morning, quote, because if the president succeeds, the country succeeds. Citing a fellow Texas politician, the late President LBJ said he was an American, Texan, and Democrat in that order. I think anybody that puts party before their country is doing a disservice to their country, he told Fox News Channel Sunday Morning Futures. Trump noted on his Truth Social platform that the Democratic President Joe Biden's admin had brought the charges against Cuellar, and that the congressman, by running once more as a Democrat, was continuing to work with the same radical left that wanted him and his wife in prison, and probably still do. Such a lack of loyalty, something that Texas voters and Henry's daughters will not like. I didn't remember that. That's ominous. Oh, well, next time, no more Mr. Nice Guy, Trump said. Mr. Cuellar's two daughters, Christina and Catherine, had sent Trump a letter in November asking that he pardon their parents. Jesus Christ. Does it talk about how the party switch? Unexpected bonus for Republicans, please. So yeah, we went down that fucking rabbit hole because Time has the fucking audacity to say about a Democrat who at one point was voting 70% with the Trump admin. It isn't the first time he's moved against the majority of his party. Representative Juan Vargas of California. Representative Juan has voted against the resolution in a move that set him aside from other San Diego representatives such as Scott Peters, Sarah Jacobs, and Mike Levin, who all moved to rein in Trump's military actions in Iran. Vargas has not released a statement detailing his vote, nor has he expressed support for the alternative war powers resolution. And I'm pretty sure he got the least amount of money.
To be fair to Agul, like that, if you're gonna do that shit, that's how you do it. Don't put some chicken shit thing out there. Don't try to fucking spin it. Keep your head down and just keep streaming. Like that's like fuck this guy. But at the same time, that's the only one out of the pack.
Yeah, the less you say, the better. Just shut up. Don't explain it. Just do it and don't elaborate and move on. At some point, the press has to. And you can just dodge when they ask, why did you vote? You can vote that. You can just say, I'm proud of how I've represented my constituents. You can give some nothing answer and they'll never force you to say anything else.
Anybody, that prick that's on the screen, anybody that laments that guy not being in the party anymore is a fraud, is a charlatan, and in turn is not somebody that's serious about politics or supporting the Democratic Party. Like, fuck that shit.
I mean, it pisses me off.
There's a realm of language right now that I think, and I don't know what I even call myself. Like, and a lot of the labeling I think is like fucked anymore.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead with just for a moment with like leftist, right? Lefties in general. The notion of we have to be excised from the party is such trash because ultimately people that support and protect dudes like that are doing more harm than good to the party anyway. It's something that ultimately, like, we're trying to play catch up constantly to suggest that no, we have a rightful spot or we should be in the coalition or any of this fucking crap. But in the meanwhile, look at look at where the opinion polling is for the Democrats overall. It's in the toilet. It's horrible. Yes, they're making wins right now, but it is a reflection of Trump bad, GOP bad, MAGA bad. It's not anything to do with them actually
no, it's the fact that voters have literally nobody else to blame. Voters have no one else to blame because they occupy all three branches. So there's a passive, like, it's the same way Democrats, even though they blew it at the fucking end, when you poll voters with the memory of a fucking goldfish, they still credit that as a win for Democrats and a loss for Republicans because they blame them for the shutdown because they're the majority party and nobody's looking closely at the brass tacks of who's actually holding up the shutdown.
It's so fucked. Like Walls, when Kamala was going on her initial like I told you so tour, he was on CNN talking to Tapper, and he says, hey, like the short version of what he said, because it was like a 10 or 15 minute interview, but the short version was basically like, we know we fucked up. For some reason they went with us they went with Trump instead of us, and we need to take a look at why that is. Like, what was it about what we were saying? He said that like we should be able to look the American people in the eye, like right through the camera, and say we are supportive of like I think he might have even said like Medicare for all or something like that. But he's like, we do. He mentioned like the $4,000 away, like less than $4,000 in the bank, or $4,000 away from like a major catastrophe. He mentioned a couple of things along those lines. He said we shouldn't have any issues saying that we're the party that wants to change that, but we didn't. And the voters blamed us for that. They didn't believe in what we were trying to put forward.
Yeah.
And then he turned around and he said, look, he goes, we do really well in special elections and off-year elections. He goes, but the midterms and the general, that's a different group of people that come out, and we can't take any of this for granted. And then you wait like 6 months and everybody's going, we don't have to change shit as a party. We're fucking killing it. Look at all these wins that we're getting. But it's literally what Wall said. It's fucking special elections and off-year shit. So I want to believe that like,
it's annoying because the only thing that they're running on is just undoing what Trump did. Some of them are not even really advancing like an affirmative vision or policy thing that's durable. It's nothing outside of just saying, I'm going to undo the shit that he did, which is like, that's fucking common sense. It's not ambitious whatsoever. And if you think that that's going to be because that worked for you in a fucking midterm or a special election, which brings out different voters, in the general, you're sorely mistaken. Okay.
And one last thing before we move on,
Mm-hmm.
that, or maybe it's not something that can be talked about like very briefly. There's an internal sort of self-initiated drama cycle right now with, you're definitely reading the fucking article, but real quick, and maybe this isn't maybe that we can save this for like another day, like 3 months from now when we do this again. But, the notion of like it's almost like a self-initiated drama cycle amongst a lot of the liberal streamers where they're arguing back and forth as to whether or not the DOJ should be turned loose on the previous Trump administration, so much so that there's like a huge fervor. It's like lib civil war. And I'm like, first of all, they're not going to do that. They're the party of looking forward and not backward. That's for starters. But the second thing is, if they don't, none of these fuckers are going to like pout about it for longer than 12 seconds. They're still going to vote blue no matter who. They're going to come up with excuses on the back end to say that they were being pragmatic or whatever the fuck. This is it's a huge nothing burger. And I almost feel like it's a replacement for talking about or diving further into anything related to Iran so that they can continue to argue amongst themselves and avoid anything else that's currently happening in the fucking news. Yeah. But it's something I just can't, I'm going to stop rambling. I don't understand it. And I think it's fucking silly to get that riled up over something that they're not going to take action on. I'd be greatly fucking surprised.
That's why they have to talk about it. It's just circle jerky, like navel gazing bullshit.
I just don't, it's so it's
not something that actually anyone's actually going to do. Certainly
and
not
then on
a
top
Democrat.
of that, there's a vacuum of fleshing out exactly what the fuck affordability even means as far as any sort of Democrat policy moving forward. Yeah, you just say the word. It's like salt-based sprinklings.
You don't have to actually promise to materially deliver. You can just say the word and people will vote for you. It's like casting a spell. Trump has the word groceries, but we have affordability.
Yeah. Anyway, let's find out about why Fetterman's brain not working no good.
New York Magazine. And this is a long one, but it's worth it, I promise. So this was published. When was this published? It says 5 a.m. But like back in 2020, last year, May 2025, I think. 2024. Okay. I don't fucking know. Last year or so. All by himself, John Fetterman insists he is in good health, but staffers past and present say they no longer recognize the man they once knew. When John Fetterman was released from Walter Reed Hospital in March 2023, Adam Gentleson, then his chief of staff, was proud of his boss for seeking help for what the senator's office and his doctor had said was a case of clinical depression. His 6 weeks of inpatient care had been the latest medical setback for the Pennsylvania Democrat who had had a stroke mere months before being elected to the U.S. Senate in 2022, nearly derailing his campaign against Republican Dr. Oz. But a year after his release from the hospital, Fetterman's behavior had so alarmed Gentleson that he resigned his position. In May 2024, he wrote an urgent letter to David Williamson, the medical director of the Traumatic Brain Injury and Neuropsychiatry Unit at Walter Reed, who had overseen Fetterman's care at the hospital. I think John is on a bad trajectory and I'm really worried about him, the email began. If things didn't change, Gentleson continued, he was concerned Fetterman, quote, won't be with us for much longer. This was a real concern of this person. His 1,600-word email came with the subject line concerns, and it detailed a list of them, from the seemingly mundane, he eats fast food multiple times a day, to the scary. We do not know if he is taking his meds, and his behavior frequently suggests he is not. We often see the kind of warning signs we discussed, Gentleson wrote, conspiratorial thinking, megalomania. For example, he claims to be the most knowledgeable source on Israel and Gaza around, but his sources are just what he reads in the news. He declines most briefings and never reads memos. High highs and low lows, long, rambling, repetitive, and self-centered monologues, lying in ways that are painfully, awkwardly obvious to everyone in the room. Fetterman was, according to Gentleson, avoiding the regular checkups advised by his doctors. He was preoccupied with the social media platform X, which he'd previously admitted had been a major quote-unquote accelerant of his depression. He drove his car so recklessly, Gentleson said, that staff refused to ride with him. He had also bought a gun. He says he is a biometric save and takes all the necessary precautions, and living where he does, I understand the desire for personal protection, Gentleson wrote, referring to Fetterman's rough and tumble town of Braddock, Pennsylvania. But this is one of the things that you said to flag, so I am flagging.
Okay, so far I'm not a gun guy. So at least we have that separation thus far. like cargo shorts, hoodies, erratic behavior, X making you depressed. But
Not
we
on
finally,
meds.
I've broken away. Yeah.
Another red flag, Gentleson added, every person who was supposed to help him stay on his recovery plan has been pushed out. Fetterman was isolated, had damaged personal relationships, and was shedding staff. The turmoil in his office continued over the following year. Since winning elections in 2022, he had lost his closest advisors, including 3 of his top spokespeople, his legislative director, and Gentleson. His circle of trust has shrunk, and people I spoke with made it clear they expect more staffers to depart. When Fetterman first caught the attention of the national press, journalists wrote about him like he was a benevolent ogre crossed with a folk hero. More specifically, that's how I wrote about him.
I'm stealing that, but go ahead.
I told you that there's plenty of lines in this that you will. This is the tale of Big John Fetterman, the giant who lives in an abandoned car dealership besides a steel mill, my 2018 profile in the Washington Post began. He's 6'8", arms covered in ink, head as bald as a wrecking ball. At the time, Fetterman was... You gonna steal that one as well?
You gotta send me the link. Send me the fucking link.
This is like a profile on evil ogre boy, you guys, in a parallel world.
Thank you.
At the time, Fetterman was meritocratic, which looked a lot like the left-behind corners of the country that had flocked to Donald Trump. He was running for lieutenant governor of the state, and it was easy to see his appeal. He was a bit introverted and curmudgeonly, but funny, smart, and passionate about the fate of the communities, like Braddock, tattooing the date of each murder that occurred in the town during his tenure on his arm. Endorsed by Bernie Sanders, but also sympathetic to fracking and other positions that cut against the progressive grain, he cruised to victory that year. The stroke in 2022 made it difficult for Fetterman to communicate, which was painfully evident in his one televised debate with Oz. Let's see. I never saw this. What is it linked to? I need a video.
That
wait.
It was very rough to watch. Like this, but this was in the era before his I'm trying just not to be an asshole.
Do it.
Before his fucking brain got rewired.
Right.
So you were really pulling for him, and you were like wincing anytime his software shit fucked up on his phone. But yeah.
This is what it is.
In the room. I had a stroke. He's never let me forget that. And I might miss some words during this debate, mush 2 words together, but it knocked me down, but I'm going to keep coming back up. And this campaign is all about, to me, is about fighting for everyone in Pennsylvania that ever got knocked down, that needs to get back up, and fighting for all forgotten communities all across Pennsylvania that also got knocked down, that needs to get back up. Let's also talk about...
It just gets louder as it goes.
Yeah, that's not me doing it. It's this. He got closer and closer and closer to it or something. But there's something... Gosh, I don't even know what to say to that. It's really, really horrible. It's like this skull aphasia or whatever. And you are sympathetic to this, but I don't know that I could watch a whole debate of this. Like Biden is just old.
It was bad. No, it was bad. You wanted to see him win because you knew that you didn't know that he was going to actually turn out to be an ogre, but at the same time you knew Oz was like a fucking ghoul. And I also think it's pretty unfair. A lot of people didn't even know about his existence until the general.
Yeah.
So the notion of you fucking lefties cost us, what the fuck is it? The other guy?
Connor Lamb.
Yeah. You lefties cost us Connor Lamb. It's like, bitch, I didn't even know about this until I knew who the 2 in the general even fucking were. So, but yeah, it was a rough watch.
I think the reason why it's also hard to hear this is because he might be getting the words right, but the inflection and emphasis where he puts the words, it sounds really even further disjointed than it would otherwise, because he's like, it would be like if you said he's reversing everything. Like there was all this emphasis and making it, he was ending things in an upspeak, making it sound like a question instead of a declarative statement. Yeah. Getting louder, just painful.
He's putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Yes, exactly. As Republicans piled on with claims that Fetterman was incapable of doing the job, Democrats rallied to his defense and confidently predicted that he would still be fit to serve. Now, even though he requires the help of captioning on an iPhone to deal with an auditory processing impediment, he remains a promising politician, at least to casual observers. And honestly, a stroke is not enough to be a total setback to you, absent any of the red flags that he was exhibiting by not being compliant with his medication and
I agree.
everything else. Like, that really is not a reason to say, like, oh, I don't know if they can serve or whatever. Like, it happened to be in this case, but there was actually no reason to think that he couldn't recover from that, because you're not actually, there's nothing wrong with your cognition. It's literally just a speech delay. He still exudes an elusive sense of authenticity, someone who can chop it up with manosphere chieftains like Joe Rogan while maintaining chieftains while maintaining a strong stance on trans rights. A recent poll, I thought you couldn't do that though. A recent poll from Morning Consult found that his overall popularity is on the rise, with 50% of respondents approving of the job he's doing against just 35% who don't. With the Democratic Party out of power and fighting with itself on how to move forward, it would be easy to imagine a Fetterman 2028 machine kicking into gear. Jesus Christ.
This article aged well.
Gentleson is a longtime Washington operator. He's worked for a liberal think tank and written a book about the filibuster. He and I first met back when he worked for Harry Reid, then the Democratic leader of the Senate, and later we became friends. Gentleson continues to believe broadly in the Fetterman Project. The Democrats would benefit from punching left more often, and that voters crave a heterodox candidate willing to stick a thumb in the eye of his own party. He says his disagreements with Fetterman are, by and large, not political, but rather an expression of genuine worry for Fetterman's well-being. He told me he hadn't gone public with his concerns earlier because he had hoped Fetterman would correct course. Dude, but he didn't get big by, like, punching left. He won that race because he got, like, a Sanders endorsement and these sorts of bumps.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't have gotten that. Sanders is super picky with his fucking endorsements. He didn't even endorse his own son when he ran for, like, a public office, FYI. I believed in John's ability to work through struggles that lots of Americans share. He said he's not locked in a downward trajectory. He could get back into treatment at any time. If by could you mean it is logically possible. And for a long time I held out hope that he would, but it's just been too long now and things keep getting worse. Then why are you still working for him? He's not the only one who's uneasy. Former and current staffers paint a picture of an erratic senator who has become almost impossible to work for and whose mental health situation is more serious and complicated than previously reported. No one is saying every controversial position, for example, his respectful relationship with Trump, stems from his mental health. I'm saying that. But it's become harder for them to tell which ones do. When I spoke with Fetterman in April and shared those concerns, he denied anything was amiss. He told me he felt like he was the best version, quote unquote, of himself, and later texted that the staff turnover at his office was typical of Washington. Why is this a story? He asked.
How is there no, like, let's
This is
let's
like
say
Lenny
this is
asking
true.
how come the rabbit died.
Yeah. Well, no, let's say all of this is true. Why is there, like, and I know the answer already, because it's the same reason that, like, Feinstein was able to stay in for as long as she fucking did, when during, like, Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation, she was running around hugging, like, Lindsey Graham and all the Republicans afterwards to talk about how great a time it was for her to be there and all this different shit. And it's like, there's no more like ability to combat the other side. It was just like a day trip for, like, Nana from the old folks fucking home. There's nothing there where they just go, you know what? Maybe you shouldn't be here doing this anymore. No, like, cognitive testing. There's just nothing. Once you're in, and as long as somebody can be convinced to keep voting for you, you're good, and you can just stay there for fucking ever.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Dude wrote a book about the filibuster. That guy is a party animal. This guy fucks.
Yeah.
Many of the staffers I spoke with are angry. They're troubled, and they are sad. These are some of Fetterman's truest believers, and they now question his fitness to be a senator. Again, this was written, like, years ago. They worry he may present a risk to the Democratic Party, and maybe even to himself. This is Fetterman and the Ohio clock corridor between votes in the Capitol in February. On his phone. Almost immediately after winning his 2022 race, Fetterman began to fear that everything would unravel. It started, according to two of his former staffers, when Kenneth P. Vogel of the New York Times reached out to Fetterman's team about a donation the campaign had received from a super PAC associated with FTX, the now bankrupt cryptocurrency company started by Sam Bankman-Fried. The Times reported that the PAC had spent $212,000 supporting Fetterman, a sizable amount, but in the context of the most expensive Senate race in the country, which surpassed $300 million in total spending, it was barely a blip.
Hold on just a second. I have somebody in my chat. I have to address this one. I'm not gonna let this one go. There's a chance you're fucking with me because, you know, I'm, like, mildly autistic, and you're saying that's democracy to poke buttons, in which case mission accomplished, very successful, foul. But at the same time, there should be certain guardrails to where once you're just absolutely not the same person anymore, or you're avoiding probably required treatment, whatever, there should be something there to basically step in and go, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to make the decisions that you're fucking making. That's all I'm saying. Like some sort of like cognitive testing for a person that is involved in making some of the most important decisions for the entire direction of our fucking country. Like, no, I'm not, like, fuck that. No. I'm not trying to be ableist, but at the same time, for everything that's in that first fucking paragraph talking about like he's not taking his meds, he's avoiding fucking checkups, he's doing all this shit, like maybe that's probably an issue. Like maybe that's an issue that should be looked at. Anyway. Oh, demo crazy. Fuck you. God damn it. He spelled it with a Z. I'm such an asshole. Never mind. God. Okay. Continue. I'm sorry. Continue.
Sarcasm
I got so triggered
remains
because
to
I was
be
like,
the most, the fastest way to determine if somebody has autism absent a formal diagnostic criteria at your disposal. Of course you fucking fell for that.
I'm just going to sink behind the below the line of my desk now.
And you were calling me out for getting one guide. The staff knew it was not great optics to be linked to a crypto scammer, but as far as scandals went, it was pretty minor. Fetterman, however, fretted it would end his career. In long meetings and phone calls, he was unable to shake the idea he might never even get sworn in. Every call would be like an hour with him, trying to convince him to talk him out of some crazy fantasy, a former staffer said. Fetterman denies these claims. Members of his team told me this was an early warning sign that something was off with their boss. In early February 2023, after Fetterman had indeed been sworn in, members of the Senate gathered at the Library of Congress for a caucus retreat. Fetterman, fresh off a hard-fought victory in the cycle's marquee race, should have been riding high, only he wasn't. A staffer recalled getting a text from a person at the retreat asking if their boss was okay. Fetterman was sitting at a table by himself, slowly sipping a Coke and refusing to talk with anybody. Later that day, another staffer heard an alarming report from a journalist. Fetterman had just walked obliviously into the road and was nearly struck by a car. An aide found Fetterman wandering on Capitol Hill a short time later. Worried that he had suffered another stroke, the staffer whisked him to George Washington University Hospital. Doctors there determined there had been no new stroke and that the dizziness and confusion he'd experienced was partly owed to severe dehydration. Fetterman also consulted with a psychiatrist there, and according to someone briefed by doctors, was prescribed medications for depression. Doctors discharged Fetterman, and his team told the press that he had been briefly hospitalized after feeling lightheaded while attending a Democratic retreat. That's how that got spun. A week later, Democratic Ohio Senator
was that when he maybe they're not being like as detailed. Was this when he face planted and like fucked his grill up?
No. That
okay.
They couldn't hide or whatever. This is because he almost walked into traffic, but he didn't actually fall. Okay. He just did that crazy thing. A week later, Democratic Ohio Senator Sherrod Brown came to pay Fetterman a visit in his new Capitol Hill office. They seemed destined to get along, each hailed from purplish red states and exuded an everyman energy more likely to be found in union halls than in the halls of Congress. But their meeting went awry. Brown tried his best to get a conversation going, but according to two people present, Fetterman was virtually catatonic. He could barely string two sentences together, talking so quietly that everyone in the room had to strain to hear him. Fetterman then stood up and began walking around the office in tight loops, a move the two staffers described as doing figure eights. After Brown left, Fetterman paced from one room inside his office complex to another and back again. At one point, one of his aides said he walked into the hallway peering over his shoulder as if he were being followed by shadowy figures. The staff got in touch with the Senate physician and everyone agreed. Fetterman needed to get to Walter Reed. He was admitted on February 15th. Those first days in the hospital were rough. Fetterman was experiencing delusions. He thought that if he took a bed at the hospital, he would be arrested. He told doctors that he believed members of his family were wearing wires to secretly record him. In one chaotic moment, Fetterman grew convinced that a political rally was being held in the hospital's lobby and that he needed to break out of his room to attend. This man is a currently seated senator. David Williamson.
Yeah, no, he seems fine. Why would anyone have an issue with this whatsoever? Like, no, you're actually, if anything, you're the asshole if you think this man shouldn't be able to continue to have this job. Yeah. I'm convinced. I'm a Fetter fan, if anything, no.
Yeah, Fetterman or bust. David Williamson, Fetterman's doctor, told me that the main causes of the delusions were the lingering effects of the stroke, dehydration, and depression. The original medication for the depression could have also been a factor. Oh, well, I feel so much more relieved to
Good
know
thing
that
he wasn't fucking taking it then.
It's like, it could be this, one medical disorder, this other very dangerous medical thing that can cause medical issues, or this chronic other condition that he has, all while not taking medication. According to paperwork from Walter Reed, doctors then stopped all antidepressants and put him on other drugs. Williamson declined to comment on the specifics of the medication plan. How did they even get this? These staffers, man. The new medication worked, and over the next few weeks, Fetterman's mood steadily improved, according to a public discharge briefing from Williamson. He started sleeping and eating better. He was staying hydrated. He'd come into the hospital burdened by thoughts of self-harm and an indifference about whether he lived or died. If the doctor said, "Oh, by the way, you have 6 months left," I would have been like, "Okay, whatever," he later told Time magazine. Now with the new treatment plan, Williamson said Fetterman quickly evidenced better mood, brighter affect, and improved motivation, self-attitude, and engagement with others. He started welcoming visitors. In a photograph from the Time released by his office, Fetterman sits in a hospital conference room in front of a treadmill, as if to evince an image of health, reviewing documents with Gentleson. Democratic Vermont Senator Peter Walsh, one of the few colleagues in Congress invited to visit Fetterman in the hospital, told me that seeing him at Walter Reed, quote, was like seeing a friend who was really in rough shape suddenly being his old self. After 6 weeks in the hospital, the doctors determined his mental health issues were in remission. Williamson said he expressed a firm commitment to treatment over the long term. Doctors provided Fetterman with a multifaceted treatment approach. He needed to stay on his medication to get his blood checked regularly. It was also important that he stay hydrated, so staff made sure his office fridge remained stocked with Gatorade. He needed to eat healthy and get regular exercise. This was both for his mental health and the underlying heart problems that led to his stroke. It was also strongly suggested that he stay off social media, which exacerbated his mental health challenges. I've never noticed anyone to believe that their mental health has been supported by spending any kind of time on social media, he said in 2023. Fetterman seemed to be
that's fair though. Like, if we're being honest, that's probably fair. Like, that's the only item that, like, okay, you got a good point, but yeah, sure. Anyway.
Fetterman seemed to be a changed man, and he was changing Congress too. The sergeant at arms installed monitors on Fetterman's Senate floor desk and on the dais to facilitate the audio text transcription he needed to follow proceedings. He wore his hoodie and shorts to work, later saying it was difficult to find any suits that could fit his chopstick legs, quote unquote, and accommodate the fact that he had no ass. Fetterman's willingness to be open about his issues seemed to mark a new era in how the public discussed the mental health of politicians. It's like, is it that, or is it just like the stroke talking?
I mean, as a large individual, I mean, I'm not his height, but like I'm a thick boy. That's not how that works at all, by the way. Like, even if you have no ass or whatever, you just cinch your belt in. That's an excuse to not wear like
man
pants.
That's
if
six
you have
foot
cargo, well, I'm just saying, if you wear cargo shorts all the time, cargo shorts are not designed for somebody with no ass. They're designed for literally everybody, but they're baggier than what you would find for normal pants. That's like a weird. Like, oh, I've got no ass, so I can't find pants that fit. Like, that's not how that works. If anything, you have a big ass, so you have to wear cargo shorts because you don't have anything else that fucking fits you. Like, that's such not the point of this entire article, but like that's bullshit.
The benighted days of secrets and shaming are gone, Jennifer Senior wrote in The Atlantic. Fetterman threw himself into the work. He chaired his first subcommittee meeting, which focused on the benefits of food stamps. He flew out to western Pennsylvania to meet with farmers dealing with the toxic effects of train derailment in nearby East Palestine, Ohio. He co-sponsored a bill to ban stock trading in Congress, and in September, after federal prosecutors accused New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez of taking bribes, Fetterman became the first senator to call for him to resign. A few other Dems joined the chorus calling for Menendez to step down, but Fetterman was disappointed at how many kept their mouths shut. There was an issue, however, on which Congress moved swiftly and in unison: Fetterman's sartorial choices. The resolution came from Democratic West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin and Utah Republican Mitt Romney. They called it the Show Our Respect to the Senate Act, shorts for short. It required male senators to wear a coat, tie, and slacks or other long pants whenever they were on the Senate floor, and it passed by unanimous consent. Outwardly, Fetterman played it cool, offering as his official statement a photograph of actor Kevin James smiling sheepishly. But behind the scenes, he stewed. He was absolutely irate, said former staffer. I know exactly what meme this is. I have to pull it up just so I can see it.
The idea that that's how they get at somebody, as opposed to passing something that stresses like bare bones competency. And I mean, granted, at this point in the story, right, I guess he was doing better because he was on a decent medical thing. But up until that point, he was avoiding any sort of like course correction to the point where he wasn't himself. I just feel like that the pettiness of that, whereas there could have been something they could have done that definitely would have hurt him more. It just shows how fucked the whole of like Congress and the Senate are. because they're never going to do that because they know they have a bunch of like organ donor ass like geriatric motherfuckers sitting on the Republican side as well.
Wow, just beat me to pulling up the image. He put shrugging in a 90s flannel. Thank you. Thank you for that description, helping the visually impaired that watch my stream. King of Queens actor Kevin James. He was absolutely irate, said a former staffer. I think it's what soured him on the Democratic caucus. Fetterman denies this. It was perhaps a trivial matter for the Senate to spend its time on, but there was hardly a moment to dwell on it. A few weeks later, Hamas staged a large-scale terrorist attack against Israel, killing more than 1,000 people and kidnapping 250 others. In the days after the October 7th attack, Israel declared war and retaliated with brute force, killing Hamas forces as well as thousands of civilians. Holy shit, the fact that they put that first instead of the thousands of fucking civilians. In the U.S., progressives began calling for a ceasefire to at least pause the carnage. Fetterman felt differently. Now is not the time to talk about a ceasefire, he posted on October 18th. We must support Israel in efforts to eliminate the Hamas terrorists who slaughtered innocent men, women, and children. If his base was surprised by this, perhaps they hadn't been paying enough attention. While Israel had not been a prominent issue in his various campaigns, Fetterman had been talking about his support for the country for years. I'm not really a progressive in that sense, he said while campaigning in 2022. There is no daylight between myself and these kinds of unwavering commitments to Israel's security. Still, it wasn't until October 7th that it became clear Fetterman was the most outspoken Israel hawk in his party, offering constant and unconditional support for the military action in Gaza. Early on in the conflict, 16 of his former campaign staffers wrote a letter, anonymously, saying they found his full-throated support for Israel to be a quote-unquote gutting betrayal. Jentleson had taken to defending Fetterman on X from such criticisms, posting, "The thing about being a staffer is that no one elected you to represent them." But it wasn't just staffers who were upset. There was also Fetterman's wife, Giselle, who had become something of a political celebrity in her own right. She's a kind-hearted philanthropist, the proprietor of a free store in Braddock that gave away goods and clothing, a formerly undocumented immigrant from Brazil, and a vocal progressive. In early November, just weeks after the attack, Giselle arrived at her husband's Senate office, and according to a staffer present, they got into a heated argument. They are bombing refugees.
Are they still even like remotely together? Or
no, I don't think so. I think they're
the...
in the process of getting divorced, if not already divorced.
Has she heard John Fetty Wap song? Like maybe that'll change her mind.
Why don't you reach out and ask?
Yeah, like I feel like maybe that's like the bridge that could restore
separation. Shotgun incident. Okay, wait, wrong thing. Personal life. I could have sworn they were getting divorced.
I mean, I'll hit the I believe button on that, truth be told.
I saw reports, not just like gossip or whatever.
Just like everybody in the chat should hit the I believe button that there's an ad break coming in about 4 minutes and 45 seconds. And the only way that you're going to be able to avoid that ad is with $5.99 or a Twitch Prime, in which case you'll get an ad-free viewing experience as well as cute emotes, and you'll help support the streamer. So that's always good.
Emotes? Are you a stroke victim?
No, it's emotes.
It's emotes, not emotes.
Well, potato. Fucking potato, okay?
No one says it like that, though.
Potato. Now I say emotes and I say potato. There you go. I'm doing that forever now. I'm taking it back.
Oh my god, I have to pay money to the Daily Mail to find the answer to this question. It's a Daily Mail Plus exclusive. They're bombing refugee camps. How can you support this? The staffer recalled her saying with tears in her eyes. That's all propaganda, Fetterman replied. Later, a still visibly upset Giselle pulled the staffer aside. She asked him if members of Fetterman's team were pushing him to take these stances for political reasons. The staffer told her that the opposite was true. Many of them were as upset as she was. If you're pushing back on this, there's no hope, the staffer recalled her saying. This is horrible news. A few days later, Giselle texted a different staffer. I'm at a breaking point and I can't co-sign this any longer. I'd love some help in language to separate myself from this. Can anyone help me? Giselle might have disliked what her husband was up to, but his father loved it. Carl Fetterman, an insurance executive, was way more conservative than his son. He used to have a magnet on his refrigerator that warned that his dog bites Democrats, and he watched Fox News constantly. When Fox would air segments about Fetterman's strong stances on Israel or invite him on as a guest, the senator's father would, according to former staff, almost always call to say how proud he was. The war in Gaza was also luring Fetterman back to X. He had handed over his social media passcodes to his staff as part of his recovery plan, but when he saw in December that Pennsylvania protesters had stuck boycott Israeli goods stickers on hummus containers, he approved a post for staff to send. The message adhered to a classic meme format featuring 2 photos of Drake, one in which the rapper appeared disgusted by text that read protest the rape of Israeli women plus girls, and another in which he noddingly approved to protest hummus. The post royal
the radicalization always starts with hummus. As soon as hummus falls, like everybody else gets, they get very upset, as we've seen over the last 2 years.
Whatever could you be referring to? Critical Rad Theory, thank you so much for subscribing to me. You're on a 1-month streak, and you've been subscribed for 3 months total before. The Post roiled the staff. According to one former aide, a group of women who worked in the office argued that the message could be read as hurtful to sexual assault survivors. Members of Fetterman's senior team spent hours urging him to take the post down. The point he was trying to make, that protesters didn't care about the atrocities committed by Hamas, was being lost in the controversy. According to one of them, Fetterman's response was that he didn't want to give in to the quote-unquote woke mob, and that anyone upset was welcome to resign. Eventually, he took it down. Ooh, so he caved to the woke mob. The endless fights over Israel, which saw Fetterman draw further into himself, coincided with setbacks in his recovery regimen. At that point, Fetterman hadn't gotten his blood drawn for months, despite blood work being a crucial component of the plan. In the final weeks of 2023, a Senate physician called the office, according to a staffer, to say that he had seen Fetterman quote-unquote acting bizarrely near the underground trolleys that shuttle people between the Capitol and nearby office buildings. He had witnessed Fetterman, seemingly unaware of his surroundings, walk directly into a group of people, nearly bowling them over.
Okay, so he's off of his treatment plan. I'm back in the camp of like, get rid of him. Cognitive tests, scrutiny, accountability. He's got to go. He's got to go. So there.
And then it's like this ogre of a fucking man bowling into people.
Yeah.
I just got off at the docks. A staffer wrote to Giselle in a text. Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hummus Falls is that the latest Bond film. Haven't kept up. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. They said they'd call you to debrief. The staffer went on to say that others shared his worries about Fetterman's behavior and that at least 2 top aides were likely to quit soon because of it. I don't want to sound defensive, but I want to be clear that this isn't just me. Everyone here is feeling alarmed. I don't think for a second that it's you, Giselle responded. Will you find out tonight that they're leaving? My fear is something is off and it won't register. Giselle then texted that she had told her husband that his staff and doctors were worried about him, but that he told her, that's not true, and I guess I am not talking to you today, before hanging up. The doctor also said that he was fighting to get access of the Twitter account. She went on, please promise me that he'll never have access. The staffer said that Fetterman was asking for the passwords, but that he would not give them up. I told him I didn't want to talk to him until his blood is tested, Giselle wrote. One former staffer recalled overhearing Giselle on speakerphone that December saying to Fetterman, who did I marry? Where is the man I married? In our conversation, Fetterman downplayed any supposed arguments with Giselle, telling me that, quote, she has her own voice and that he would never try to change her views, even if they differed from his. I think that's very common in political marriage. Really, even if she supported Hamas, you wouldn't touch that at all because you can't change somebody else's mind once you're married to them. In a statement, Giselle suggested Gentleson was part of a conspiracy to damage her husband's reputation, saying Gentleson fed her, quote, scary, untrue stories about John's health. She added, I would talk to John's doctors about what Adam was telling me, and they would be confused. Those doctors would tell me that their concerns were not with John, but with Adam. Any alleged quote-unquote concerns heard from me came straight from those lies, not from John's doctors or my own eyes. In response, Gentleson said, I stand by everything I said, and I hope Senator Fetterman gets the help he needs. Fetterman did have his blood drawn in mid-January 2024, but by mid-March, his aides were again worried that he hadn't been getting regular checkups. No one I spoke to for this article could be sure about whether Fetterman stayed on his medication during this period, but 5 different people said they heard comments from the senator that suggested he was not. Going off meds is a common temptation for people with mental health diagnoses once they start to believe they're well, and it often results in regression. 2 aides told me they frequently heard him talk about how he felt so great that he, quote, didn't need medication. One person told...
So that, to be like really super fair and like to add something that's like beneficial to this is there can also be sort of a dragging... It can be something that... I had it and I lost it. It can make it so that you don't get like the highs and lows, and it kind of pulls you like in the middle, but you go through your whole life feeling so like neutral and bland that you miss this sort of differences in like emotional state and shit like that. So you get this feeling of like, I don't feel anything while I'm on these. I remember feeling feelings, and it motivates you to want to come off of those meds. So like there are examples where this is like kind of fair. I think he's a fucking goober and a ghoul,
No,
and I want to make fun of him.
this is
But
really,
like, this
really
is
common. It's the same as thinking like, you know, well, like you have your umbrella open, you're like, but I'm dry, I don't need it. I can close the umbrella even though it's still raining. Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Fetterman on that yay grind set. Kind of. One person told me Fetterman said he didn't like the way his medication made him feel. Made, past tense. Fetterman was not acting like himself, though it could be hard to pinpoint exactly what was off. I do feel like, you know, at a certain point, some of the folks in the senior staff just started taking way too many liberties around trying to figure out his mental health state, one staffer said. It's like, obviously I could see him having a bad day, and I would try to avoid it myself, but we had no way of knowing, and I want to make sure that it's not just the blanket explanation, because we don't know, right? There was also the possibility that Fetterman's illness had drawn out or intensified his existing predilections. In some ways, Fetterman was being the guy's voters sent to Congress. He keeps to himself. He cancels fundraising every last minute. He thinks, sorry, I didn't expect these to be questions. He keeps to himself. He cancels fundraising events last minute. He thinks a lot of his colleagues are morons. Make him president already. He was never a particularly easy person to work with. He'd had that reputation throughout his entire political career. So sometimes the staff would debate whether a fundamental change had occurred or they were just imagining things, particularly since there were stretches of time when he was lucid and together. It was hard to know which way was up, Gentleson told me. Was he acting crazy or were we overreacting? I asked myself that a lot. Still, in group text, senior staff told from March 2024, staffers used terms like manic to describe his behavior. They pointed out that he was canceling medical appointments despite the blood tests being pillars of the recovery plan. I imagine an intervention would backfire, Eric Stern, a Fetterman consultant at the time, texted. But is there any universe in which Giselle could convince him to get his levels checked? I'm honestly just worried for him and don't know anyone else who could get through to him. The way he talked to me today was different, texted Rebecca Katz, Fetterman's longtime consultant and confidant. Meaner, Katz would quit within weeks.
Well, and then so like another element of this, to be fair, is like you if you're having issues with somebody, and this is like obviously very highly specific to staffers and things like that, but if you have someone that is having like highs and lows and they have like one bad day and then like 7 good days or something like that, you'll kind of you'll reset the clock. Basically, you'll be like, no, he was so good for so long and 7 days went by, 8 days went by, but then he's got like one really fucking terrible, horrible day. And you're like, wait, maybe he does need help. And it'll push you back in the direction of maybe trying to seek external help for something. And then the next day he's fine.
And then
so
you're
then
like,
you go back to
am I
this
going to
long,
hold one day against him? Like, we all have days like this. I don't really know if it's
and
that for sure.
Months goes by, and meanwhile, you know, you're just more entrenched in a day-to-day status quo, and then the outbursts and things start to become more normalized.
One staffer told me there would be entire days when they couldn't let anyone outside the office be around him because he was in some sort of state and might say really fucked up shit to constituents. Sometimes he would just shut down, according to one former staffer. He was saying unhinged shit, according to one text, and spending more time on social media. Stern wrote to the group that it seemed like Fetterman was quote-unquote spiraling and that he was constantly doom-scrolling. I think he's on essentially all day now. Would only make things worse. It's self-sabotage, Katz texted. Him against the world is his comfortable place. Another staffer chimed in to say the boss had picked a fight in the Senate cloakroom when an attendant wouldn't let him bring a friend in. He said something to the effect of, you let all these imbeciles in here, but you won't let me bring in my friend. Bobby Maggio.
And I mean, sometimes you spend a long time on Twitter, and like sometimes people say mean things about your favorite streamer. Sometimes you feel like you got like a really good example for like a dunk or whatever. Like, and if you're not continuously scrolling, you're gonna miss those opportunities. So I mean, I don't blame him for that. You know, that's you know, am I not fair? Like I'm very fair. I feel like
it's like more concerning to me, not that he wants to use social media a lot, but that he's doing it to like not do his job.
Yeah.
Bobby Maggio, a longtime aide who had often defended his boss, thought that people might be overreacting to the cloakroom incident. He replied that this could just be an example of Fetterman being gruff and frustrated by a stupid rule. In February 2024, Gentleson announced that he was stepping down as chief of staff while remaining on the payroll as an advisor. For months afterward, he debated whether to contact Fetterman's doctor. While he was still working for Fetterman, he had been explicitly told not to, and when he did so anyway, there were massive fights. According to Fetterman, in December 2023, Adam Gentleson took action that jeopardized the privacy/sanctity of my confidential medical records. I subsequently directed my doctors to sever any access Adam could have to my medical info. In May 2024, Gentleson decided it would be best to lay everything out there. I wanted to do what I could think of to try and get him help, he said. That's why I sent the letter. He also said he worried that Fetterman could end up inadvertently hurting someone else. He engages in risky behavior, he wrote in the letter. He drives recklessly. He FaceTimes, texts, and reads entire news articles while driving. And I don't mean while stopped at a light or something. He reads and FaceTimes while driving at high speeds. But again, sitting member of the Senate. Less than a month later, Fetterman caught a red-eye flight back from LA after taping an episode of Bill Maher's show. His staff urged him to have someone pick him up from the airport and drive him home, but he refused. Before 8 a.m., according to a police report, Fetterman was traveling well over the 70-mile-per-hour speed limit on I-70 when he smashed his Chevy Traverse into the back of a 62-year-old woman's Impala, totaling both cars. Giselle, who'd been in the backseat, suffered a pulmonary contusion and spinal fractures. Fetterman, calling from the side of the road, told the staffer he'd fallen asleep at the wheel and handed the phone to a police officer. It's a miracle no one died, the officer said.
Okay, but in my defense, at least, this is now a good reason that I ride a motorcycle year-round, because I can't read articles on my phone or tweet. I'm just saying, it's a good thing.
Shut up. You ride a donor cycle. Incredibly fucking dangerous. Doesn't matter that you have a fucking helmet. I don't want to hear it. After Donald Trump won the election, Fetterman did something no other Democratic senator dared to do. He went to Mar-a-Lago. I didn't bend any knee. They reached out and invited me, Fetterman told me. And if you're a senator from a critical state and the president would like to have a conversation, that's part of our responsibility. Giselle, however, wasn't so keen on traveling with him. It was a whole saga, said a former staffer. She wasn't going to go, and they had fights about it. To convince her, Fetterman told her to think of this as an opportunity to showcase what a model dreamer looked like in an effort to get the president-elect to soften his views on illegal immigration. Dude, his wife is a fucking immigrant. If she didn't go, Fetterman said, she'd lose the right to complain about whatever he did as president. He said in a small group with senior staff, I told her to put up or shut up. The staffer recalled, if she doesn't go, I don't want to hear about it. Fetterman described the interaction slightly differently. It's not so much convincing her, he told me, it's the upside. Ultimately, Giselle did go, and by all accounts, the meeting went smoothly. According to Fetterman, the conversation lasted about 75 minutes, and the president was charming, fully engaged, quote unquote, and different from the persona you may see on television. His faculties haven't slipped at all, Fetterman told me. It's not that I admire it, I acknowledge it, and if you don't, you do it at your own peril politically. While many Democrats were shell-shocked by Trump's victory, Fetterman seemed unfazed. He understood the Trump phenomenon better than most of his party, and having won a state that went for Trump in 2024, shared more voters with him too. And so it made sense in his mind that he could find more ways to work with the incoming president. The Mar-a-Lago pilgrimage was a start, but Fetterman went further. He was the only Democrat to vote for Trump's pick for Attorney General Pam Bondi. He posed for a thumbs-up photo with Elise Stefanik, then the nominee for U.S. ambassador to the UN. And she's like a massive fucking Zionist. And he came close to supporting Pete Hegseth, the nominee for Secretary of Defense, who has been dogged by reports of excessive drinking, financial mismanagement, and sexual misconduct. We are going to have massive issues internally when he votes for Hegseth, a staffer texted in mid-January. Fetterman had been the only Democrat to meet with Hegseth late last year as the former Fox News host made the rounds on Capitol Hill trying to earn Senate support for his confirmation. Fetterman had left his meeting with Hegseth unimpressed, according to former staffer, but as the decision neared, it seemed like he might actually vote for him. It would be a bad look, he told staff, if all the Democrats turned their backs on the person who would be leading the armed forces. It would make them appear weak and partisan. Fetterman became
hold on. That's so stupid that it's probably true. Like, that's so stupid it's probably fucking true. Dude, one of us has to vote for him or it'll make the whole party look bad. Get the fuck out of here.
Wish I'd thought about that, right? Why won't more people think like him? As if there aren't, there are already so many Democrats afflicted with this way of thinking. As clearly as we just read in the articles before. Fetterman became so torn by the decision that over nominating Hegseth, this is actually something that's hard for him to know, what is the right thing here for me to do? What should I do? He's actually fucking torn. He
probably turned to Twitter.
On the day of a procedural vote that would move Hegseth's nomination closer to completion, he floated the idea of not voting at all. What if I left? He asked his staff. Instead of voting, he said maybe he should just sneak out of Washington and hole up at his parents' place in York, Pennsylvania. I felt like I was looking at a 8-year-old, the staffer said. The back and forth led to what one person in his office at the time called a full-blown meltdown. According to a contemporaneous text message from his staffer sent to a colleague, Fetterman had become so distraught about the Hegseth vote, as well as chatter in the media that he might switch parties and become a Republican, that he spent part of the day locked in his office, fighting with Giselle and crying while FaceTiming with staff. Grown man. He says that they are trying to cancel him again, but we don't know who they are, a staffer said in a text. Fetterman ultimately voted against Hegseth's nomination. In a statement, Fetterman said, "My no vote on Pete Hegseth speaks for itself. The rest is pure conjecture." When they're like, he says that they're trying to cancel him, but they don't know who they are. Have you ever seen that video? We'll only watch a little bit of this, called Sporty. It's really old.
No.
They're trying to cancel me. This is the dumbest video ever.
That's such a big mistake. No, man. I'm bad upset. Daniels, why'd you throw it away, Daniels? Did you see that?
I didn't. What happened?
Daniels had a second left and he didn't even throw it in?
What was it, a football game?
It was such a bad play by Daniels. That's so sad for my team and me. I'm such a big supporter. Oh no! Now we're gonna do another 2 whole games before they come back to the championship series playoffs. Nichols is on the sideline. He must be injured. Why didn't you make that play? Score for once.
Score what? A touchdown?
Score more points to win the game. Bengals is over there making the worst calls.
Like, this is what I'm picturing when they're saying that, like, they're asking Fetterman questions and he's, like, not responding and they don't even really know what they're talking about. Yeah, this guy's on SNL.
Yeah.
I had to mute that because his voice is cruel and unusual punishment.
I turned down the hold on, I can turn it back up now. I had to turn it down a little bit because I could look on mine and it was peaking.
It's peaking
on my
crazy.
OBS. Yeah.
Give me a second, hold on. Why is this looking like this?
Oh, I mean, it's fine now. That was just a one-off.
No, I'm like wondering what's going on with my chat thing. Yeah, he says they're trying to cancel him again, but we don't know who they are, a staffer said in a text. Fetterman ultimately voted against Hegseth's nomination. In a statement, Fetterman said, "My no vote on Pete Hegseth speaks for itself. The rest is pure conjecture." Fetterman's struggles seemed to be occurring in a vacuum of his own making. He was friends with Welsh of Vermont and Republican Senator Katie Britt of Alabama. The three of them dined on occasion and swapped stories about their families. But beyond that, he was isolated. He deleted himself from the Democratic caucus group chat. He rarely, if ever, attended hearings. During the first quarter of this year, he missed more votes than any other senator. In my conversations with various Democratic Senate staffers, the view of Fetterman essentially boiled down to, he can be difficult to work with, but we're lucky to have him in the Senate. In recent months, Senators Patty Murray of Washington and is it Jiang? How do you say this?
I think it's just Jean. I always hear Jean Shaheen.
Shaheen. Yeah. Fucking stupid name. Of New Hampshire had what staff referred to as verbal altercations with Fetterman. But like former Senator Joe Manchin, Fetterman provides a mostly reliable vote from an unreliable state. He has what baseball statisticians might refer to as a high WAR, wins above replacement. One of the biggest challenges we have is to get trust from working class Americans, Walsh said, and I think that John has a unique ability and sensibility to connect and be trusted. This motherfucker is like the biggest Zionist in the fucking Senate. Yeah, that really connects with working class voters. Walsh said he thinks Fetterman is doing well emotionally and appears to be quite engaged with the job. When asked if she had observed Fetterman struggling.
So here's the other issue though, right? They haven't, I don't know what his vote was on like the big beautiful bill or whatever the fuck. It wouldn't surprise me if he did vote for it, because that's been what he's been doing. But by virtue of the fact that like Trump's been ruling via like executive fiat, there isn't a track record during the Trump era to be able to say, look at how often he's voting with the Republicans are voting in favor of like Trump related shit, because everything's executive order or damn near everything. Like, so that's one of the areas where he could have a voting record that's like infinitely worse, but we just don't know because these votes aren't occurring.
Still, some of Fetterman's behavior was leaking out into the public. Oh, Brett said not at all. Last year, the Sunrise Movement posted a video of Fetterman mocking and filming one of his constituents, a climate activist who was calmly trying to ask him about his stance on pipelines. Earlier this year, a passenger on a flight to Pittsburgh filmed a video of Fetterman getting into an argument with the pilot about wearing a seatbelt in a way that was visible to the crew. If you want to go to Pittsburgh, it's simple, the pilot explains. You're going to have to follow our instructions or be asked to get off the airplane. Moments like
Fucking
these.
8-year-old. Yeah.
This is like old people like dementia type behavior, but yeah. Moments like these were becoming increasingly difficult for staff to explain, and behind the scenes, things were worse. In March, Fetterman suddenly took an early morning trip to Hartford, Connecticut, without telling his team why, leaving them at a loss for what to tell Giselle as she demanded to know why he was missing one of their kids' birthdays. Fetterman objected to this characterization, saying to me, "I took a weekend trip in March to visit the gravesite of a friend from grad school who died in '93, a trip my staff and my family knew about." How about your kid? When he was in Washington, there were entire days in which his schedule was cleared because he seemed like he was in no mood to be around others. And when he did have meetings, they sometimes went south. In early February, Fetterman met with Jeremy Ben-Ami, the leader of the progressive Jewish organization J Street. Over the course of Israel's campaign against Gaza, J Street has walked a difficult line, calling itself pro-peace and pro-Israel, a Zionist institution that isn't afraid to take shots at Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. The organization lives in a gray area, but during the meeting, it became clear that Fetterman saw things in black and white. "You can't reform a carton of sour milk," Fetterman told Ben-Ami, according to notes from the meeting, referring to the Palestinians. Fetterman said he did not believe in a two-state solution and claimed he had never met an Arab person who would condemn Hamas. Correction, the notes from the meeting stated, only a single Arab he has met with the staff was present for only a single Arab he has met with that staff was present for wouldn't outright condemn Hamas.
So what are the odds that he essentially so he doesn't believe in a two-state solution. So obviously he has the super turbo based opinion of basically making it like one nation where everybody gets equal rights, equal privileges, full voting access, the whole 9 yards. Like that that's clearly what he means, right?
Yeah.
Like that's
Obviously.
of course. Yeah.
Duh. It's like horseshoe theory.
Duh.
Fetterman went on to make statements that shocked people. In opposing a ceasefire, he said, "Let's get back to killing." A person who heard the conversation told me, he said, "Kill them all." In a statement, Fetterman denied the count, adding any reference to killing was solely about Hamas, and I do support the destruction of that organization down to its last member. When I met with Fetterman in mid-April, it was the first time I had interviewed him since we drove around Western...
We're just gonna glance past that. Like the fucking
It's like the least
He's
surprising
no,
thing.
I meant the
Have
bad
you ever
guys.
talked to a fucking Zionist? Especially when they're not on camera.
I only meant the bad Arabs. That's what I was referring to. When I said, let's get back to the killing, I only meant the really bad ones. Also, none of them deserve a state, by the way. Also, I'm a Democrat. Like, fucking get the, oh my God. Fuck. My soundboard doesn't work through there. Otherwise I would probably do something funny, but whatever. Holy fuck.
When I met with Fetterman in mid-April, it was the first time I had interviewed him since we drove around Western Pennsylvania in 2018. The lobby of his Capitol Hill office contained a wall covered by red posters commemorating the Israelis who had been held hostage by Hamas since the October 7th attack. The word kidnapped appeared atop each one. In his personal office, Fetterman sat with his legs spread wide in a leather chair. He was manspreading. He wore his customary Carhartt hoodie but no shoes, occasionally scratching at his feet through his socks. He looked a bit like a 90s sitcom husband lounging comfortably in his man cave. Fetterman's staff, past and present, had cautioned me that there are good days and bad days. I was told this was a good day. Years after the stroke, Fetterman continues to struggle with auditory processing. To chat with me, he had put an iPhone on the table that transcribed my questions to him in real time. Sometimes Fetterman wouldn't finish reading a question before answering, and other times the sentences could come out a bit garbled. After a podcast taping earlier this year with The Bulwark, the interviewer Tim Miller came away feeling like Fetterman might have not been all there. "He's struggling," Miller said in a separate podcast taping. "He's like really struggling. And I just think coming off of the Biden thing, we should not be hiding the ball on this sort of stuff." But in my conversation with Fetterman, I didn't find any indication that the stroke had left him cognitively impaired. Our interview lasted just over an hour, during the first half of which he seemed excited to discuss just about anything I threw at him. He had problems with the way Democrats had estranged themselves from the public, he said, but he still had no intention of leaving the party to become a Republican or even an independent. Same chance I'm going to end up with a big, beautiful head of hair.
The idea of not elaborating on what he means there, I think, is fucked up. Like, maybe he does further south but like, I feel like that's an important thing to draw an arrow to if you're trying to actually do this like journalistic piece where you let the public know where he's at, like as a person and as a public servant and everything else. But that's crazy to just skip past that. Like, what the fuck does that mean?
We talked about family, about the toll a life in the public eye can put on them. It's shitty, he said, about Giselle's hatred for politics. It's only intensified. And about how near-death experiences can bring loved ones together. "I'll never miss an opportunity to have dinner with him and talk to him now," Fetterman said about his father, who had suffered a heart attack that nearly killed him. As for Fetterman's own health, he said it was better than ever. A day earlier, he had published an op-ed in the New York Times about his experience with the anti-obesity medication Mounjaro, which he said helped save his life. And it wasn't just his physical health. For someone that suffered from depression, to me, it's just right, he said. It feels crisp and not on anything. I just like to feel like my best version. Feels crisp and not on anything. This seemed as good as an opening as any to ask him the hard questions about his mental health. It's been 2 years since Walter Reed, I began. I know mental health is a lifetime struggle. I wouldn't even describe it as a lifelong one, he said, cutting me off. He explained that before his stroke, he wasn't just joy, joy, joy all the time, but that the actual mental health break only happened after, quote, everything kind of collided at the same time. Do you ever worry about slipping, I asked. No, he said. It's freeing and really appreciate things that I would have never been able to if I had never recovered from the stroke. I've talked to a number of former staffers of yours who say they're worried about you, I said, who say that they're worried that you are not on your recovery plan, that you might not be taking your meds, that they've heard you make comments about how you didn't need them anymore, or that you didn't like the way that they made you feel. Do you care to comment on that? No, I won't, he said, his eyes casting between his feet and the two press staffers sitting at the back table. He said that no one in his staff would know about his personal health situation and that anyone who told me otherwise was simply misinformed. There's not really anything to respond to when that's just not accurate, he said. What they say, I pressed on, is that they've witnessed ups and downs that could be associated with kind of a relapse, and they also worry that the medication that you're on is not just for depression, but more serious drugs that if you're not on them would be a problem. Is there truth to that? I don't have any comment on that, he said. I'm going to go off record. I cannot report what Fetterman said over the course of the next 4 minutes, but I can say that after he was done talking, I found myself in the hallway outside his office making awkward small talk with one of his press aides. 5 minutes later, the door opened and I was ushered back in. The office felt different now. Quiet and tense, Fetterman was still in the same chair but slumped into himself like a deflated parade float. His shoes were on now and he avoided looking at me. Finally, I broke the silence. Anything to say about that? I asked, hoping to pick up our conversation where we had left off. There's not anyone that you're referencing who would be privy to my medical history, he said. Do you care to comment whether they are right or wrong, I asked. I'm just going to say that it's disgruntled employees saying things that are either untrue or that's the kind of the business that we're in, he said. I asked him why these staffers might be disgruntled. For whatever reason, he said, there's lots of people who just hide behind unnamed sources and articles. I tried to move the conversation to Trump's tariffs and other issues before leaving, but it was plainly clear that his mind was elsewhere. His voice was low. He barely bothered to look up. His sentences were clipped. I feel like there's been kind of a tone shift here, I said, trying to catch his eye. Can you tell me what you're feeling? What you're thinking? For the first time since I'd returned to his office, he looked right at me. No, everything's great, he said deadpan. Everything's great. I don't know what you're referencing. The end.
Okay, no, he's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go. He's got to go.
He's got to fucking go. And again, if I put... Wait, the hidden struggle of John Fetty Wap. This was May 2nd, 2025. So we're barely approaching a year on this. This is pretty recent.
I just...
Insane. Anyone who fights his him being primaried because it was a close race, just you have to force them to read this article first before they get to actually defend that position.
But no one serious that is making this argument would ever approach it without at least addressing the voting record, what some of his stances are, and the ways that he's basically obstructing, or the fact that he dead ass was oh, I'm already going to tell you now that I'm going to vote against holding the president accountable for anything that he's doing. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. The idea of we shouldn't be supportive of somebody that's going to primary. Well, you should always be supportive of primaries, first of all.
Yeah.
But then I've heard somebody make the argument of well, what happens if he gets primaried and then the person that defeats him loses in the general? Well, then that person loses in the fucking general.
Dude,
that's called democracy, goddammit.
Dude, this is all out in the open. You think that his opposition can fucking use this against him and vote the exact same way?
Fucking, it's crazy.
It's crazy. But, okay. It's not exactly the main attraction, but it might be the first thing that I have on my title. Do you have time to do a little bit of this?
A little bit. Can I go hit the little ogre's room for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. I will be right back.
And this is a perfect time for me to say that if you are watching on YouTube and you haven't liked the stream, please go ahead and do so. That way you can push it out to other people that are watching. Should subscribe to me if you aren't subscribed there. If you're watching on Twitch, please follow me if you aren't following me already. You can also sub to me or gift subs throughout the chat, or maybe you'll be the recipient of a gifted sub, or subscribe with your Amazon Prime sub thing. That way you can have access to cute emotes as well as an ad-free experience. If you want to support me, the best way to do so is the Streamlabs tip link, which only takes like 2 or 3% as opposed to YouTube chats, which I also accept and will read out if you give them to me on YouTube, which takes 30%. And yeah, I'm at __ on everything. And the next thing that we're going to do is, and this is from Michael Tracey, who our favorite Epstein, what does he call himself? He calls himself as like fighting the Epstein, hysteria, maximalism or whatever, mythology. That's what it is. The Epstein mythology. And I was watching Doom Scroll the other day, and I noticed that he said, if I put Doom's, Emma Vigeland called him out.
As we're seeing with the Epstein files too.
Let's see. Where does Michael Tracey come up? I bet if I search here. Did you watch Pisco talk with Tracey? I saw parts of that, but I've seen him talk to Glenn Greenwald, and Glenn Greenwald like largely did the same thing. He like made himself look like an idiot there. Glenn Greenwald like really held his feet to the fire. If I put Michael, yo. Okay. Really, really quick. Okay. Some of the context and background to like why they're like coming after Tracey or whatever. Emma Vigeland, Majority Report co-host. We love Emma. Some don't, but we do here. She calls Tracey out, which is very funny in my opinion, for his reporting on this.
TYT included like with Katzenberg and stuff like that, but it's mostly on the right. They realize there's more bang for their buck if they're going to invest
the individual creator.
in individual creators. Yeah. There was a clip we played on our show today of Tara Palmieri, who's now an independent journalist herself, asking Michael Tracey, who is this, if you don't know who this is, congratulations, you touch grass and have a life. But he is
really quick. I just
realized I was fucking muted on my mic.
No, you're good.
Rookie.
It's so funny watching me say, give my thoughts on Emma. And it was like, Emma is mental. One chatter of mine. Emma is great. Another chatter of mine.
Never touched grass. Not once.
I used to work with him. He is a contrarian, basically. And his latest thing is smearing the Epstein survivors. And she asked him straight up on Piers Morgan.
Really? Oh. There wasn't another bit available? Is that?
I mean,
okay, I haven't kept tabs on.
It is insane. It's like, I mean,
wow.
All of them, from Virginia Giuffre to the other. I mean, it's. And she straight up asked him on Piers Morgan, "Are you being paid?" And he said, "I can't hear you. My earpiece went out." So people can look up that clip if they want. But my point,
wow, that's not good.
I don't know if he's getting paid by a billionaire that's associated with Epstein. Who knows? But who knows if any of these people, who was paying any of these people? They're so-called independent. And you take my word for it. We're pretty transparent about our funding.
Heard this. Now that I recall, I have heard this from Michael Tracey, and I was like, is there not another beat to cover?
Yes, I mean, but and he's like just a substacker. And my point is just there's no oversight as to like how these people are being subsidized.
And so this like all of these, you can say like, oh, I'm reader funded or whatever, but there's different ways that like if somebody wanted to like funnel money to you via Substack or Patreon, which have opaque funding structures, there is a way that you could be astroturfing somebody and they don't even realize they're on the recipient of it. And I have always wondered, like, especially around the stuff with like Russiagate, like if, and the fact that like Michael Tracey was like adjacent to like he I call them like toll cells, like these kind of Tulsi Gabbard types.
Toll cells.
Which he absolutely was. He was like the like shoe on head. They're like populist, anti-woke usually. They liked Bernie, but they also liked Tulsi Gabbard. They were like critical of Israel, but then also critical of Ukraine. like these sorts of things. Like they had these types of positions, and Michael Tracey like always operated in that lane, and also former TYT journalist, so that works against him. And I wondered like where his money comes from, but I have no reason to think with this that it's anything other than just sort of like a bizarre personal opinion, honestly. Love Jimmy Dore in the Gray Zone.
So I have a mixed opinion on this, because on the one hand, I think you can go overboard with presentation and worrying about like I think they call it like something about like the toolbox fallacy or something like that, to where it's like I'll start doing the thing once all of the conditions that I want are perfect, and then I will, like, I can't write the great American novel because I need a new laptop and I need very specific software, right? Which is bullshit, because if you wanted to write the great American novel, you would get a legal pad and a pen and you would start writing. On the one hand, it's like, well, if you've got it and you can bring interesting stuff to the table, it doesn't matter if you have a LED lights and a million Labubus and weird anime posters on your wall and shit like that, because people are going to show up because they want to hear what it is you have to say if they find you like interesting or whatever. On the flip side, though, I'm pretty fucking sure you could have invested like 5% more into your presentation than whatever the fuck is currently on your screen. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but like, I'm wearing a t-shirt. I understand that I'm not exactly like dressed to the nines, but for fuck's sake, or like maybe brush your hair or shave your head. I don't give a fuck. But like, what am I looking at? First of all,
you're looking at a respected independent journalist by the name of Michael Tracey. I mean, he's just like he's just like the kid in high school with a roller backpack. You know what I mean? He's like your friend's autistic little brother that you would feel mean about bullying in front of them. So you do it behind their back. Do you dispute this characterization?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. No, not even a little bit. I can accept it 100%.
He's going
that's
for
crazy to
homeless
me.
chic.
Yeah.
Looks like a hostage video. Yeah, POV, a bag has just been pulled off your head. And another slew of soap opera garbage from the Majority Report. So this is him responding to the scariest thing imaginable, which is two women talking shit about him on a live stream, one of them a previous coworker. I don't know that he and Francesca Fiorentini ever had overlap when working at TYT, or like even if they worked at the same time, ever did any work together or had to interact with one another, but he and Emma did, which she just mentioned on the doom scroll thing. And I don't think he responds to the doom scroll thing at all. He may not even know about it, but he definitely knew about the segment that she did with Francesca, where they totally just like, it's like Mean Girl like shit talking is how it has to be, is probably viewed, and it probably is like incel fuel. It's called gossip. Social media has industrialized gossip. Top comment. It just shows that we never needed AI to create slop content at scale. Ever since Michael Brooks passed away, Majority Report turned into another partisan hack, headline readers, bottom feeders who just stay on their side. They are not journalists. They are thoughtless, they keep us divided, and don't realize they're a major part of the problem. Michael observed that these individuals neither compose nor create substantive work of their own. Their entire enterprise consists in passive consumption of others' intellectual labor. They do not qualify as journalists in any meaningful sense of the term. They are merely influencers. It is entirely plausible that they harbor professional envy towards your demonstrated capacity for original writing. Dude, like, I didn't know where they were going with this, but holy fuck. This fucking, like, hagiography that they're penning here for Tracey. Like, yeah, noted, respected, independent journalist Michael Tracey. Like, the biggest outlet that he's been put in is, like, the Wall Street Journal, maybe. Which is, like...
I mean, really...
I'm pretty sure he has been, but it's, like, it's just one piece, you know? It's primarily been independent reporting.
I'm going to try to be somewhat charitable because I'm sure his YouTube work is not what he's known for, but all you really need to know is that in a day, he only got 2,500 views on a video that... I know another guy that's absolutely obsessed with Emma Vigeland. That his anti-Emma, his anti-Emma videos fucking absolutely
like
just destroy,
if not more. Yeah, like he has to put this into perspective, people. Michael Tracey has 19,000 subscribers. That means his videos are supposed to be hitting 19,000 separate individual subscription boxes every single time he uploads. I have less than 3,000 subscribers. My VODs get that same amount of viewership. And I don't have anything published anywhere. So let's take a look.
Okay, so I would honestly prefer to not have to talk about this at all. Whenever I'm sent clips of the Majority Report, which is this sort of political gossip show on YouTube,
Great characterization.
it's always something that is trying to demean me on
What's wrong with his hair? Nothing. It's just like uncombed.
But also,
just
while you have it
personal
paused,
grounds.
anytime someone opens with, look, I don't even really care about this, but ... Shut up. You're full of shit. You cut an hour. An hour on this because it fucking bothered you. Stop lying.
It's like it's a type of like polemics that I really, really despise, where somebody like every other side comments or whatever is making this sort of like, I'm above this, or like, and the way that they undercut it is like, yeah, the Majority Report, a news show, if you could even call that news, decided to respond to me. If you could even call that a response, they really just slander me the entire time. Like this sort of like, back and forth.
Or to have this whole little soap opera feuding thing, which I understand is like the currency of these YouTube drama shows. And it's really not worth my time anymore. So when I saw that this clip was out where
Michael Tracey's time is just so valuable.
It's something to do with me and them presumably mocking me or haranguing me, my first instinct was sincerely just to simply ignore it, because I've gotten drawn in.
I mean, at least he knows that if there's two women talking about him on the internet, it's probably going to be just talk shit. Look, I would love to talk to this guy, but honestly, off stream, I've seen how he acts on stream, and I think it's a real hindrance, because he acts in such a way that I'm like, you're still not giving like everything. Like there's still things that you're concealing, and I would just want to move him off the point, like just for fun, to probe, like, why do you not think that like trafficking is like a real thing? He seems to think that this is just like a junk concept, and that because it's been expanded too much, like it can't ever be like reined in or like codified in law in a way that's substantive. It's very strange.
To their gossipy soap opera nonsense in the past, because they would just go out of their way to like make up stuff about my personal life or like comment on my personal relationships and so on. And it's just not the kind of back and forth that I'm interested in engaging with. If you want to come challenge me on the substance of something that I've said or done or reported, that's fine. I embrace that. I invite it. I even go out of my way to plead with critics to engage with me in some kind of rational fashion. And maybe I'll even concede some sort of error, or will have this, Socratic dialogue to be a little bit highfalutin about it that will result in some better understanding of whatever issue is at hand.
Highfalutin.
But when it comes to just this personal stuff, it's boring, it's tedious, and it's not the style.
It's tedious to have to fight off accusations that I don't wear deodorant. It's annoying to have to reiterate why I don't like to comb my hair before turning on my webcam. It's bothersome and frankly beneath me to have to justify the fact that, I have issues with women, or that I'm even accused of why do this?
Of political commentary that I am genuinely interested in any way. So I was going to ignore all the people that were sending me this clip. But I was going to ignore the clip itself, despite lots of people having sent it to me, unfortunately, because I would never otherwise see the Majority Report. It's like, I don't know. It's like some sort of just incredibly low-grade comfort food gossip type show that people who have certain political inclinations that are left or liberal oriented, apparently.
I mean, that tells me that I honestly think he's only ever watched like fun half clips from the Majority Report. That's the only thing that shows up in his recommended. Because if the only thing that you've seen is them like the videos of them dunking on like Dave Rubin or Tim Pool, I can understand how you've come away with this. But so much of the show is actual like punditry, commentary, and interviews with academics and different political activists or whatever, and like serious conversations. It's not just this, like, it's not all like the fun half.
Well, not only that, he's politically plugged in enough to be able to make an assessment, like to take an extra 5 minutes and look and see what kind of what kind of content they actually do. But the other thing that so also you're talking about a guy that like his biggest, most viral claim to fame was trying to say that Maxine Waters like beat the shit out of him when she violently brushed past him in front of Congress. Like that's as far as I'm aware of, that's his peak moment. So anything else, I wouldn't be able to tell you what the fuck he's ever done other than like the couple of tiny pieces that he did while he was still working for Jiang.
We should try to dig that up and find it.
Like to watch, but it just, again, not something that would ever come on my radar organically. And yet, this video came out, I guess it was, when was it? March 2nd. And I eventually gave it and watched it. You know, shame on me. But the commenters and the correspondents and the other people telling me to watch it won out. And so I'm only responding now because it's not just gossip that
we're on minute 3 of the explanation as to why he's doing this. Dude, just do it. You don't need to fucking explain or like get like this just is like honestly making it sound like cope. Give me a second.
This is the shortest one that I can find like in a there's a little bit of like, it seems like generic music in the background, but it's like 39 seconds long.
Let's see. Put the explanation in the bag, little bro. Murdered by... What is this? Wait. Let's see. What is this?
Mistaken to forge military cooperation with Russia in Syria and to try to get a START treaty.
You and I have a different agenda, young man. I'm out to impeach this president.
Young man.
Get that straight.
I mean, he's not super old or anything like that, but it's like she's showing her age by fucking calling him that.
She is, yeah.
I know.
To impeach the president, I'm not going to be diverted by people who are Obama haters. You think?
Chad.
Okay, here we go.
Young man, you can't show murders on Twitch like that.
They're trafficking in.
There actually was an incident, I don't even know what the context was, where he was like forced to the ground by a cop. And I remember Vosh watching it and laughing, and I thought it was in very poor taste. And I thought maybe you were linking me that. I was like, oh, if it's that, I really don't want to watch it.
Nope.
He was tased. Yeah, it's too much. Too much. I don't like that. I don't like to see anybody. I mean, what do you think? What do y'all think my opinion on cops is?
To use one of my favorite new verbs. It's just like outright lies and, slander. Basically. No, I'm not saying I'm going to sue anyone.
Slander. Basically.
Yes, I know that the burden of proof to establish defamation is extremely high, especially in New York State, where I presume they're located, although I don't know for sure.
They called me a virgin. Slander.
Sure. But at least I guess has to warrant some kind of response, because otherwise, like, what am I to do? Just allow total distortions and lies to just hang out there unrebutted?
There's people lying on the internet.
So anyway.
About me.
Here we go.
Here's my advice to Michael. Yeah. You do. You don't respond to it. You don't need to. Honestly. He should fucking know this as if he's a fucking journalist. He make it go away.
The screen share thingy-majig.
The screen.
So here's the headline: Epstein victim smearer
He's a
humiliated.
journalist, not a YouTuber. Okay, whoever said that he looks like this guy, he does not look like this guy. Sorry, try again.
That's rough.
On live TV. So I guess they're saying that
this is an hour. It's a React Andy to like a very short part of the Majority Report segment. I'm just so curious to see what the fuck he says. Because it really was like a gossipy segment. I won't even lie. It was like just them really like snarking him. But like, why are you going to try to debunk it? Because that's embarrassing. It's an L.
Michael Tracey was humiliated on live TV. Not to do a pedantic little fact check, but since they're referring to the Piers Morgan show here, it does not air on live TV. It's pre-recorded. They sent
and
a
it's
mobile
a YouTube
studio
show only.
To my residence so that I could pre-record the appearance on the Piers Morgan show. But they don't really seem that interested in fact checking or factual standards over at the quote majority report to begin with. So I'll let that one slide because it's not that
How gracious of
material
him.
to the overall nonsense here that they were peddling about yours truly. So sadly, I'm going to have to subject you to this just so I can get on the record a refutation of the discrete claims that they make about me that are just false or either false or so wildly distorted that to just let them sit on YouTube where this thing's got now, 160 plus thousand views. I guess I perceive it would be malpractice on my part if I didn't respond in some way.
2,500. Get the fuck out of here.
Unfortunately, because honestly, there are a million better things I could be doing with my time right now. People are going to think that's like false modesty or I'm lying, and I really am excited to respond to this. To the degree that I can access my interior thoughts, I'm just communicating to you as honestly as possible that this is not what I would prefer to be doing.
Minute 6, and we're 6 minutes insisting
in.
he doesn't want to be doing this. Also, the only people that are going to watch this, Michael, are ones that already like you. That are just like, yeah, King, get him. Nobody is coming to watch you, like, debunk them, especially not with this. What is this title, Michael? Like, talk to me. We got to help you with the fucking SEO. No one is ever going to put this combination of words and get into a YouTube search engine, let alone find your video with any search terms related to it.
The moment at 11:34 p.m. on Thursday, March 5th.
It needs to be like Michael Tracey responds to Majority Report slander Emma Vigeland, like shoving everything in there.
Used to work with this guy, Michael Tracey, for a little
I cannot believe this is the career of some people, man.
bit. If you're not familiar with him, you're probably
DYT?
He was.
Okay, so when she says that
the degree I can access my internal thoughts, what the fuck, is he okay? This is just like lay epic Reddit, like atheism type, like, do we really have, what is consciousness? Like, do we really have the ability to like access it? Like, he's making this sort of like maudlin, like existential point or something like that. I guess I think it's kind of just who he is, to sound hyper rational, but it just sounds silly. It's like, what, you don't know what your like mind's eye is thinking and saying? What do you mean?
So, but already right off the rip, right? It took 6 minutes to get to this point, and then the first thing he wants to debunk or put narrative on is the question about he used to work at TYT. He did. Yeah. Immediate pause, and he needs to like clarify something to correct the record and save his reputation or some shit.
Yeah.
Worked with me for a time. I think I maybe met her.
I mean, to be fair, if I worked at TYT previously, I probably also would want to contextualize that every single time it came up.
Once or twice. I'm trying to think now. Once there was a gathering that they held in Los Angeles for like the new TYT or the Young Turks hires that I recall her being at. So I met her on that occasion. I think I met her another time, perhaps in Washington, D.C., when there was a function that
Do we think he's pretending to like struggle to remember every single time he was graced with the presence of Emma Vigeland and getting to be around her? Like, I think there was this time in Washington, D.C. in 2013, back in May 13th at 6 p.m. Like that's actually what he
Tuesday.
Yeah, when he comes off like
YT, which I worked at. I was actually an employee of. This is like one of the rare times I've ever been a full-fledged employee of some media organization.
Of any organization.
January of 2017.
We're all familiar with his battles with unemployment.
To June of 2018, I believe.
You guys, I remember this because this was one of the first times I was ever fully employed, very briefly.
And I think I met her twice. I had very little to do with her ever on a day-to-day practical level. I'm just clarifying that because like they just make these statements to, I guess, buttress their ability to then launch into this little drama routine.
You know, you don't really need to have a long interaction with somebody to get like a really strong impression of them, we'll just say.
So she has comprehensive.
I almost guarantee on some level he's trying to give this much like front loading of a minimal involvement because he's probably worried in the back of his head that somebody's going to find out that he like teabagged her coffee mug in the break room at TYT or some shit like that. He's like, I only met her twice and it was very brief and that's all I can say.
Firsthand awareness or knowledge of me or experience with me, I always recall having pretty pleasant interactions with her on the rare occasions that I would. I went out of my way to be like nice to these people pretty much.
So he thought that they were cool, that he'd left a positive impression. Now he learns that this fucking bitch, Emma Vigeland, is going to go talk shit with this other cunt, Francesca, gang up on him, slander him.
But, you know, when you enter into this domain of the YouTube gossip fest, none of that matters anymore. I guess maybe we had some
as opposed to X, the everything app that is what like where elevated discourse is occurring. Are we kidding? Like, I don't know if that's like a relative statement or what he's trying to suggest, as if like every single social media platform that gives you the ability to type words or any sort of text post does not just instantly devolve into a gossip forum.
Digital interactions over like a Discord, not a Discord, or what's that internal chat app now? I forget now. But very minimal, if any.
Discord user.
When I was at TYT, I was mostly just on my own, like
pretending to not be a Discord user, even more cringe.
In that I worked on my own, by and large. On occasion, they would ask me, because I lived in Los Angeles at the time for a bit. On occasion, they would ask me to come into the studio, like the main TYT studio, and do the Young Turks show.
Michael Tracey Takes LA. Wonder what that was like.
The flagship show. But day to day, we had our own little division thing that was separate from the main show, and I think she might have been involved with. I don't even really remember now fully, but our interactions were so minimal that I can't precisely locate like what her position was in the, you know.
So, Michael, what do you think it is that like her interactions with you that were not particularly noteworthy, didn't really leave an impression? What do you think it is about you that evokes strong feelings in people when they interact with you, even briefly? And in professional environments. Is this a good moment for self-reflection, perhaps?
Hierarchy or in the organization chart. But, okay. I mean, I would never think to do a video about her that draws in any way on my experiences with her because they were just so unremarkable that they would not be in any sense worth discussing in public and even in private. Like,
has Michael Tracey ever made any video talking about his remarkable experiences with any woman? Is this content that he has made? There's almost a suggestion that he like spends any amount of time speaking favorably of any woman that he's met. I've not seen that to be the case.
It's no fucking wonder that this is an hour and 9 minutes. We're 9 minutes in. They've said, "Oh, he works at TYT," and then he's like, "I have to run with this football and minimize my entire involvement with them and everything else before they can even say anything about me."
I mean,
this
he's
is
about
why
to
people
watch his own castration, so I can understand why he has to do that. I probably would too if I were him. I also can't chide him for being a Pause-Andy because I myself am a Pause-Andrea. But the difference is that I don't fill it with this whining. I just kind of get into it. I have complaints about the actual thing that I'm looking at, not about the thing in and of itself usually, or the fact that it's beneath me. Like, clearly it's not, but I'm a connoisseur of trash and I'm open about that, which is why I react to things like Michael Tracey malding at TYT Majority Report, different gossip rag.
Faintest notion to discuss my personal interactions with her in private or in public or in any other format. But, you know, she sees a news peg having to do with me, and then she thinks that she can somehow convey to the audience that she has this unique insight into me.
Why are we talking about pegging?
By, you know, just bizarrely embellishing the extent or scope of our interactions like 8 or 9 years ago. So, it's just sad.
He was a part of the report.
What's sad? Yeah. Emma Vigeland doing her thing on the Majority Report. Sad is definitely the thing that comes to mind when I see that. And not this with its 2.5 thousand views.
Yes, another one. And, you know, at the time...
I don't know what I got another one, meaning all these former Young Turks people are really bad. I have nothing to do with that.
It's been 2 seconds, my dude. Like,
Dave Rubin, I had never anything to do with. I loathe Dave Rubin. And I never. Our tenures at
wow. Did you even have any remarkable interactions with Dave Rubin to justify such words and vitriol being thrusted his way? Okay, Michael.
It didn't even overlap in any way, as best I can recall. Who else would she be talking about? I'm not sure. I mean, whatever.
Whatever.
Again, my tenure at the Young Turks was kind of like a self-guided thing. It was very solitudinous. That's an overwrought word, but it was very much a solo.
Dude, why does he speak this way? This like thesaurus maxing. It's so dorky and embarrassing.
Sort of endeavor with a handful of exceptions.
He's like constantly trying to reach for like $28 to $50 to $100 words. Solitudinous? Dude. Just speak. Okay, you don't need to prove that you're the smartest boy in the fucking class every single time you open your mouth. We get it.
Every now and then where I would go do something with
words.
The main show or what have you. Or, I would.
The concept of a solitudinous like experience at TYT as an independent journalist.
Interact with like the editor who ended up getting hired, Jonathan Larson at TYT.
Somebody said it earlier. This is like a fucking gold mine for the fucking soundboard for Majority Report. Unfortunately, I don't think they'll pull anything from it.
Like politics or TYT investigates.
The amount of hazard pay you would have to give somebody just to willingly sit through this shit to cut it up would be like I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy.
Matt watches me sometimes, so Matt, if you're watching this, just at 2x speed, or just keep this in mind, okay? Like keep this particular segment in mind. This would be the only way that he would ever watch this.
It kind of shifted brands, but other than that, like no, I mean, anyway, I shouldn't even go on at too great of length about it. It's just so stupid.
I kind of felt bad for him because he was pretty socially awkward.
Kind of felt bad for me. I mean, she would never even have had the perspective on me to glean if I was socially awkward. Maybe I am socially awkward in a way. I don't know.
Oh my God. He's never asserted or been like, I kind of feel bad for this person. Like the impression that I get after literally making like a snap judgment of a person. I feel bad for people that I see eating alone at restaurants for extended periods of time, and I can tell that they're desperate for any social interaction. I've literally never interacted with them.
I feel like I get along pretty well with people in real life. I got along well with her on the rare occasions where I ever interact with her.
Which Matt? Majority Report Matt. Producer.
This is her, 9 years after the fact, trying to make a whole storyline out of how I'm just like some kind of
and Pisco is also my orbiter.
Like interpersonal problem, which is just so foolish. So I never got the impression that she felt bad for me, nor I never even thought about her enough.
We know, Michael, it's one of those things that you're not going to be able to have intuited socially. No shit, dude. If she's saying that you were socially awkward, you feel bad, and he was like, I had no idea she felt that way. I think that's what she's saying, is that you had the inability to read social cues.
One way.
He should delete this. Like we're 11 minutes in, but I'm just like he's already 2 more words and then like a 4-minute thing of like she didn't even know me well enough. Like he's hitting tones that like no middle-aged man should ever fucking willingly hit without like
being on
a couch talking to a psychiatrist or something.
You mean no young man?
No, I'm not Maxine
My queen,
Waters'
Maxine
age.
Waters referred to him as young man.
Or another about her in terms of whether I would feel bad.
It's only been like 10 years since that clip.
Or good having to do with her. I recall some like tidbits of like little just fleeting transitory, I don't know, talk or chatter, but I mean, just give me a break with this.
Why is he doing this? This is so horrible. It's like a public humiliation
but he was
ritual.
I have no idea who this other woman is either. Francesca Fiortini? I don't even know who that is.
Good one, dude.
Contrarian.
I need just give me a break on my fucking sound. I will make a soundboard just to get that.
Yeah. His whole thing was being a
So I guess being a contrarian, which is always the go-to label, right? Because
Emma says the guy is does everything he can to prove her right. He's debunking her right now.
I was a contrarian on the Trump-Russia narrative when that was in full swing and I was employed by the Young Turks. I'm a contrarian on, I don't know, what else? Ukraine war, Israel, 2016 election.
Trans people.
All manner of other things. That's just the way, that's just their little shortcut to deride me without ever addressing anything I ever say or do on the merits, pretty much.
It's almost like it's not really about anything that you've ever said, Michael. It's kind of just how you act and how you are. Just clearly incredibly off-putting to these two women, and I wonder why.
And then they try to tie in some kind of like vague personality.
Fran is a legend. He's pretending to not know who Francesca is. How could he not?
Critique. I'm not interested in anybody who cares to critique my personality. Like, you're not my mother. You're not, and even her,
you just outed that you don't have like a girlfriend
You're not
or a wife.
my mother.
Michael, take this down, Michael. You're hurting your credit. Like, he can, like, till the cows come home, say that Epstein did nothing wrong, but like reiterate that he was never convicted because, asterisk, because he was fucking dead, couldn't have been convicted. Like, not as near, like, take this down, Michael. You were actually hurting your credibility with this shit.
I'm fed up with personality. Like, you're not my mother. You're not, and even her,
The only worst answer would have been sister, I think. Mother, you're not my girlfriend, you're not my wife, you're not my friend, you're not my mother.
You're not my mom.
I'm fed up with on that stuff. Although she doesn't even, actually, to come to think of it, she doesn't even critique my personality. But like, if my mother wants to give me some kind of...
Have you pre-watched this? Pre-watch? Pre-watch, Michael?
No.
Well,
he's like, my mom was better than this because she doesn't even say the things that you're saying about me. Like, bro, delete this. Like, fucking delete this.
On a scale of 1 to like, is it Norman Bates? What are his mommy issues? What are you getting from what he just said?
Well, I think the question is she even still alive? And when he's talking about his mom, is it him in like a evening gown and like a wig, like Norman Bates style? He's up in the attic. Michael, you've been a very naughty boy.
Kind of like personal advice.
He goes, Mother, you haven't even substantively responded to anything that I said about this Epstein mythology.
Something, then I'll listen out of like a paternal obligation.
The
right?
way mom was the first woman that came to his mind, at least 7.
But like this random woman, like, what?
I can't believe I almost skipped this.
Contrarian. And so, like, if you don't know who he is, you've probably touched.
I usually pre-watch a little bit of the stuff that I didn't watch any of it.
Grass, and that's a good thing. But he's in the news.
Okay, yeah, touch grass. That's a fun cliche, which I'm not even sure what that's supposed to mean. Like, if you haven't heard of me, it means that you go outside. Okay, that's a cool.
Why?
Yes, that's what it means.
Yeah.
Dumbass.
Cliche. Congratulations.
Because his contrarian nature has taken him to being the lead smearer of Epstein survivors. Now,
okay, so I haven't.
Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 100 bits. I'm crawling out of my skin.
Done any
What could give you that impression?
On the Epstein quote-unquote survivors. I haven't delved into the settlement programs that
Misadventures in Astro, thank you so much for the 100 bits. No message.
Grossly inflated the claimed total overall Epstein victims. I haven't interviewed several of the purported Epstein survivors.
Have you heard of the Green Lantern theory in regards to Epstein?
And documented what that was like. I haven't gone through the court records or the transcripts or the new Epstein files, which include, for example, the submissions that they made to the Epstein Victims Compensation Program, where they're just plainly, at least one of them, Sarah Ransom, is just plainly dramatizing to an absurd degree her alleged victimhood to obtain the highest possible settlement money or the greatest possible settlement payout.
Okay. So the claim is he's smearing the victims. He pauses it to say, yeah, but that bitch really is lying. She clearly wants the fucking money. Okay, yeah, you debunked that shit. Way to go, bud.
And like the thing is you can have that view, but if you're like, who's attracting, this is going to attract besides just your own sycophants and like fans basically, or regular viewers of yours. It's going to attract people that watch Majority Report and are looking for a substantive rebuttal. And you're kind of proving them right because you're not exposed. You're just characterizing information that you're familiar with and you're comfortable saying, presenting in such a manner. But if you're not quoting anything from these people, if you're not saying like, or preempting and saying like, hey, here's what they consider to be slander. Now, this woman who did this at this time like show it on screen. Like she went on to testify this, which later contradicted somebody else's account who was also deemed a credible witness, blah, blah, blah. And for this, because I will offhandedly, since I know the information, refer to this person as somebody who's like a money grubbing whore or like a gold digger or whatever. They don't like this, but I think I can substantiate it. Then I could at least respect it. But like, he's not doing, like, he's not putting in the work that he would need to actually have converts.
Straight rate, he's trying to put a concise, quick video together. He doesn't have time to actually go through all of these individual. Wait, never mind. It's an hour and 9 fucking minutes long.
And like, he's responding to a thing that he isn't really like, I don't know.
As if I point out that person, like, Sarah Ransom, who was...
Again, it's like what's presented without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So they characterize his work as slandering, and he should all he would need to do to debunk that or point out is like, they'll just characterize my work this way, but they're not critically engaging with it. He then starts to, again, like, do it himself and prove to people like, oh, this is how you speak about these purported victims, as you call them, right? But he should have drawn to people's attention. Notice that she doesn't actually ever read a single word of anything that I've written. She's just comfortable characterizing my work that way without actually ever debunking it. Like, if she feels that there's time to dedicate to like talking shit about me, wouldn't it be important to like debunk my work, right? You can't say it's unserious, but then also dunk on me or like something like that. He should draw attention to the fact that like people are taking Emma at her. Emma is like implicitly asking people to take her at her word when she like characterizes him like that and doesn't actually like pull up anything.
A central figure in being a named plaintiff in critical litigation.
This rebuttal video is a Snyder cut
involving the Epstein estate and involving other litigation targets. If I simply point out that she confessed to making up the existence of sex tapes that she claimed she had in her possession on Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Prince Andrew, and Richard Branson, that's me smearing her, I guess. Because, like, of course, Emma never has looked into any of the actual details. She has never, like, I only come across her radar if there's some viral little snafu that she sees. She never would bother to read a full article of mine or actually, like, delve into some of the details, and then she can maybe formulate a reasoned critique, should she have a critique at all. No, it's always her just little snarky commentary on some viral thing that ends up coming across her, frame of awareness through social media or whatever.
I'll say that this is a bit of a through line with him. Michael Tracey, I'm just going to put this out. He's got an issue with women. It's just...
See, what? See, what makes this so pernicious, I wouldn't care if some random commenter said this or some pundit who I have nothing to do with.
But if my mom said it?
I get along with my mom just fine. How can she say that I have an issue with women? My mom says I'm adorable and a very nice boy. Get the fuck out of here.
Said this, if they want to ascribe some sort of generalized dislike or antipathy toward women to me,
which I would, I would love to.
I mean, people say all kinds of stupid stuff on the internet. Of course, it's not true. I mean,
oh well, if Michael Tracey says that he loves women, or at the very least denies hating them, case closed. It's not like you can infer that from, this comment, the 15 minutes that we've watched from this video, or any of his interactions that he's had publicly with other women, nothing like that.
As I could give you plenty of personal testimonials to verify, okay? But...
well, why don't you, Michael? Please, spare no detail. What evidence are you going to give that you don't hate women? You're going to get into how you, like, fuck? Is this going to be some, like, r/I have sex worthy type post, or what? Having sex with a woman still doesn't preclude you from being a fucking, like, misogynistic asshole to her. What? This is, like, literally the tier of fighting off misogyny accusations by going, how could I be misogynist? I have a mom. I have a sister.
Well, I mean, but also if he were to stand up, you would see he's got a shirt that says "I get bitches" in big letters. That it's just beneath frame. So
what makes this pernicious is that she's purporting to tie in her interpersonal experiences or knowledge of me to bolster this idea that I have a problem with women. It's just so sleazy.
And I do not, in fact, have a problem with women. In fact, I have binders full of women. I know many women, the best women.
But this is what these people do. And yeah, I'm saying these people as a general statement to refer to this genre of YouTube drama
Hope to have sex with one of them one day.
commentary, which unfortunately she succeeded in drawing me in on because there was stuff I have to respond to.
I genuinely believe Tracey is taking out his anger for his mother against all other women. I don't know what his deal is. I can't tell based off this comment if he loves his mom and it's that sort of mommy issues, then every other woman is the problem because no woman can ever live up to his mom, or it's the inverse where like he resents his mom, he hates his mom, but he also struggles with other women because of this.
Or like it could be that his mom basically makes him come out and do like dances and stuff for her knitting circle, and that like he has like a very traumatic thing that he has to keep reliving over and over again. So that could also be.
Well,
I mean, I'm just thinking outside the box.
This is like giving traumatic flashbacks to that, because this is Emma doing this is the equivalent of pantsing Michael Tracey and pointing at him and saying he has a little penis, as far as he's concerned. I promise you.
You got a little dick.
It's like a psychically damaging aesthetic.
Yeah.
Become later in terms of like actual, claims that verge on.
Yeah, I'm good with women. Do you know how many women I'm subscribed to on OnlyFans? Do you know how many women I support monthly?
He's a job creator.
Again, I'm not saying they're actionable. I'm not saying I'm going to bring a lawsuit, but it at the very least warrants some sort of counter.
I need the Michael Tracey slander lawsuit. Please do it. Please let it go to discovery and please make it public. I want to see the text interactions that he had with these women. Let the Michael Tracey, I'm calling for the Michael Tracey files to be released. I'm calling for any and all women who have ever interacted with Michael Tracey in DMs, over text, over email, or whatever. You don't even have to leak all of that stuff. Just feel free to share your Michael Tracey experience. And if Michael Tracey is telling the truth, that he's not a raging misogynist and that he loves women, he's very respectful towards women, you'll be helping corroborate this claim. So I'm sure Michael also encourages this. I obviously am enthusiastic. Please get the word out, you guys. We really, really need to help Michael clear his name.
Hashtag Michael Tracey experience. Yeah.
Yeah, Michael Tracey experience. Alternatively, release the Michael Tracey files. Actually, yeah, just release the Tracey files. It's cleaner.
It's pretty apparent. It was apparent when in my interactions with him. It was apparent because
she's just lying. There was at no point was
you already admitted that you interacted. It doesn't have to be a long interaction. You think that women have long interactions with assholes who fucking wolf whistle at them from a fucking parking lot, or a guy who's disrespectful to them at work? It's brief, but it's like a lifelong memory. You don't need to, and I'm not saying that he did that. I'm just saying that you don't need to know or interact with somebody for a long period of time to get a very negative impression of them very, very fucking quickly.
Yeah, but if Emma would have just dedicated maybe 6 more months to get to know him personally, she would have seen that he's a very nice, lovely young man.
Like his mom frequently said to him growing up.
Ever apparent to her, I'm just guaranteeing you this, that I personally had any hatred of women vis-a-vis my interactions with her, which were incredibly limited to begin with. She's just lying. Okay?
Okay.
Vis-a-vis, ergo, concordantly.
Like, dude, you're only helping prove the point. She had nothing except her word against yours. And this is the rebuttal. You're only proving it if you opened your mouth and eliminated all doubt that anybody was holding in reserve for you, dude. And I'm not saying that that's even fair. I'm not memeing when I say this. Like, I'm not even saying that that's fair. I'm just saying that that's what's happening, whether he realizes it or not, or whether he wants it to be. And I guess his only response to that would be, well, fuck those people. But if that's your attitude towards people that are haters or making characterizations of you that you don't like, then why engage with this at all? If you can just fucking, hand wave that away, why didn't you just hand wave this?
Like, first of all, this could have been a tweet. This could have been a tweet. Let's be honest.
No, this man's not. This man's ego, his Titanic ego, will not allow him to just have it start and end with a fucking tweet, okay? Because it's these two lying whores. These two fucking whores on the Majority Report, which is a gossip show, doing it, and you can't abide by that, for one. For two, he's not even saying our interactions were good. He keeps insisting they were limited. That is so sus. You're not saying that they're good. You're just saying they were unremarkable to me. Which, again, if you're a serial misogynist or a serial harasser, that would be standard for you. if you bother women frequently and it stops registering to you past a certain point, which ones stood out, which ones don't. If it's that sort of unexceptional harassment, for one, not saying that's what happened, just saying that that's how that could be interpreted. And also, you're not saying it was a good interaction. You're just saying it was short, it was short, it was short.
This little snarky affectation about her where she's kind of like giggling and like, you know, letting the audience in on some kind of secret. I mean, give me a freaking...
Give me a freaking break. Like, as if people didn't already fucking know this or think this about you, Michael, until Emma Vigeland said it. Dude.
Break. I mean, are you in high school?
Yeah, secret's out. Michael Tracey might not like women. It's not like anybody taking a peruse through your fucking social media pages, literally any of them, whether it be in like you're reporting on your fucking Substack or your X page, they couldn't have gotten that impression themselves independently. No, they needed Emma Vigeland to tell them.
Well, you know, letting the audience in on some kind of secret. I mean, give me a freaking break. I mean, are you in high school?
Freaking break.
Or middle school? I mean, this is not mature adult.
You're being very childish, Sweaty.
Did you hear that? It's like a breach of etiquette, like skipping from like I doubled like going straight to like a triple dog dare or something like that without going to the double dog. He was like, "Are you in high school? No. Are you in middle school, Emma?
Got her.
Are you in middle school?
Got her.
Emma, are you in Are you a little baby? Emma, you're a little baby."
Adult behavior. So you can claim that I have some problem with half the population, but I think your problem is that you are perpetually stuck in some kind of high school cafeteria mode. And like, that's the prism through which you comment on political issues or matters of public affairs. I mean, it's just pathetic. Like, I would never comment.
I'm tempted to comment on this. Like, Michael, as a woman who wants to help you get your voice out, I have a platform that is very modest, but would like to lend to you to correct this impression that this false impression people have of you that you hate women. Please come on my stream and have an interaction with me, a woman, and
all you'd have to do is mention the views that you get, like point to the fucking your YouTube metrics, and I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Comment on, I don't, you made such a little impact on me that I would never even have grounds or interest in any way to comment on anything to do with her personal proclivities or her personal lifestyle or anything like that.
You're not talking about her personal proclivities or lifestyle. You could comment on the interactions that you had with her. And you could even just say the absence of anything bad is in and of itself already fine, or like enough for people to think, oh, they're a nice person. Like, oh, you're saying that she didn't make you feel strongly one way or the other? Sounds like people will just lean towards like, oh, they were nice then, because you didn't have any bad interactions.
But there's also, he's going at like another direction with it as well, or potentially, because he's basically saying, you had such a little impact on me that I wouldn't even be able to say anything about you. So it's almost like a Bolsonaro of like, you're too ugly for me to do anything to you. Like, he's trying to go in a new direction
calling
with
the girl a slut after she fucking turns him down once he asked her out. Judging by all the pauses, he will just speak over you nonstop. How is that any different than any other debate that I have with the man? Go back and watch them. You don't have to be like Michael Tracey to interrupt me.
Frankly, she was so unremarkable that there was nothing even like that would rise to the level of something that warranted like a comment. So she's just lying about this claim.
This is like, we're 20 minutes in. This is like the 16th time he's tried to like get it through people's heads that he thinks, I don't even think about her that much. I never, like, when I would jerk off to my coworkers on Facebook, I wouldn't even go to Emma Vigeland's profile. She was that unremarkable to me. When I would like stalk my friends' Instagram stories, like, she was usually somewhere towards the bottom. She was that unremarkable to me. I just would never, like, when they have these AI porn websites where you can like do deepfakes of people, Emma Vigeland is only like the 7th person who would come to mind that I would think to do that, so I could like jerk like.
And by then he ran out of credits for the site to make the deepfakes. So
I never even did it.
Never even did it. Yeah.
Claimed like firsthand experience of my having a problem with women or hating women. She's just lying. Okay, at least insofar as she's claiming she has this knowledge or insight of me on the basis of whatever personal interactions we had.
Emma Vigeland is not making a claim of having insight and knowledge, at least like just from a layman's perspective. Like, claims are not really being made. Do you know what I mean? That almost makes it sound like way more formal than it is. Emma's like snarking and talking shit and gossiping and is giving you her broad impression of you. and it's a combination of what it was like working with you briefly, which clearly left a negative impression, as well as what you've gone on to do professionally since then. He has no idea the extent to which this is being informed. If I had to guess with Emma, it's like 20% their personal interactions and 80% what he actually does.
Yeah.
It's so you don't need to have personally interacted with this guy to make the assessments that Emma Vigeland is making. She just says, and it's clearly something she never would have brought up had he not written the things that he's written. There's no reason. That's also why you're not going to get the like mean girl accusations off the ground, because she's adding insult to injury. But the only reason it's being discussed is because of his work. If he'd never done that, she would not go out of her way, absent somebody else. If somebody were like to accuse Michael Tracey, like Me Too him for some reason or whatever, maybe she would join in and say like, oh, like he never did anything to me, but like I didn't get a good vibe from him or something.
This is also maybe the most felonious example of over pausing it and over explaining and running with a narrative so that by the time you unpause the video, nobody fucking remembers anything at all about what the source of the content, what they were talking about whatsoever.
We're 20 minutes.
He's got this down to
if either of them have collectively said like 4 complete sentences.
Yeah. Also, I have to be a bit of a wet blanket, but I have to get up in like 5 hours to go back to the widget factory tomorrow. So
okay, do your thing.
Well, I mean, at this point, yeah, my thing. Well, I have to stop doing that because I'm literally going like this and saying my thing is down here.
I can't do it. I can't tell which way to orient my hand to like point at your asset on the screen.
But yeah, thank you for having me back. I'm sure you're going to have a field day with the rest of this.
Whatever could you mean?
My socials at the bottom of my socials are at the bottom of my little window. I did get a lot of follows.
Now to pull Jastilkin, rewind it, and make him sit there.
Oh yeah, of course. But yeah, I will. We'll be in touch.
Yes, thank you for another episode. Bye.
Bye.
Oh my God. Fantastic episode. Great episode, even. I really wish we had gotten started on this earlier. I had no idea it was going to be the fucking goldmine that it is. Holy shit.
Because he lost his job at Vice initially for doxing Lena Dunham because...
I didn't lose a job at Vice. I never had a job at Vice. I was a independent contractor at Vice. I wrote columns for Vice. See, like, you can't even do a quick Google search to make sure that, like, these little snide remarks that she's making are even just factually accurate. Not that it's a huge deal whether I was an independent contractor or an employee of Vice, but, like, I was never fired from Vice. After I posted right on the day of the 2016 election, after somebody sent me a tip that Lena Dunham falsely claimed that she had voted the New York Democratic presidential primaries earlier that year, because, you know, if you look up her information on the voter registration log or file, she hadn't been registered as a Democrat, meaning per the New York law at the time, she would not have been eligible to vote in the Democratic primary. And yet she was a surrogate for Hillary Clinton, going around talking about how she had supposedly voted.
I didn't work at Vice. I was a contractor. Difference.
For Hillary Clinton in the primary, and then in the general election, she was also surrogate. It was a lie.
Is he going to counter the harassment or just the technicality of working there? I think he doesn't think the basis for the accusation is substantive to begin with, because I think he gets called that. I don't know if she just said it. I know that she said it, I think, on Doom Scroll. I heard it elsewhere that, like, he apparently, like, doxed Lena Dunham to prove this by pulling up her, like, voter roll information, which is public at the time. But because she is who she is and it's a public figure, like, it's always going to be, like, a sensitive thing to do that, you know?
I posted a tweet about it. It caused, like, an uproar because I didn't, I guess, redact her address, which I didn't even think to do, because the reason I found her address is because she had purchased some kind of palatial mansion of some kind in Brooklyn, and it was reported on by all, like, the New York City real estate blogs, and it was like public. It was like literally available in a Google search. I didn't have to go to LexisNexis or any more advanced searching protocol. It was like literally reported at, like, the real deal. I forget the name of the website now, but I didn't dox anybody. I didn't post, like, her phone number. She lived in, like, a landmark property. It would be as though.
Yeah, he did what she accused it. Yeah. He did actually dox her. The argument that he has to present is that there was such a compelling public interest that the disclosure of her residence or address even if it was out of date, like he had no way to know that, and he felt comfortable publishing it. But it was like he accepted that and thought it was fine.
You could say that I doxed Donald Trump by posting the address of Trump Tower. Obviously not quite on that scale in terms of...
Oh my God. The idea that you're going to compare like a private residence, even of a celebrity or public figure, to that of the fucking White House or like Mar-a-Lago that are public spaces and public buildings, dude.
Variety, but it was similar concept in that there was nothing hidden or secretive about this address. It was reported that she had purchased this impressive house in a historic landmark house in Brooklyn. Again, she's just, I don't know if I would say she's lying, but she's just so recklessly unconcerned with the truth that of course she just blurts out something like this to underline this narrative she's trying to concoct about me having an inherent problem with women, as though I couldn't produce, or she couldn't produce, or anybody who would want.
How is Emma going to respond to the allegation that she doesn't give a fuck about the truth? She should probably do a stream reacting to it.
I do. Can produce a million examples of me having some kind of confrontation or controversy or what have you with a man. I mean, give me a break.
Give me a break, please.
I mean, I had a whole...
Tracey comes off as an awkward guy who feels awkward around women, so he probably acts dismissive around them to compensate for it. This could make it seem like you hate women within convos. Could also be talking about the quote-unquote purported Epstein victims in the way that he has, but I think he accepts this.
The whole screaming match that I had with Sam Cedar on his show like 7 years ago.
That was awesome. I forgot about this until he reminded me of it.
Who's like the proprietor of the Majority Report, was him inviting me on the show and then proceeding to just scream at me and not letting me finish a sentence. And that was a man. Okay. So I don't know. I guess you could say I have a problem with men as well, who are just incredibly obnoxious and politically vapid. But of course, that wouldn't be the convenient narrative for her to weave.
And Emma only goes for the convenient narratives that she can weave against men.
He was angry about her Hillary support and proved that she...
I wasn't angry about...
Oh my
God.
God.
Let's talk about Mr. Obama.
Sorry, I went to go pause. I was not angry about her support. I was angry about her lying about her support.
I guess you could say I have a problem with men as well, who are just incredibly obnoxious and politically vapid. But
sure, but I mean, how do you cover them in the exact same way and manner that you do with women? Like, this guy has also said that like the women that accuse Andrew Cuomo of sexual harassment are like, he hasn't explicitly said this, but the impression that you get is that they're like money grubbing whores, and that the reason why this was not more thoroughly interrogated at the times that these claims were and accusations were being levied against Andrew Cuomo was just because of like media narratives and like laziness or whatever.
Of course, that wouldn't be the convenient narrative for her to weave.
As he was angry about her Hillary support and proved that she...
I wasn't angry about her Hillary support. A lot of people supported Hillary. It's uninteresting that she supported Hillary unto itself.
A lot of people can support somebody and you could still be fucking appalled by it. Isn't that's like, say, I could dismiss the Epstein thing on the grounds that it's uninteresting that a lot of people support or like have this Epstein hysteria or whatever. So that's common.
As I said before,
the amount of people engaging in a thing doesn't speak to how like shocking the behavior is. Like, rape is very unexceptional and common. Do you think that he would say the same thing about that? Maybe he would.
That I posted this was because it proved that she as an official Hillary campaign surrogate had falsely claimed that she had voted in the primary. It wasn't something that I spent a lot of time on. It took maybe about 20 minutes to put together this little tidbit that I put out on Twitter at the time. Okay, so I wasn't just mad that she supported Hillary. I couldn't give a crap.
Didn't vote in the New York primary or something.
About flying fuck what Lena Dunham does.
Something like that, and ended up posting her address, which, I think like that was one of, how he got onto the scene, and TYT hired him after that.
I didn't get onto the scene. Okay, so this gives you some insight into how she processes and receives information. She thinks I only got onto the quote scene, whatever that means, in terms of her little viral moments that she's aware of what makes up somebody's identity to her, because that was like a viral controversy for a half a day. I had been writing for...
She caveated it by saying, I think this is what got him onto the scene, saying that up to that point, it was the most notable thing in his professional career and controversy that he'd brushed up against. And that may have been something that influenced potential future employment opportunities. Like, this is so trivially obvious and entailed by what she's saying that it feels stupid for me to even enumerate that and point out explicitly. But I don't understand his issue with this. If you're gonna say I was a journalist for years before that, dude, there are New York people that have been working for the New York Times for years and years and years, and yet they don't ever have like a significant name recognition or like anything.
Vice at that point, so that was 2016. I've been writing for Vice off and on since 2012. I had written for, I was writing for the New York Daily News. I had a Medium blog that I would do. I did YouTube stuff. I wrote
Dude, you don't know. You clearly don't do much YouTube stuff. But like, I have a Medium blog. Like, dude, again, there are notable journalists that work for mainstream reputable outlets, the Wall Street Journal, The Guardian, the New York Times, AP, who will never be established as like household names or anything like that. The extent to which Michael Tracey has a career is largely because of the controversies that his reporting and like his Twitter presence has brought with it. Okay. Is he really that offended at that notion or suggestion, or is it because it's inaccurate? Like, it doesn't even sound like it's inaccurate. Like, what's the most notable thing that you were doing on Medium? I can't name a single notable writer on Medium.
Mother Jones, The Nation, The American Conservative, Reason, all kinds of publications. So she never does any of that. Like,
but you were not like a staff writer or reporter. You already admitted that for a brief period of time, you were like, TYT was like, or you were employed for like fully employed, not just as like an independent contractor or like submitting one-off articles or whatever for TYT, which was an anomaly for your professional career. And now you're recounting how like, yeah, you didn't work for Mother Jones permanently. You didn't work for Reason. They let you be a contributor, but they paid you for that, like a la carte for that one article. That does not establish you as like a notable journalist.
You consider this some kind of journalistic show? I don't even know anymore what you classify as journalism. But of course, she wouldn't have been aware of me for any of that. So she thinks I came on the scene.
Concept of journalism too broad, folks, just like trafficking.
Of this fleeting Lena Dunham dust up. So again, everything that she says here is just
dust up where you checks notes, publisher address is what it sounds like.
Indicator of her own superficiality, which I promise I would have no desire whatsoever to even comment on right now because it's so unremarkable and uninteresting. If not for the random defamations that she chooses to, cheekily and giggly in a giggling way throw into this stupid segment.
And yes, that's a great origin story, though. I doxed Lena Dunham.
Yeah, it's my origin story. I doxed Lena Dunham in 2016, after I've been doing journalism for, I don't know, 7 years at that point. And just, I'm not going to use the word retarded because I know people get
he's above that, right?
Offended by that term, and I never liked it either because I had a neighbor growing up who actually had Down syndrome, and it was impressed upon us that using the word retarded was really bad. So I still kind of bristle when it's used. But
I had a neighbor. Okay, this is somehow like less believable than like the bringing out the neighbors and the mothers.
I've almost felt like I had no choice recently, especially since we were given license with the second Trump administration to resume.
In February 2009, Tracey was arrested while a student at the College of New Jersey after he attempted to approach Ann Coulter, who had spoken at the college's campus in Ewing. He was charged with disorderly conduct and pleaded guilty to violating a nuisance ordinance. Bitches be hating, LMAO. Do you have a link to that, where that is, or that in his like Wikipedia page?
Using the word retarded if we'd like to. But I won't use it with respect to her.
I mean, but like, and then the other thing was when he claimed Maxine Waters assaulted him, which was when we were at the TYT together.
Okay, just a lie. I mean, look, I know it's a funny meme. I know people make a big deal about it.
He sounds so misogynistic while talking about Emma. Super Lemon Hayes Hassan, you have no factual basis to make such a claim or assertion about Michael Tracey. To the extent that you've ever interacted with him, it's just been these brief moments that you've seen, and that's not a fair way to draw an assessment of somebody else's character. Like, and probably, like, who are you? You're probably some unremarkable chatter. Gator Highlights, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Randy Richter, who's that? Gator Highlights. J-Ray and 7, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I've had enough Tracey for the night. Take it easy for the Tracey Files Fund. Thank you so much for supporting our efforts here. Let's see. What's this? He's just encouraging people to like dig up shit when he like fights this hard on stupid shit. He shouldn't have responded to this, honestly. TCNJ student pleads guilty to disrupting Ann Coulter event. A College of New Jersey student pleaded guilty to violating a nuisance order. This is by the AP. He was established, clearly. The AP even wrote about him. For his actions at Ann Coulter's event, junior Michael Tracey must pay a $350 fine and $33 in court fees and perform 20 hours of community service. Tracey was arrested after trying twice to approach Coulter as she signed books after her speech. Police had to tell him to stay back. Excessive force after arrest. Oh, wait, is this where he was tased? Is this where that came from? Or is that something else?
Except that you can draw some
Yes, that's the right sound effect.
comic value from the fact that I had this confrontational encounter with Maxine Waters. Okay, this was in June of 2017 now. This is what they're still bringing up. I never claimed she assaulted me. You know, I acknowledge, I have basically from the outset that I should have phrased the initial tweet in a more considered way. I said that she shoved me because she shoved my arm away as my outstretched hand was with the microphone was interviewing her.
Oh my God. Did he
And
really
then-
characterize what we watched as a fucking shove? Give me a fucking...
And
Jesus
people
Christ.
then claim that that was me alleging some dramatic assault and I was like trying to get the police to arrest her. It was just so nonsense. I said instantly that it was of course not violent, but yeah, I kind of flubbed the initial wording of it.
Oh my God. I don't follow this man. A grave oversight, clearly. Someone needs to be keeping an eye on him. Let's see. If I put Maxine... Dude. Representative Maxine Waters just shoved me and angrily stormed off as I asked her questions. Not a violent shove, but she initiated physical contact. Dude, why would you even use the word shove if you immediately have to clarify and caveat that by shove you mean, again, like, not a shove? Let's be pedantic. Push someone or something roughly. So there's like, it's literally a contradiction in terms. There's no such thing as a shove that is light. Really, it's something that's already aggressive. And Maxine Waters, yes, literally like 87, like fucking geriatric. She's like 87. He is literally referring to this. We're going to rewatch it to have them close together.
Mistaken to forge military cooperation with Russia in Syria and to try to get a START treaty.
You and I have a different
Where's my non-violent showers? Yeah.
I'm out to impeach this president. Get that straight. I'm out to impeach the president.
Young
I'm
man.
not going to be diverted by people who are Obama haters.
That he just called that, just shoved me and angrily stormed off. 87-year-old woman attacks young man beloved by mother. We just witnessed like a murder here, basically. Near death experience. He's crazy.
But I could not have clarified it more. And it was
Michael Tracey is seriously... This is the best content I've done all week. Easily.
I never alleged assault, you idiot.
She initiated physical contact. Yeah, huge news for Michael. A woman, a woman, his senior, initiated physical contact.
Idiot. I specifically said that very day, like within minutes, that I was not alleging assault.
Michael, your memory fails you. You literally say in the same tweet, you're adding in parentheses, not a violent shove. Ooh, this got like ratio. Gee, I wonder why. You can watch for yourself shortly. The questions were reasonable. Extremely suspect for a member of Congress to shove anybody. Real and true. So true, King. I live in London and get shoved like that almost daily on my commute. It's bizarre for you to make an issue out of it. It's so minor. Sorry. I reported it because it was newsworthy that a member of Congress... Try not to laugh. Would shove a news reporter, like quote unquote shove. Dude, you're quoting yourself, which you already know is like a distortion. A reporter over the course of an interview she'd agreed to. Again, 20 likes, 48 replies. This is what you've been tweeting about all day. Come on, man. Oh, there were multiple tweets about this, apparently. The receipts are amazing. Thanks for providing us all a good laugh on your behalf, you desperate and pathetic oaf. So, clear. Who is this man to be making this assessment of Michael Tracey? Probably unremarkable. This is amazing, dude. He's so magnanimous for downplaying it.
She just has this little bouncy, giggly,
Yeah, he went background on himself so he could get his quotes.
Routine where, like, why even bother double checking anything before you spew out your garbage?
And it was a really embarrassing moment.
Yeah, he has osteoporosis. This could have destroyed him quite literally. He's disabled.
Because also, like, when she said we worked together, she was not physically in proximity to me at all. That was in Los Angeles. My recollection is she either...
Thank you for stating Emma Bigland's physical proximity to you as far as you can recall.
Lived in New Jersey. Or
definitely helping you fight the accusations that you're weird around women. I always stayed around no closer than 50 feet of this woman. Okay, it's been my experience that even if women don't have a restraining order against you, they really prefer that, me specifically, I keep at least up a distance of, 50 to 100 feet at all times. This also applies to, elementary schools, other like playgrounds and stuff like that. But I do try my best. I think that's excessive. Like, I do try my best, he says, to observe the 50-yard rule, 50 feet. It just really depends on the circumstances.
New York at the same, like on the other side of the country somewhere. We were not working together in any meaningful way around this, but she has to embellish it. So again, viewers get the impression that she's speaking with some kind of firsthand experience about me.
I mean, these are not like accusations, they're like characterizations. You know what I mean? As far as I can tell, Michael's not really like cutting against anything Emma's saying here. He's just saying that, like, again, he's not saying they had pleasant interactions. He's saying they're unremarkable and that they were short. That's not mutually exclusive with them being unpleasant to Emma, for one. For two, all he's doing is like, I can't even get this out. It's just like, he's just showing that there's never, are there any sexual assault allegations or even just like harassment allegations that he's ever come across that he found to be credible? Because the grounds and the ways that he's going about disputing them is very, very odd. And it's like, I don't know how to like connect these thoughts or like put it into words. The way he's going about responding to this and like interpreting it, it's like a woman talking about her experience, which again does indict him. It involves him. He sees as like, again, this sort of accusation any more than it would be an accusation for him to say, like, when I interacted with Tara Palmieri on Piers Morgan, I found her to be very strident and unpleasant to talk to. Is that like an accusation? I guess kind of. It's like not the first way I'd think to say that, to characterize that.
And I think we would like occasionally maybe be on like conference calls that the editor would convene occasionally, but like she had nothing to do with it. She's just like I don't even want to use too unkind of a.
Ogre had to go to bed like 10 minutes ago.
An adjective, but
it was obvious. What? Did I miss something? Hold on.
I don't even want to use do with it. We would like occasionally maybe be on like conference calls that the editor would convene occasionally, but like she had nothing to do with it. She's just like I don't even want to use too unkind of an adjective, but
he almost called her a bitch. He clearly almost called her a fucking bitch. He wanted to call her whore, a slut, a bitch, something. Okay, probably not whore, a slut. Okay, I'll be charitable. I got a little carried away there. He clearly wanted to call her a bitch or a cunt and something like that. And he just didn't do it because he's like, he immediately, at least the little kid gears kicked into fucking overdrive. And he was like, oh, wait, I'll literally prove her point if I fucking, like, angrily, in response to, they've been talking for like a minute. I call her a bitch over this.
It was obvious that it didn't happen. Another woman that upsets him.
Yeah, I was just upset by Maxine Waters because she was a woman. I mean, people want to go look at that interview. I was asking.
We did, Michael. We did. Do we need to look at it one more time?
Probably get a start, Tree. You and I have a different agenda, young man. I'm out to impeach this president. Get that straight. I'm out to impeach the president. I'm not going to be diverted by people who are Obama haters. You think?
So you just witnessed a non-violent shove?
asking her about her propagation of this hysterical Russian collusion conspiracy stuff, where she was basically, effectively demanding the prosecution of WikiLeaks because it had colluded with Russia and Trump.
Let it play out, please. If I'm sure this is gonna be copyrighted, and like every time I play it, I'm gonna have to mute it in my YouTube VOD so it doesn't get taken down.
And
yeah,
she was
it was a non-lethal shove.
deranged with her peddling of this stuff. So that's what I was asking her about. And I was asking her about the foreign policy implications. I wasn't just mad about her being a woman. Are you nuts?
Clearwatch, thank you for the 100 bits. Mother warned me about girls and how they lie. I like that emote. And Eddie Bombay, thank you so much for the 100 bits. That still get you shot by ICE. I mean, to claim additional victimhood, he should say that, like, in Trump's America, that would be something that could get you killed if I did that to ICE or whatever. So clearly with that, no.
Are you that stupid? And yeah, you can never find. I mean,
yeah, you that stupid, Emma? Is your brain really that small?
You can never find any adversarial interviews ever conducted with a male politician. No way.
And
isn't she like 80?
Yes, yes. It was very embarrassing.
It's called battle testing.
Yeah. So
yeah, I agree. It was embarrassing in that a lot of people twisted it and spun it in the moment, and then if I would try to clarify it, then that would be me having a meltdown. So then I stopped talking about it for a while, and then, even though I would get trolled about it constantly, but I still said, very shortly thereafter that, yeah, of course I erred in maybe not phrasing the initial tweet as best as I could in that moment, even though the camera.
Reminder, this is all beneath him, by the way. Who is this chud? This is none other than legendary independent journalist and respected Substacker Michael Tracey.
Poor guy who was with me there told me, I'm not going to throw him under the bus, but, it doesn't even matter. Like,
throw him under the bus, throwing around such language that could trigger a PTSD attack over the thought of Maxine Waters shoving him. Basically throwing him under the bus. Basically saying that she wanted to snap, shrink him into a little person and fucking pull him apart and throw him in the fucking toilet. Throw him in the garbage. That's basically what Maxine Waters was signaling she wanted to do. Eddie Bombay, thank you for the 100 bits. All Emma wants to do is eat a hot chip and charge a phone.
Embarrassing. I think it's much more embarrassing now to, 9 years later, still be so fixated on this as though it's the central feature of my personality or journalistic output.
Speaking of being fixated on things 9 years later, we are 30 minutes into this video and approximately the video that he's reacting to, like 2 minutes.
Anything. Which, I mean, if you're going to...
And again, that is supposed to be... This is Michael's best testimony that he can offer as to why he's good with women.
Comment on me. If you're to comment on me vis-a-vis Epstein, wouldn't you update your priors a little bit or gain some new information? I think this whole genre of commentary that they do is embarrassing. What do they contribute?
But this isn't, Michael. But this isn't a public humiliation ritual that you're engaging in for God knows what reason. If you have any sense of self-preservation, you will quickly private this and email me or DMCA my stream so it's not documented here either.
I mean, who watches this shit? Seriously.
I've had that thought many times while I've been here the last 30 minutes.
I know I'm watching it right now because, of course, unfortunately, people send it to me. But who watches it on a regular basis as appointment viewing? Oh, let's gather around the computer screen or the.
Well, people do watch it, right, Michael? That video I can see has almost 7,000 likes. I think that's why they watch it. I think that's why you're responding to it. Yeah, because people watch it.
The Chromecast, everybody, and watch the ladies of the Majority Report, chuckling. Do they ever say anything incisive? Not that I've seen.
So this is how he makes waves on the internet. But really, right now, his latest jag is just smearing the Epstein survivors. He did an interview last week that I saw with Barry Weiss's.
Yeah, I'm just smearing the Epstein survivors over and over. That's all I'm doing.
The so-called Epstein survivors. He slipped up there for a second. For getting people's due process rights. He says that the reason why he goes around saying purported victims is because he feels that there is a due process right that is being denied to people when people are labeled victims. Something I'm sympathetic towards. to label somebody a victim or whatever, kind of you're like begging the question or presupposing that they are without that being fully explored. But for him to frame it in the sense that he feels like somebody's due process rights are being violated, which he has literally done, I can promise you that right now. I don't want to close that tab just yet in case we need that video later. Let me see. Michael Tracey combo. I think it was in the first one. It would have been this one.
Whammo. Okay.
Let's go to... And this got 2.2 thousand views. It was streamed 7 months ago. So clearly the people, like, his fan base is, like, literally the same as mine. Notable Substacker, Michael Tracey. He said he did YouTube for years before this. It's kind of crazy. That, like, that's the same, like, in 7 months or whatever, like, the same, like, core, like, loyal people watching him or whatever. It's, like, the same, like, 2,000 to 2,500 people. If I put due process here.
Series, she writes in her book that one of the initial victims, who, you know, and I'm saying purported victims or claimed victims because I don't like to necessarily credit, as people do, that a self-identified victim is therefore necessarily a victim if their claims have never been tested, really, because I think that's a violation of due process.
Future live and learn guest. We can only hope.
But you know, one of the
violation of due process for.
Oh, this is the dude that spoke to / debated Pisco for a long ass time about the Epstein stuff. Yeah.
I think that's a violation.
Hey, he has a notable career outside of his debates with Pisco, who is an orbiter of mine.
Due process. But you know,
one of the violation of due process for you to identify someone as a victim without them going through a court.
Well, definitely in a formal legal setting, it's a violation.
Okay, sure. Fair,
maybe more colloquially, it's not quite the same kind of violation, but still, I'm sort of inclined not to necessarily.
Like, I don't understand why he can't just say plaintiffs or accusers. He's being so inflammatory by doing this purported victim shit, and anybody who he needs to reach with this, because again, these Epstein maximalists, as he calls them, or the people that buy into the Epstein mythology, you would need to use more gentle language to be able to get them to not already view you as non-credible. And when you say things like purported victim, they're already going to tune you out. You need to use language like for operating from their framework that is the least inflammatory possible to even have a chance of like getting in there and correcting some things that you feel need correcting. And that's not a distortion. You can phrase this in more neutral terms. I'm like even largely sympathetic to this argument that before people are like colloquially referred to as victims or whatever, it's probably better to maintain like the accuser or other more neutral language until a formal legal judgment is rendered in the case of in the context of something that has an ongoing legal case and the person has not substantiated to the best of their ability evidence that can be independently verified by the public. But it's so dorky to frame it in terms of like there's a due process rights deprivation involved. Come on.
Just making up false claims. I mean, I guess to smear someone is you have to egregiously distort something, right? And in order to castigate somebody, she could give a single example of my ever doing that. She doesn't even bother to do 2 seconds of research before launching into a dopey.
Well, she talked about her personal interactions with you, right? Even though they were brief, they clearly were not unremarkable to her.
Segment like this, isn't that amazing? I mean, I guess she's like some kind of media professional at this point.
He probably believes his disheveled look makes him a real journalist, makes him look like one. Well, like he talked about that. He just doesn't seem to care. Like I saw a little bit of his appearance on Adam and Sitch a couple days ago when he uploaded it. Like, I saw a little bit of this, but then I went to their channel and watched, and he said like he's aware that he looks like schleppy. I don't know how else to describe it.
I have occasionally seen her on like MSNBC. I guess she's one of their. I don't know what the relationship is, but it's just wow.
Free Press's Coleman Hughes. Remember that guy? He's what Manhattan Institute or right-wing think tank person.
He's a Zionist plant.
I have done podcasts or shows across the political spectrum if they had invited me to come on and talk about Epstein. Left-wing, right-wing, centrist, whatever. You know, they're trying to make it seem like I like strategize to go on the podcast of a Zionist plant or like do the bidding of Barry Weiss. Are you crazy?
He's been on like Coleman Hughes' podcast. He's been on Ben Shapiro's, but he's also appeared on like more, I guess, like centrist or like lib-leaning outlets. He's been on Glenn Greenwald, whatever you'd categorize that as.
And you notice that she doesn't bring up a single thing that I actually said on the podcast with Coleman Hughes. She'd have no basis or no requisite knowledge to even attempt to contest any of it. It's just the fact that I went on. I accepted an invitation to go on a podcast. That is somehow by association supposed to tarnish me somehow. Okay, cool.
I mean, yeah, it's a majority report. Obviously, they're going to have they are going to criticize which platforms you choose to go to and speak on or whatever. And they're going to notice like which ones are the ones that are actually interested in providing you with a platform. Like you can have I don't think there's anything wrong with like him going on Ben Shapiro or him going on like conservative outlet like Sky News or anything like that. But like stand on business and don't act incredulous at the idea that they're getting at, which is, are you allowing yourself to be a useful idiot for people with their own agendas and their own goals? And are these people that you're preaching to the like just really, really enlightened people? Or do you think that there's a reason why they find your reporting to be compelling and nothing else? Ben Shapiro is obviously bringing you on because he doesn't like that Epstein is people like the public clearly very closely affiliates Jeffrey Epstein with the Mossad, with Israel, with all sorts of conspiracies related to that. It's enabled anti-Semitism. I don't even disagree with that. But like the reason why Ben Shapiro is bringing you on is because, and doesn't care about anything else that you have to say, is because he wants to try to dispel this, but because he wants to do apologia for Israel. Like, they're not crazy to notice that. And you should also know that going into your interview with him, but still be comfortable with it nonetheless.
For instance, got paid by Barry Weiss to talk about how it's completely not appropriate to compare Israel to South Africa, and he owns this. And
he's a black man, so he's paid by Barry Weiss
with like no expertise on anything other than that people like Barry Weiss thought he'd be good to hire, which tells me everything I need to know about Coleman Hughes.
Exactly.
Personally.
And so in that conversation, I saw the title of it. I didn't watch it, but it was called "Separating Fact from."
She saw the title of it. She didn't watch it, but the title of it. It was like, I think 2.5 hours or something. That alone is enough for her to conclude that I was just...
Emma's concluding her biggest sin so far, you guys, other than being a woman, of course. Michael, we need to get this man on the Straighter Aid stream. We need to get him on. I'm not even interested, frankly. Like, now my interest in speaking to this man has gone well beyond wanting to understand why he has the view on trafficking that he does. That's honestly pretty obvious. I want to speak to him now because of this stream, and I have questions about this.
Maliciously
like, what was that about? Like, the testimony of other women that you have or whatever. Like he suggested, like, I've never had a hard time getting with women or whatever. Like, please come on my platform is just as modest as yours, okay? 2.5 thousand views. My bots get that.
Hearing all these innocent survivors.
He would 100% come on, absolutely. I mean, he prides himself on going into these different spaces or whatever.
So, okay. Another impressive feat of research before hopping on the YouTube, whatever you call this thing.
From moral panic in the Epstein case.
Uh-huh.
Here he is on Piers Morgan, and this is Tara Palmieri, who's become, I think she's independent now as a journalist, and they have this interaction where she asks him straight up, are you being paid by someone associated with Epstein?
This was funny, but also it's kind of slimy from Tara, not gonna lie, which is a little bit commensurate with how I know Tara Palmieri to have a tendency to act. If anybody saw her interview with Kat Abugazela, which I covered on my stream if anybody wants to go back, it's somewhere in one of my VODs. But that aside, he was questioning her. He was like grilling her on some of the claims that she was making. And I really did get the impression, I'm sure I'm in the minority here, that he really did have an issue with his earpiece at a very, very inconvenient time as she was asking that. And it came off like he was being evasive, but like 2 seconds later, he refused the accusation. And the reason why I believe him is because Farah, my friend, went on Piers Morgan, and she also, I believe that she also had issues with her audio setup and like tuning into the Piers Morgan thing, so it's not inconceivable to me.
And I won't spoil how this goes.
I think it was fair game. No, the question is fine, but it was kind of in response to it like whether he is or is not paid by somebody, right? Can you address the claims that he's making and engage with them substantively regardless?
I'm hearing a lot of conspiracy theories, but they're all coming out of your mouth. Let me give the final word to Tara because he keeps.
Conspiracy theory did I postulate?
When he's not lecturing.
See, like Piers Morgan makes the accusation towards Michael Tracey that he's positing conspiracy theories. He asks him to substantiate that. Piers is the host, never fucking does that, obviously. South Africa Uncut, thank you so much for subscribing at tier 1. Really, really appreciate it. And then Tara seizes upon, like she's smart to do this, but is kind of taking, like, goes for the 1-2 with Piers setting that up and signaling that he's disinterested or not convinced by what Tracey's laid out. And I think takes this as the opportunity to ask if he's been paid.
Michael, good job dressing up for the occasion, buddy.
You still look way too greasy and
like, wait, hold on. I'll show like the whole interaction. They only showed it for like, oh, well, maybe they will show it.
very wet.
Okay, so I mean, they're almost like little kids.
Michael, do not try to fight off the accusation that you look greasy and wet. Please don't do it. Please don't do it.
Chortling about my appearance. I mean, I don't know. Do I wore like an overcoat thing and a polo shirt. Do I look that much different than Mike Benz who's there, or even Piers or Kiriakou? I mean,
yes, Michael, you look different than these men. Even though this guy is literally bald and this guy is many years your senior, same with Piers. You look like you've had no sleep in the last 48 hours. Your hair is unkempt. You're wearing like this fucking probably ill-fitting sports coat and polo shirt that who knows when the last time it was fucking washed. Like, come on, dude. And you got these glasses and you look crazed.
Look, I know if you want to be my fashion consultant, okay,
don't ask this question like, do I really look that bad? Unless you want the answer to it, okay?
I'll entertain your offers.
Like, and here's the thing. It's called lookism, literally people being judged by like how attractive they are or not. And I don't even think Michael Tracey is unattractive or anything like that. He just looks unclean. He looks like he doesn't take care of himself. He looks like he lacks basic personal hygiene. And yeah, whether you think it's fair or not, it makes people take you a lot less seriously because you don't do these things. Sorry, dude. If you want to be taken more, should it be about that? No, but it is like that. So,
like, it just shows you how just painfully superficial they are, and like calling me greasy. And went, okay, fine. I mean,
really show us an unattractive person, straight raid. Look, I'm telling you, if you think Michael Tracey is like as bad as it gets, you are like sorely mistaken.
Whatever. I
really don't think he's unattractive. He's just like not groomed.
I don't hold myself out to be a male model or a fitness influencer, so if that's what you want to chortle about, go ahead. I guess I should have worn a tuxedo for the Piers Morgan segment.
Dude, it's not the clothing. It's like how you actually like groom yourself.
Skills. He's lecturing you about your journalistic skills. So your response to that and to what David Boyes had to say.
Please, Tara, go ahead, defend it.
I don't know, Michael. Have you ever actually listened to any of the tapes at the Palm Beach? The police in Palm Beach, the detective. Have you listened to any of the girls that they interviewed that were as young as 14? Yeah, and you think that they're not
listened
credible?
To it all, Tara.
You don't think that entire pyramid scheme in a high school?
Do you think Virginia Roberts Giuffre is credible? She had nothing to do with that initial Palm Beach investigation. We're talking about your former journalistic collaborator who had to recant allegations against Dershowitz, had to recant her allegations against
let her speak, please.
Harvard professor Stephen Koslin, recanted against Jean-Luc Brunel. So you defend the credibility of your journalistic collaborator. Go ahead.
Do you work? Who do you work?
Like, look at that. He actually started grilling her on the substance of her claims. She immediately got uncomfortable. She was cornered and she was bailed out by Piers Morgan, who then went on to go, stop interrupting, stop interrupting, stop interrupting. To be fair, he's forcefully interjecting, but she has collaborated with Virginia Giuffre. And when he clarifies that, like, no, the extent to which I'm like like, you're conflating things and you're like bringing together facts in a way that distorts the chronology and that undermines blah, blah, blah. Like, he's trying to lay out his case and he's trying to ask her a question and she immediately gets bailed out by Piers Morgan and deflects to the payment thing, which is why I thought it was slimy for him to do. For her to do,
Michael. Because I've never met anyone in my entire life who would like, who's paying you? Who do you work for?
Like, you don't need to be paid by Russia or a foreign entity or somebody or whatever to doubt the veracity of some of these claims. Like, I don't think that just by virtue of having mental afflictions or mental illness that makes you a non-credible witness or somebody that's incapable of giving credible testimony. Ghislaine Maxwell even corroborated some of the things that Virginia Giuffre said, which obviously spoke to her credibility. And often people that have mental afflictions, mental disabilities, they're more likely to be abused and victims of this sort of shit than people that are neurotypical. So those are not grounds to dismiss somebody's credible accusations, right? They can be a reason to believe that their testimony needs additional scrutiny or additional independent verification, just because you don't want to be convicting people on information from somebody who, give me a second, who has had credibility issues for one reason or another, whether it be related to a mental defect or whether it be because of times that they have lied or contradicted themselves.
I think a lot of people are wondering this because,
like, she didn't engage really with like anything that he said.
I've never seen anyone quite like you going after victims of sex crime.
And if, like, you want to talk about like being paid or whatever, like her collaborating with Virginia Giuffre on a journalistic enterprise, I'm sure that got clicks. I'm sure that got views. You could also make the same accusations to her and say, well, are you sure that you're not financially incentivized to bolster these claims, particularly just because you've engaged with journalistic collaborations that were profitable for you? Easily be flipped right back on her. Gokunaru, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We are looking at Michael Tracey fending off accusations that he does not like women, and he's just doing a fucking banger job.
And attacking them like
Someone
this.
clip this and send it to him being like, hey, a woman defending you, so he comes on stream. There's more criticism of Tara Palmieri than it is a full-throated defense of Tracey. But yeah, I would defend Tracey on these grounds or whatever. I thought this was bullshit from Tara.
So you must be being paid by someone in power who does not like these accusations that have been made against them.
Again, like, just, you don't need to be paid to doubt the testimonies of some of these people or to think that they need more scrutiny.
I think it's fair to ask, are you being paid by any of the men who've been accused by Jeffrey Epstein?
I'm having trouble hearing right now. I wish I could respond to whatever nonsense she just blurted out.
Like, while she was talking, he had actually already started messing with the earpiece.
I'm asking you.
Hold on. Michael Tracey, Piers Morgan.
The Epstein mythology have simply never been supported by anything close to the degree of credible evidence. I swear to God,
who do you work?
It's credible. She had nothing to do with that initial Palm Beach investigation. We're talking about your former journalistic collaborator who had to recant allegations against Dershowitz, had to recant her allegations against
let her speak, please.
Harvard professor, Stephen Koslin, recanted against Jean-Luc Brunel. So you defend...
Like, at that point, she's not even trying to speak.
The
let her speak or I'll cut your mic.
Your journalistic collaborator. Go ahead.
Do you work? Who do you work for, Michael? Because I've never met anyone in.
See, look, he was already messing with it here. He was messing with it as they were talking.
Please, Tara, go ahead, defend it.
I don't know, Michael. Have you ever actually listened to any of the tapes at the Palm Beach? You know, the police in Palm Beach, the detective. Have you listened to any?
He just messed with it there.
Any of the girls that they interviewed that were as young as 14? Yeah, and you think that they're not credible?
Tara.
You don't think that entire pyramid scheme in a high school?
Do you think Virginia Roberts Giuffre is credible? She had nothing to do with that initial.
To be fair, Tara Palmieri is just generally bad at debates. Like, she's asking questions that she thinks he's not going to know the answer to. Like, oh, have you even listened to the tapes? He's like, yeah, no shit. I've written extensively on this. Of course, I've listened to it. He's like convinced he's probably one of the few people that has listened to this stuff in its entirety, to be honest.
Palm Beach investigation. We're talking about your former journalistic collaborator who had to recant allegations against Dershowitz, had to recant her allegations against
let her speak, please.
Harvard professor, Stephen Koslin, recanted against Jean-Luc Brunel. So you defend the credibility.
Let her speak, girl.
Like this, like let her speak when like she had stopped speaking. So.
Cut your mic.
Your journalistic collaborator. Go ahead.
Do you work? Who do you work for, Michael? Because I've never met anyone in my entire life who would like, who's paying you? Who do you work for? I think a lot of people are wondering this because I've never.
And like this weaselly language, it's like, no, you're wondering it right now, right? To get out of this question and this line of inquiry that he was pursuing with you. You thought you had him on the back foot, but the second that he tried to ask you about anything to do with your collaborations with Virginia Giuffre and potentially your financial ties with these people, you immediately want to pivot and ask about his financial ties.
Never seen anyone quite like you going after victims of sex crimes and attacking them like this. So you must
I'm fine with this question being asked. I'm not okay with it being asked to deflect away from somebody asking, or grilling her on her claims.
Being paid by someone in power who does not like these accusations that have been made against them. And I think it's fair to ask, are you being paid by any of the men who've been accused by Jeffrey Epstein?
Clearwatch, thank you so much for the 100 bits. The suspicious woman is attacking him while his earpiece glitches. Meanwhile, a British white knight is attempting to end his speech. Where is my fedora, LMAO?
I'm having trouble hearing right now. I wish I could respond to whatever nonsense she just blurted out.
I'm asking you if you have ever been paid by any of the men who have been accused of crimes.
But maybe somebody can
an astonishing coincidence that you suddenly lost your hearing when you were asked a very difficult question. And rather telling, I may say.
I heard it.
Okay, I'm not saying you didn't get cut. I'm just saying.
If he can hear you, can you ask him that question? Because he can't hear me, but maybe he can hear you asking that question.
Yeah, it's a Michael, can you hear me?
Did you
can
just
you hear me,
I can
Michael?
hear you very faintly. Did you just allege that I'm somehow implicated in the Epstein criminality, or did I mishear you?
I asked you if you were being
Tara
paid
asked
by
if you're
anyone.
Tara asked if you're being paid by anybody to smear the victims of the Epstein
rather than
scandal.
defend the merits of her journalistic output, which she can't because it's indefensible, what does she do?
What he's saying is entirely true. She asked that question completely cynically and to evade engaging with what he was saying.
She tries to impugn me personally,
I would say that he needs to answer the question first and then draw attention to that. He should say, no, of course I've not been paid. But notice what she just tried to do there was blah, blah, blah. Because if you just respond by she's just trying to blah, 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 they're not even the thing that they're fixated, the audience is fixated on at that moment is that you're not responding.
To imply or...
This is a clear ad hominem fallacy. No, ad hominem is when you replace the argument with an insult by saying you're wrong because you're ugly, therefore you're wrong. But using an insult alongside an argument is not an ad hom. This is a tu quo qui, or it's a pivot. It's deflection. It's her getting away from the subject, but or a non sequitur. But a tu quo qui is if it were true that he was paid by somebody, it wouldn't necessarily mean that obviously that his claims are false. You could be paid by somebody, but nonetheless, your journalistic output could be factual.
What's the answer to the question?
Of course I'm not being paid by anyone. I'm paid by my readers on Substack, you idiot. You just can't engage on the merits, Tara. You are a disgrace. You are going to go through all of
and I've seen this clip where they cut out the fact that he responded to and he said, no, I'm not paid by those people. I'm paid by my Substack people.
Somebody who was integral in
all 8 of his readers. I mean, I'm sure he pulls more than 8 people, to be honest.
This moral panic and mass hysteria that's led to mass defamation like you just tried against me. You know how Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie got caught a few days ago accusing a random auto mechanic in New York and a random IT manager of having been
The Rito31, thank you for subscribing at Tier 1. You've been subscribed for 3 months. 3-month streak. Thank you so much.
Complicit in pedophilic sex crimes? You're just following on in that tradition, which is so emblematic.
To me, she looks smug, arrogant, and unlikable, and I'm sure I'm in the minority. Most people who see this see him as a raging lunatic who is yelling at a beautiful woman. Unfortunately. Maybe if you're just listening or whatever, you wouldn't get this impression.
Of how this issue has...
Is his claim about Roe and Massey correct? Yes, it is. They were, they doxed an individual and said that they were implicated somehow in the Epstein thing, and I don't know if they retracted it, but I don't think that they apologized. I don't know if this is what did he refer to?
Following her of having been accusing a random against me. You know how Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie got caught a few days ago accusing a random...
He said mass hysteria, mass defamation. I don't know if I'd call it mass defamation or whatever, absent additional names and more than just 2 people. It just seems to be those 2 incidents, but that was very bad on their part, and they do need to if they didn't already apologize for it, they should.
Auto mechanic in New York and a random IT manager of having been complicit in pedophilic sex crimes? You're just following on in that tradition, which is so...
Oh my God, the optics of this are so unfair. He's such a slob, and she's stunning in comparison. The producers know exactly what they're doing, and so does Tara. That's why she looks as fucking satisfied as she does, because him crashing out is not what you do at all.
emblematic of how this issue has
They're both distinctly irritating for different reasons.
functioned in popular mind.
I'm going to give
now
Tara.
Being weaponized politically.
Tara, let me just.
Of course, Piers.
Tara,
I resent the implication. I resent the question. I asked her straightforward questions about her own journalistic.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to Tara now.
Single aspect of it.
You don't just get to talk.
She's like a character, man. Like literally a character that like somebody in a fucking writer's room would come up with for like in a Sorkin type of show or movie or something of this woman who's just like everybody's under her spell, but there's just something like is like off about her. This like I'll answer any question or whatever. Like she looks just as bad to me.
Journalistic.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to Tara now.
Single aspect of it.
You don't just get to talk
like that like desperate forced laugh. You were clearly not happy to answer any of his questions, right? Not when you got cornered. That's why you deflected asking him.
Ad infinitum.
Whole little defamation song and dance because she can't actually engage in an intelligent way because there's no defense.
Tara, let me.
No, there is.
Nor for David.
Tara, let me ask.
I can talk about my reporting on the Broken Jeffrey Epstein
Tara, let me
podcast.
ask you. Tara, you don't need to justify your reporting. It's been excellent on the whole scandal.
Why not?
Tara, let me just ask you.
I'll justify
what was
mine.
Let me ask Tara.
Yeah, like why doesn't she have to justify her reporting if we're holding everybody to the same standards?
What was your response to David Boyes' interview finally?
This is how you win a debate, though. You make your opponent look foolish regardless of their argument. Oh, 100%. It's a rhetoric game. It's a.
I think David Boyes has done a lot of incredible work, and I know that to go after the crown was a really big deal, especially for his firm. They're obviously one of the biggest firms in the world, and so to target the monarchy is a really big deal when you have offices in London, and that can affect, as anyone would know as a lawyer. So, and I think it's great.
Yes, she is the Katie Holmes from Thank You for Smoking. And didn't Sorkin write that movie?
Great that his partner, I'm blanking on her name right now. She's really earned the trust of the victims, and they're really hard cases to pursue. I mean, when you go after the most powerful people in the world, you can't represent them either. And when you have a white shoe law firm, it's like, how are you supposed to do that? So I think it's incredible. I think it's very commendable, excuse me. And
to be clear, I've never engaged or interfaced with any of her reporting on this. I've engaged with some of her other reporting, and I found it to be fine. I like I said earlier, I didn't like the Katabu-Gazela interview. I am neutral on what the Epstein stuff that she's done. Let me see if I can put Tara Palmieri Kat. It was like Abu-Gazela. Like a Kat was arrested for like confronting an ICE officer or something like that. And she was hit with federal indictment charges for like endangering an officer, or I don't know. Obviously you shouldn't say a fucking word if you're outside of court. Like anything that you say can be used against you. And Tara is like pressing her to answer questions related to her indictment. She already answered the question, and she keeps like asking like, isn't this bad, or isn't that a bad look, or like, oh, I'm seeing this is bad. Like and like Kat leaves. But it would have been really stupid for Kat to do anything but leave. Like I wouldn't risk federal indictment charges just so I could have a fucking conversation with Tara Palmieri.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Tara Palmieri Show. I just had a shocking live interview with a congressional candidate, Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. She walked out mid-conversation. I know, it's crazy. If you're online, you probably know her. She's 26 years old, and she built a really big following with her sharp, funny videos. She worked at Media Matters and Mother Jones, and she had these segments like, I watched Tucker Carlson, so you don't have to. It's a style that made her a progressive star. Now she's running for Congress in Illinois' 9th district. She's one of a pretty large pack of candidates. There are about 13, but she was second in the race, and she's rising, especially because this week she was in the headlines. She was indicted for her role in a protest outside of an ICE facility. The charges are serious. Conspiracy to impede or injure a federal officer, and forcibly impeding.
Yeah, that's why she left, because she doesn't want to go to fucking jail.
Intimidating or interfering with a federal enforcement officer while engaged in official duties. The indictment alleges that she and others surrounded a federal officer's vehicle, banged on the hood and windows, and etched.
Also, again, like, cool. Based.
Word pig.
Like, whoa. She said, like, somebody wrote pig on the side of a fucking, like DHS or ICE thing. Like, dude, come on.
On the side. I wanted to give her a chance to tell her side of the story. So I asked very basic questions. How she's feeling, what happened that day, what the charges mean for her campaign, and whether this could affect her ability to serve in Congress. It's pretty straightforward journalism. But halfway through the conversation, she abruptly ended the interview and walked off. It was shocking and telling. If we kept going, I would have asked her more about how this is being seen as an infringement on free speech and the administration going after its political enemies. I also wanted to talk to her about her campaign, why she's running, what she hopes to change. But of course, I had to ask her about the breaking news. I'm a journalist. Now, she did tell me in advance that she couldn't go deep into it because it's an ongoing legal matter, but she could have just said that. I can't comment on this directly, but I can say and what she wants to say. I think
she literally does that in this interview.
So many times as a journalist, but no questions are off limits, especially not for people seeking higher office. I have to say, her reaction gave me deja vu. It brought me back to that Katie Porter moment from just a few weeks ago. She is the former congresswoman from Orange County who wants to be governor of California. And then she just walks out on a local news reporter asking basic accountability questions. If you've been following the Tara Palmieri show or the Red Letter at tarapalmieri.com, where you can get all of my exclusive reporting, you know that I don't play for either side. I am a truly independent journalist, no corporate overlords, and it may not always be fashionable being independent, but it is essential. I just ask the questions that matter. So watch what happened, decide for yourself, and let me know in the comments. Was this a bad...
Is Tara dumb or is this intentional? She's not dumb, so it's intentional.
Judgment call?
It's like so contrived and phony.
Politician avoiding accountability. Let's roll the tape. Live? Yeah, we're
live.
We are live. Well, Kat, welcome. This is Kat.
Like, Kat can make all those same claims as well. Kat doesn't have any corporate benefactors.
Guzale, and I hope I said your name correctly.
You nailed it first try.
Woo-hoo, yay. And welcome to the Tara Palmieri Show on YouTube and the Red Letter on Substack. Kat is running for Congress in Illinois' 9th district, and you've probably seen her on her social media accounts. She's blown up. She's a social media star. But most recently, you've had a lot of drama, you could say. I'm sure you're in a state of shock, but how are you feeling ever since you found out that you've been charged with 2 counts of conspiracy to impede or injure an ICE officer and assaulting or impeding an officer while engaged in official duties? And then the charges also mention property damage and obstruction. How are you feeling right now? What's going on through your head?
Yeah, I can tell you that when I started this year, first off, I didn't even think I'd be running for Congress, but I definitely didn't think I'd be federally indicted. I've covered the right for a long time. You talked about my social media accounts. The reason those are big in the first place is because of my reporting covering the right. And so I'm not surprised at what we're seeing. It's exactly what I and my colleagues have warned Democratic leaders about for years. And part of the reason that we're here in the first place is those warnings not being heeded. But it is surreal to be the person on the indictment, especially because my name is really long.
What do you think about those?
Like, she asked her for her feelings, and she said at the end of that, it feels surreal.
Charges, though, they seem really serious. Conspiracy to impede or injure an ICE officer, assaulting or impeding that officer.
Like, innocent until proven guilty. Until those are substantiated in a court of law, Kat is not guilty of any crimes yet.
Those are pretty big charges.
The charges, I think they're actually slightly different, but no matter what the charges are in the indictment, I plan on pleading not guilty. And this is a political prosecution, plain and simple. It's an effort to criminalize free speech, an effort to criminalize free association, and an effort to criminalize the very act of protest. And so we're going to be pleading not guilty, and the evidence will come out in court, and I fully plan on winning.
Yeah, just to be clear, the indictment alleges that you and others, quote, surrounded a federal officer's vehicle, banged on its hood and windows, etched pig on the side, and impeded movement. Did you etch the word pig on the side of an officer's car?
I'm not speaking to this.
Like, why would she ever speak to the specifics? I'm not saying that Tara can't ask it, but she has already answered these questions. Like, the fact that she at the beginning frames this and loaded it as she's dodging accountability or whatever. Do you really expect that? I expect a journalist to ask this question, and I expect Kat to give the answer that she's going to give, which is remain vague, not make any concrete statements, so you can have the best defense.
Specifics of anything that's in the indictment right now, but like I said, I do plan on pleading not guilty, and the evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning.
Okay, well, let's watch the video of what happened that day that they are.
Like, dude, I would not even want to be here for this. You have no idea. Like, they could attempt to use your reaction to this, whether she smiles, whether she frowns, if she were to frown looking at this, they could say, see, she's looking at it because she is remorseful because she knows she engaged in something that is wrong to have done. If she smiles, oh, look, she doesn't take it seriously. Like, they're going to throw the book at her. DB Cyclops, thank you so much for subscribing. Surely she's not going to skip how her foreign policy advisor endorsed a first strike against China if they were to stage an invasion of Taiwan. Her being arrested at a protest just makes her based no matter what. Well, this was 4 months ago, so that hadn't come out yet. But she was going to ask her more if the interview hadn't gotten cut short early.
Up with deportation! Up with liberation! Up with liberation! Down, down with deportation! Down, down with deportation! Up with liberation!
What do you, when you see that, what do you think right now?
Tara, once again, this is my first time being federally indicted. Like I said, I plan on pleading not guilty. The evidence will come out in court, and I plan on winning. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah. Just really quickly, I did want to ask you about just the fact that conspiracy to impede an officer is up to 6 years in prison, forcibly impeding and intimidating an officer is up to 8
there's no way she doesn't know that she disconnected at this point.
years. Is that that could actually hinder your ability to serve in Congress? Are you concerned about that? Did she just sign off? Did she just leave the chat? I'm so confused. I'm sorry. I don't know what just happened. Okay. Well, she left because I asked her questions about what happened that day.
I don't get why Tara has the demeanor she has here. And keep in mind, this is again, the first woman that we've seen Tracey interact with that to the degree that he had any sort of hostility towards her, which I wouldn't even say was personal animosity in that clip. Maybe he's expressed it elsewhere and I'm not aware of it. But and I wouldn't even be surprised about that, honestly, but I haven't seen that. But this is how she is. So I think it's earned from him.
All right. Well, I will continue with the conversation on my own, I guess. This is very bizarre. Yeah. So I guess this is, I've never had that happen before. Apologies.
Oh my goodness. Clutches pearls. Ask these questions. Dude, she's not going to discuss an active case. She already said that. If she didn't want to talk about it, she could have said so. She did 3 times. Wow. Amateur gaslighting 101. People who pretend not to know that how they offended someone or how they drove them away are just plain scary. I have to say, I'm proud of most of the people in the comment section getting it right. You don't talk about the specifics of a case. What exactly were you expecting to get from her? Each question was getting more and more specific. If she talked about the specifics of the charges, they could use that against her in court. The video spoke for itself. Did you not see your edge pig in the car of the video? There was so much more you could have asked her. She talks to the press all the time. I guess person listens to their lawyer's advice and follows it isn't a great title for the algorithm, is it? Yeah, remember, this wasn't bad judgment or a politician avoiding accountability. This was an indicted defendant following the advice of her lawyer. So at least her audience is call her out for this.
There's still so much more to do, though. There's still so many more places to go. And unfortunately, I just don't see it coming from the Southern District of New York. In particular with Leon Black. I mean, the man who was picked to replace Leon Black by Leon Black himself, he picked his own successor, and that man is Jay Clayton. And now Jay Clayton is running the Southern District of New York. He is the lead prosecutor. And is he really going to do an investigation into the guy who picked him to succeed him at Apollo Management when he had to step down? When Leon Black had to step down because of Epstein, an Epstein investigation found that he paid Epstein $150 million to do estate planning. It's just everything is so
when we go into rabbit hole videos within videos, lol. Dude, I can't help it.
incestuous. And how are we supposed to trust that power will police itself? We can't. And that's
where journalists. You know what? That's where journalists like you come in and where lawyers like David Boies come in. I've got to leave it there. Thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Look, I'm not saying that because she had one poor interview with Kat that means credibility BTFO. Definitely tarnished and dented after I saw that from her. But I think that everybody's, journalistic output should be evaluated on the strength of the individual pieces that they put out. If somebody has a history of like non-credible reporting or issues with not retracting statements that were found to be, mistruths or not factual or whatever, obviously that should mean that you look at their work with a more critical eye. There's things that I could pull up from Tracey outside, like even if you like his Epstein reporting that you may find objectionable with respect to his thoughts on trans people or Black Lives Matter, COVID, etc., that could make you like rethink it or whatever, his credibility or his methodology and how he approaches each story. But, I think case by case is how you have to look at it.
If you have ever been paid...
Does she have a pre-existing hostility towards Kat or something? She had some sort of agenda. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's just clicks. I don't know. But you being like, I'm not paid by anybody. I'm independent. I'm viewer funded. Like, viewers can reward bad behavior.
And what defamatory nonsense, but maybe somebody can...
An astonishing coincidence that you suddenly lost your hearing when you were asked a very difficult question. And rather telling, I may say.
I mean, I've been over this. It's no longer that interesting anymore. But yes, the audio feed in my ear became extremely faint. I could hear maybe every other word that she was asking me. That's why you see me futzing around with the earpiece to push it closer.
She's probably Nick Shirley's sister.
Further into my ears so I could hear it ever so slightly. And then, I mean, that's just what happened. If you want to,
she's trying to get a viral moment. This is around the time that Katie Porter had those accusations made against her. Like, court docs came to light that she had like domestic altercations with her previous husband or current husband or something like that. And she was comparing Katie Porter having like that come to light in the contentious interviews that she faced around the same time is like, oh my God, Kat Abou-Gazela has her Katie Porter moment. And it was like so different from what Katie Porter was doing.
Offered in the past, if people don't believe me, I can have the studio technician who is on hand verify it. But of course they don't care. They just would rather
Must be noted that Michael Tracey does not care.
Laugh along with their little narrative, which is okay.
So
I heard it's
okay. I'm not saying you didn't get cut. I'm just saying
if he can hear you, can you ask him that question? Because he can't hear me, but maybe he can hear you asking that question.
Yeah, Michael, can you hear me?
Did you
Can
just
you hear me, Michael?
Very faintly. Did you just allege that I'm somehow implicated in the Epstein criminality, or did I mishear you?
No.
I asked if you were being
Tara asked if you're being Tara asked if you're being paid by anybody to smear the victims of the Epstein
rather than
scandal.
defend the merits of her journalistic output, which she can't because it's indefensible, what does she do? She tries to impugn me personally, tries to imply or...
You're not answering.
What's the answer to the question?
Of course I'm not being paid by anyone.
I'm so glad.
The fact this is the first criticism that he stumbled upon that's actually laudable, because I know that Francesca Fiorentini and Emma Bigland have probably seen that entire exchange, and for them to not play the entire exchange where Michael finally does correct the earpiece and does respond to what she says and denies that he's being funded or paid by anybody related to Epstein or is anything other than reader funded is dishonest to me.
So they cut off so that, I guess, was the clip that was put up at the Piers Morgan show. But like in the next 5 seconds, I say, in addition to, of course, I'm not being paid by anyone. I'm paid by my readers on Substack, you idiot. But, they conveniently omitted that from, the clip. And then, of course, Emma would never have the presence of mind to like go to the full episode and like get the full clip. So, now,
but Emma does. And that's why I feel like if Emma has seen the entire clip and she does not show the rest of that context, or she feels it's not relevant, like that would be bad.
Whoever is like watching this secondhand on the Majority Report has no idea that I expressly, of course, stated that I'm not paid by any co-conspirators of Jeffrey Epstein, you total nincompoops.
Nincompoops.
And I additionally said to Tara,
the insults Michael reaches for when he can't just say, you fucking wicked cunt, you stupid bitch, you idiotic whore, you dumb skank, you fucking harlot, like nincompoops, come on, dude.
Substack, just like presumably she is. How come Tara Palmieri never has to explain who she's paid by? Who is Emma paid by? Not that I would care to really even inquire. But anyway.
We let that run. So Matt hadn't seen that and you were shocked.
I think he's lying. Just had to guess.
Okay, Matt, the sidekick, just thinks I'm lying. All right, great. So you think I'm lying? So I don't know. What do you want to do? You want to look through my tax returns? I can tell you they're not that interesting. I mean, these are just like, they talk about me smearing people. This is just smear merchant bonanza. They don't care.
Smear merchants.
I mean, it's kind of callous. I mean,
sure. And no one's talking about how Emma is paid by Sam.
not that I can't take it, not that I'm not used to it, but like, am I crazy? Like, isn't it pretty callous to like strategically omit my answer to the question and then just assert that I must be lying? It's amazing.
So does Piers Morgan.
It's a coincidence he stopped hearing her at that particular moment.
I don't think so, man. Look at Michael Tracey. He's doing this for the love of the game. He hates women, all right? Like,
Well,
Jessica
it's a chicken or egg.
Like, I bet Francesca has seen that entire thing, and that's why she didn't want to speak too forcefully against Emma here, but she did kind of contradict her, and I actually do agree with her.
Oh, wait.
I wonder how much money he makes, judging by, like, his appearance and where he lives, not much.
She says, this Francesca.
He hates women, all right? Like,
Well, it's a chicken or egg.
I never said I hate women.
Like,
did you pay him attention? Didn't give him a Valentine's Day card back. He's he's little Ralphie. He's grown up little Ralphie. And
I mean, these people are like children. They really are. Am I crazy?
Yes, Michael, you are.
Francesca person who I've never even heard of. I can't imagine I've ever met her or interacted with her in any way. She knows that she can psychologically diagnose me as hating women based on what she imagines.
Hating women is not a psychological diagnostic, dude. I mean, I guess she's treating it as some sort of pathology, but she's just, like, we make assessments and character judgments of people all the time. Do you think that he hasn't made similar judgments against other people that he disliked? What is this, like, stupid bullshit? It's like, almost sounds like concern trolling.
My interactions to have been with girls in third
He
grade.
pronounces her name perfect. At first he didn't. He was like, I don't even know her name. Franny Fiorentini or whatever. I think he's lying about this. I think he does know who she
listens
is.
to this stuff? I mean, don't you have like the self-respect
Like,
to
he
like
can't deny that, like, not knowing who Emma Bigland is because they used to work together, but he can do that with, like, Francesca.
at least attempt to consume a little bit higher quality content? I mean, it's just unbelievable.
here he is as an independent journalist. And this is the thing about like people like Michael Tracey. It's like someone has to have this lane. Some piece of shit has to say all of these women and victims are lying.
I guess, yeah, we all need our lanes in life. You need the totally idiotic, just uninteresting, superficial YouTube commentary lane open for you, I guess, where like people are
yeah, well, you're in the stupid lane, Francesca. Take that. You're in the idiot lane, Francesca. What do you think of that?
I don't like it. I honestly don't understand what people would find appealing about this. So whatever lane that is, I guess she occupies. But as for me, you know, I'm sorry. I'd never made some kind of strategic, cyclical.
As for me, I'm in the big brain lane. I'm in the, Mensa lane. Only the smartest, bestest people read me and subscribe to me.
About what lane I should, hoist myself into. I've explained.
Schoolyard insults. I mean, this should make it abundantly clear that at no point was Michael ever the bully, but the bullied. Does not know how to adequately respond to or handle somebody shit talking him or trash talking him.
My rationale for covering the Epstein thing ad nauseum. Of course, they would never bother to look into it at all. So they'd rather
Silly
make
women.
This
Never
postulation
bother to
about it
fact
all
check
being
anything.
driven by some like elementary school grudge that I harbor against a girl named Jessica. I mean,
Against a girl named Jessica, dude, that was so contrived. You know her name is Francesca.
who are you? I mean, this is just like so. It's like impossibly tedious. It's like, again, it's an online political soap opera for the complete dullards.
Like me, yeah.
Who have, like, not
complete dullard checking in for one. Dude, that was so painful. The fact that you just pretended like you thought her name was fucking Jessica when you know for a fact it's Francesca. You had just pronounced her name perfectly 2 seconds earlier.
There's a point in their like ability to reason where they would finally come to the realization that this is not worth wasting their time on. And again, I acknowledge
This is so tedious. He said, like, no one made you do it, dude. You did not need to respond to this. You certainly didn't need to do it in this way. Like, Substance put a clip up on Twitter of me saying, Michael, take this down. We will. He's been tagged. I reposted it. If you follow me on Twitter, which you should, or X, the everything up, @straightread_, you should go to my profile and you should go repost that tweet to see if we can get him to see it and come on the stream, maybe.
somewhat implicated myself in even
Who heard him? Jessica.
bothering to reply. But like,
Michael Tracey should not have made this response video. That has been reiterated multiple times today. Yeah. Ill-advised.
Another deep sigh.
This is how you know that he's like not paid off, because anybody who would be like paying him would probably also have paid him for like some fucking basic media training, right? And like told him like, dude, do not do this. You're gonna make yourself look like a fucking idiot.
And obviously there can only be one Alan Dershowitz, but who's also saying similar things.
But we don't know where his funding is coming. He's a so-called independent journalist. I mean,
where's your funding coming from?
Sam Cedar.
I'm somehow under this obligation to be maximally transparent about where I get my funding from. I tell people it's from Substack. I do occasional freelance contributions for newspapers and so forth, like the Wall Street Journal today. Other places, it's not that complicated. My main income has always been through some kind of crowdfunding source for years. So who pays you? Well, like Majority Report Incorporated? I don't even know, or nor do I care.
Yeah, Michael Tracey definitely does not care. Do not put in the newspaper. He's not mad. Don't put in the newspaper tomorrow that he's mad. It's not true. Do put in the newspaper that he was once non-violently shoved by Maxine Waters, as documented here in this wonderful tweet from June of 2017.
Yes, I'm a so-called independent journalist. Like again, I much should be lying. Again,
he does not look like a rich guy. Why does everyone ask him about his funding? Well, some of the wealthiest people on earth are like walking around in like, these little cotton tees and shorts. Like, you ever seen Mark Zuckerberg and like how he's dressing? So not, I guess, entirely implausible, but, and he did used to live in LA, pretty expensive, but they would just mean if he's getting paid, he's a cheap bitch, because he is getting paid like literally some sort of like $70K a year or something like that.
Anything but ever engaging on the merits about any of this stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm confirmed. I'm as Jewish funding from Sam Cedar. It's viewer funded, and they also take some sponsorships that they disclose.
Bring in all this extraneous personal garbage and then have that be the object of your focus.
Yeah.
So then nothing ever has to be discussed substantively. That's the gimmick.
And there's no oversight about that.
Well, I told Emma this morning, but
Okay, here's the real gimmick, you guys. If you're watching on YouTube, you should oh my god. You should follow me and like the stream. That way we can push it out to other people. It really, really helps. And subscribe to me. If you're watching on Twitch, you can follow me. You can also subscribe to me. That would really help. If you want to gift subs throughout the chat, that would be pretty cool. That way people can have access to cute emotes, an ad-free experience if you really want to. The best way to support me, though, is through my Streamlabs tip link, which is pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. You can also super chat me on YouTube. I will read it out. Even if you send a super sticker, I will describe the super sticker. Thank you for it. I'm at @StraderTrader_ on everything. And right now, you guys, it is 4 a.m. Unfortunately, we are going to have to finish this tomorrow because I really need to sleep. I'm sending you guys to Resi. Nobody else is awake. No one's up on YouTube. Resi looks to be reacting to Hutch content at 4 a.m. Hell yeah. Okay. So thank you so much for spending your Friday night with me. It was a blast. We're going to finish this tomorrow. I will probably be downloading this video. Michael Tracey, please take it down. Take this down, dude. I'll see you guys later. Bye.